till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown, because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown, because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us.
and welcome to the LCS and a special Star Guardian installment of the LCS waiting room. Tailgate outside is abound with Star Guardian cosplayers and activities alike. We here on the desk as well, taking part just to a degree. Raz, how you doing over there? You trying to get a tweet out?
I'm getting the tweet out.
Before the cameras turn to us. Will the man do it? Will the phone still be in the... Oh my God. Star Guardian from Genghis. Let's go. Gotta love it. Lots of fun going on outside and in the arena as well. Welcome.
Raz wasn't tweeting.
I wasn't doing that
Definitely
at all.
wasn't tweeting.
You know what I realized, though,
What?
as I was walking over with Raz, is that we're not actually Star Guardian, we're the Academy skins.
A bit.
We're exactly the Academy skins.
Bad Battle Academia?
Yeah, we're all dressed like we're in school. It's like I'm like a professor, you know, we got a couple students here.
Yeah, it's pre-transformation,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like this is when we're at school, and then later we'd run into.
No, we're not the Star
We'd run
Guardians.
into
I
the
thought
and we
that
would
we
go
were
through the
talking
whole
about it.
transformation.
We're like the people in the background of the action movie that just die.
We're the
And then
not so
superheroes
special
come,
kids.
but like they weren't able to save
Right,
us.
okay,
It's
you two
tragic.
die and then Jat and I transform. We go through our whole
no, I don't know about
transformation
that.
sequence
Yeah.
into a, we're
We'd have
Jack
some
and
epic
Star
deaths,
Guardian
though.
We
crime
would.
We'd
fighting
really
duo.
overact.
Yes.
Star Guardian skins are taking over the LCS today, so we're joining in just a little bit. And so to kick off waiting room, I thought it would be fun to key into the
Right
Star
away.
Guardian theme, but to try and bring it into the LCS, to try and tie it into the LCS in some fashion. So we're going to bring back dueling drafts. But what we're going to do is we're going to limit, Jat and Azael are going to be the two who partake in this. They're going to duel against each other. We're going to limit the two of you to only picking champions that have Star Guardian skins.
Yeah.
We've listed them all up
going
here,
right to
or
it.
they're at least in the Star Guardian universe. Oh, we're diving.
yeah.
We are diving straight
There's a Star
in.
Guardian Talia?
Is it a full draft?
So there's
So
way more than
it's
I
a full-on
realized,
draft,
'cause
so-
I got asked about this yesterday. I didn't even know that there was 20 to do a
There's
draft.
25.
You didn't know.
There's 25.
Oh
25
my
chances.
God.
So,
Yeah.
as you
Rel?
can see, we've flown up the lower third.
Who's
It
blue-
will be a
who's
full
blue
draft.
side?
Well, who wants blue? Do you want blue?
Everyone wants blue.
You want blue?
I would
Yeah.
like blue.
And you want blue?
Yeah.
I tell you what.
He didn't even tuck in his
So
shirt.
here's the thing. He didn't.
I was told not to tuck
I'll
my
give you
shirt.
that. You definitely
Jack did more
came a little
prep
bit
for
more.
this.
But this is the reality.
Punished.
At the end of the day, I have to get in an ice bath because of that man there.
Boom.
Okay? And because of that,
Yeah.
Azael, I'm going to give you blue side
Thank you.
arbitrarily.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Appreciate that.
From the blue side,
Unbiased.
Azael, let's
All right,
dive
you got
into the
first bet.
dueling
Let's go
draft.
fast.
All right, I'm banning Talia.
Okay, we're gonna get rid of junglers fast. I'm banning Poppy.
Okay. We're just going Armageddon then. I'm banning Fiddle.
Okay,
no!
I love it. I love
All right,
it.
Echo's gone.
Echo's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we
We're gonna have the
jungling with,
craziest
guys?
compositions.
I'm gonna ban Jinx.
Okay, that's kind of wasted, ban. All right, what's the best first pick? I'm gonna make sure that
A jungle, I'm assuming.
that there's like basically no junglers left. We got to go fast. I'm banning Morgana. You can kind of jungle that.
Okay.
know,
Yeah, that's like the last jungler.
I don't know. How does...
I'm gonna go.
oh, yeah. So let's repeat the bands real quick. Just so we
They're
can-
on the graphic, right?
No, I know. But the last two was Jinx and then Morgana,
So Poppy,
right?
Fiddle, Echo, Chili, and Morgana and Jinx are all gone.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jinx, yeah.
So
Jinx,
now it's first
Morgana
pick
were those
time. You're on the
last two.
clock.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Ari.
Okay.
Ari, okay. First pick mid laner, Raz. How do you feel about the priority on mid
I'm a
lane?
little concerned because I see one potential jungler out there. I'm not going to say the name. But
Do you,
Zale
though?
is taking the risk, yes.
I gotta look it up. let's see here.
It's an
Yeah.
old
Ooh,
jungler, but it checks out.
I
Yeah.
see a potential jungler as
Yeah,
well.
I'm gonna go Urgot because it's hard to
there
find
you go.
AD in this game.
That
Yeah,
actually
it is
was
hard.
not
And
my
he's a
thought.
flex pick, so
Yeah.
why would you not
Okay.
want that?
That was the jungler I was
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about.
Okay.
Urgot, and then I'm still gonna want some setup, so I'm gonna go Zoe mid. Get some power.
Okay.
Mid.
Urgot Zoe.
Okay.
I'm gonna take Zyra Khan.
Nice.
That's a good
my
pick.
God.
That's
The
a good
lovers
pick. That's a
duo
good pick.
for the bot lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's also my favorite of all of the Star Guardian skins.
All right. I mean, if you're going Zyracon, I gotta pick Ezreal so I don't just die instantly.
Okay.
He's going Ezreal. All right. There's only one more.
Now we got bans.
Yeah. So you ban, right?
Oh, right. Okay. So, what can you possibly jungle with that I just need to continue to remove?
One, I guess.
I'm gonna get rid of Quinn.
Okay.
That was my thinking
Yeah.
for a
Quinn's a decent
jungler
one.
was a Quinn.
I still have one that.
I like that ban.
All right. Quinn's gone. I'm banning Rel because that's the only other engaged champion that's left.
Ooh.
Urgot can engage. I will then ban. You're looking for jungle top, which is tough. I'll ban Nico.
There it is. That was
Okay.
literally the only
Okay.
jungler in my mind.
Oh, boy.
I am not joking.
Wow. All right. Final ban here from Azael's side.
One that technically works.
Okay. I'm gonna ban. You need a support. Who do I want to ban with Ezreal? I'm just gonna ban, I don't know, Lulu, I guess. There's
a lot of support.
All right,
There's a lot of
stakes.
support.
I'll go Soraka.
Soraka?
Okay.
Yeah.
Soraka's a pickup, so support
You're going
locked
Soraka.
in.
So I need top jungle here now. What
you
can even jungle?
You're
that
gonna
is remaining?
you got triple AP with Zyra Khan.
I mean, there's only two AD on the top side
And
of the
I
whole
got
thing.
one of 'em.
This is what I realized is that there's no AD mid laners, and there's like in all the Star Guardian universe.
If you realize that,
Starguardian
you should have
universe-
taken Urgot.
The
No,
Star
this
Guardian
is okay.
universe definitely revolves around the bot lane.
Around Magic.
Like, it's
Why-
not a top lane focused skin
I'm
set.
gonna go Syndra jungle. Let's get it in there.
Okay, that is.
And then I'm
that's
going
a
a
Broxah
Kali.
special.
A Kali
And then a
top.
Kali top. I like it.
Syndra, Kali,
Very
Zyra
nice.
Khan, Ari. This is a beautiful composition.
I love it.
I actually
love it.
have engage.
You do
This
have
man
it.
has no engage.
Because of Rakan and setups with Syndra.
I got some solid
Syndra
AD.
stuns.
I actually have a real comp, kind
Yeah.
of.
Exactly.
That actually really screws my last pick. There's
Perfect.
there's like nothing left. There's only 6 champions still on the board. And they're
Yeah.
all
This is
support.
wonderful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
I,
you're choosing between like Lux.
no, I
Kai'Sa.
definitely have to go Janna.
He's going Janna.
We're going
that's
back to
fantastic.
Spring
I have to
Split,
go Janna
baby.
top.
I slammed this game. I have a Kali into Janna top. I have Zyra Khan bot. He's got no engage.
I have Urgot and supports. You'll never kill him.
Yeah, it's
Urgot jungle.
I want to see.
No one's afraid of that.
I want to see this game played out now. Actually, these
This is
compositions
free.
are
I
hilarious.
think I did fine.
Let us know.
I take that comp 10
let us
times
know
out of
in
10.
chat or let us
When you
know on
only have
tweet at
social.
5 champions and 20
Who
of
you
them
think
go
won?
away.
So just tweet at LLE
I got
Sports
engaged.
and
Would be
LCS.
great,
What?
honestly.
I got engaged.
I know. I'm liking his
Yeah,
comp.
Rakan.
I'm liking his
I would
comp. I
actually
think
love-
the Syndra Rakan
I
is
just
very
built
good.
this
Very good
Ezreal
set.
Soraka bot lane versus Zyra Khan. I got a Kali versus Janna top lane.
You're
I'm
never
liking
killing
my odds.
anyone. You're all
Azel's,
magic damage.
I think Azel's comp.
How, it's about,
This
I
is
mean, how
free. I
late
got
does the
Ari
game go, I
mid.
guess, right?
The only thing I'm concerned about is Zoe's range against that comp. Zyra.
I
That's
definitely
what the
took
Rakan is
Soraka
for,
there.
baby.
It is, but
I got a diver with a Kali in there.
Yeah.
I think if I just take a Kali on 4, it's better.
Yeah, it is.
That's
Yeah, but you picked Soraka.
That's
There was
right.
100
Soraka was an
Big
interesting
mistake.
move
That was
when you had a lot of enchanters
Yeah.
available.
And
It
you
was
Yeah.
an interesting
That's-
move.
Yeah, it was
Very interesting.
That's where the interesting aspect of the
It was a
draft
pick that he was able
Yeah,
to make
yeah.
The
at that time.
sideline coach
It was
interview.
an available pick.
It wasn't
Yeah,
available
the sideline
pick.
coach interviews. How do you feel about the draft? I made a big mistake.
Well,
My
Soraka,
team is doomed. I wish
was
them the
bad.
best. of luck.
Soraka was available, and I did pick it.
what's your win condition? Soul, I guess. Just stacking.
Soul, yes. All right, by the way, if you spend $75 on rockhat.com, you can get a free Star Guardian Kai'Sa skin. Sadly, though, you cannot get our massive keyboard, which is placed behind
big.
us. You'll have to purchase something
Except
else
that one.
worth $75 if you want to get that
big bone,
skin
Raz.
as long or along with it.
I got a big bone.
All right, we got a few minutes. I think it's probably time for us to bring it back to the LCS because actually quite a bit of news broke throughout the week once again here. So we're going to start with one of the biggest pieces of news, which was the move from Dignitas to Golden Guardians of River in the jungle. What do you guys make? I didn't expect it, and so it was quite a surprise. But my first thought is great pickup for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, congratulations, Golden Guardians. Like, I think there is a coping perspective if you're a Dig fan that you can now see the academy talents come up. But this was your franchise player. So it was one of those things where you had real fans around him. I feel like you can build a team around him. You just have to improve the pieces slowly, I'm sure. But for Golden Guardians, they're aiming for the best team possible. I heard they even extended the contract for River, so they're thinking long-term for him.
Wow.
So this is just a really great pickup for the team.
I mean, I think it makes their early game win bar dynamic. You know, when I think back to spring, Golden Guardians had actually already a really good early game, but I always felt like Pride Soccer was much more farm-focused jungler. This is more like carnivore jungler, playing for lanes. So I'm interested to see, you know, how good their lanes can look with a really aggressive jungler, like if that is a strong pairing. Because I think Golden Guardians, like, you know, are on the precipice of being able to challenge like the CLGs and stuff of the league. So, you know, I think it's a really, really good pickup for them.
Yeah, they've had so many games. Like their record right now is bad, 4-7. But they've had so many games, specifically the C9 game when they're up like 9,000 gold. Then you go back to last split, they had 2 5,000 gold leads against FlyQuest, which they lost. They had a 10,000 gold against 100 Thieves, which they lost. So all this like efficiency and farming wasn't giving them anything. And maybe they're hoping River can either make their carries stronger so their carries can finish the games for them, or will fix their just coordination in the mid and late game, because I know River is better at controlling vision than Pride Stalker is. So everyone understands this move. I don't think anyone is going to be nay on Golden Guardian switching up jungle.
And it's that last point that you made about just like in the mid game, this team makes so many errors, right?
Yeah.
That I'm sure River, as smart as he is in how he plays the map in the early game, feel like at least Dignitas, when they have leads, tend to translate them better. So at least the central decision making that is on that team, you add River to the mix, I feel like they're going to be a lot more consistent with their leads. That's one thing that I really want to be able to track.
Okay, so we'll look for consistency with leads. Of course, there's always considerations for will they gel immediately?
Yeah.
Will there be a bit of a lag period as they get used to working together? Raz, you also mentioned, of course, what results on the other side of the coin, right? With River leaving, pretty big slew of changes to the Dignitas roster here.
Yeah, so we already saw Spawn last week, and he performed quite well. Now they're bringing in Hoon that had played 2 weeks in Academy, and on top of that, XU, who we've actually seen in lock-in tournament, and was quite an aggressive jungler and continued to be aggressive when he was in Academy. So I actually love seeing XU back on stage, so that is a positive, you know, going back to the whole coping thing, that we do actually get to see a player who is developing and improving within the academy system, coming up and now getting to show what he's learned since lock-in.
I mean, I think it's cool that the players are getting a chance, but I think we've also seen like the right way to kind of bring up talent, and that's kind of the EG blueprint in a way, right? Where you're surrounding them with some stability, so there's some things that you can kind of judge by. I think it's really hard when you're just like, put in all the rookies, and then it's like, how do you judge them when you don't really have any place that is truly stable, right? Like, sure, you have Biofrost as a veteran, you have Blue who has some experience, but Blue hasn't really been that stable. You're pairing Biofrost with a rookie. You have a rookie top side. It's like, how are you supposed to accurately judge what is the problem here? Because like, I think everyone knows Dig is now not looking at this year anymore. They're looking at next year, right? So it's like, this year is a wash. They're gonna be 10th, almost guaranteed. And how do you accurately judge these players?
Yeah, I can't fault Dignitas for doing this because the trajectory was poor.
Yeah.
Right? So, but I completely agree with the point of it being not even a fair test for the new players, especially with how the players get judged when they're seen for the first time and how that could follow them for the rest of their careers. So it is actually fairly risky for Hoon, XU, Spawn to get thrown in here, because if they go, in Spawn's case, 0-7, or in the other guy's case, actually no, it would be like 0-7 for the rest of their 7 games left.
Yeah.
That will hurt them going into next year, which could possibly be why a player like Soul doesn't want to play LCS on TSM because he thinks he needs more time. So I would say, just if you're watching, like, be very kind to the Dig players, because this is not necessarily a fair situation for them to be thrown into.
And that's where we're going next. We got to talk about the TSM situation as well. Tweet went out middle of the week after a deep conversation with Sol. We've come to the mutual decision of moving him back to the academy team for the remainder of the split. In his place, Solo will become the starting top laner for the summer split. So first, just want to kind of touch on Sol, and again, as he, just as quickly as he steps on the stage in the LCS, he steps off, but wanting more time in academy to level up.
He had a message in the TSM community Discord that basically just said like, hey, like, he's a fan of TSM too. He wants to make playoffs, and basically he just thinks they have a better chance to make playoffs as Solo, right? Yeah. So like, I buy that, but I also, I'm a little bit like confused. It's like, what is the direction of TSM now? Because it's like, okay, if your goal is to make playoffs like top 8, like, does it really matter if you make top 8 and then just immediately flame out? Like, is that much better? Should you be, looking towards the future more with Soul? So I'm just not really sure like what the goal is here. Like what are they actually trying to shoot for? Because I think, a lot of people were really excited that, hey, TSM at least is bringing up some young guys, and like maybe we have a little bit of a direction here. Solo, I think, has been a strong player in the LCS pretty much all the time when he comes up, but like, I don't believe that Solo is TSM's long-term plan. It's not their 5-year plan. So like, what's the goal? That's
why I was a little wishy-washy with it, because at the very beginning, our criticism was just overarching goals for the team, right? If you're in development, you really shouldn't care about that.
List of teams for Solo, by the way.
That is a lot of teams.
He's had quite the history in the LCS. A mercenary top laner.
He just presses like pro play Q. And he just like gets thrown on a team.
This team this week is in need of a top laner. Here you go. Yeah.
But like, to the positive, to the point that I was making was more so like, at the end, there is a lot more games that are played in Academy, and I can understand recognizing as a player, even though your team is saying, no, we're comfortable you playing out the rest of the split. But he just feels like, yeah, sure, the idea that he wants his team to, he feels like his team's gonna be more successful. But honestly, even regardless of if he said it or not, like, you just have a lot more time in Academy, a lot more games to play in Academy. And on top of that, you feel like you're just more focused on that improvement mindset, individual improvement, rather than necessarily playing for wins, because that's different. So I think it's a good decision for him, and I like the fact that, at least from what we heard from the conversation, TSM was willing to run him throughout the split.
I feel like any player who makes it to the top level, which would be the LCS, wants to win. Right? So like, I think that, like, in my head, that's my answer to the question of what is the plan for TSM. It's like to go as far as they possibly can this year. Because this is a conversation that happened a lot in the NBA when there's like the tanking conversation. Like an owner or a fan could be like, they should tank to get a draft pick. But then what do you say to the 12 to 15 guys on that roster that are there to win and have been trying to win their whole lives? So I think, at least for Spica, Maple, even Chime getting a shot in the LCS, like, they all want to push as far as they can. And I think that's the plan right now, even if it is a little short-sighted. It's what makes sense for the group.
I totally get that. I guess the only thing I'll say is that, to me, it's like the expectations for TSM is finals or bust, right? Like, that is how this org was built. I don't see this getting them there. And I do think that, hey, building to the future is maybe a more reliable path to get back to where you want to be.
Yeah, for me, I think what this comes down to is, or it seems clear, that none of us in either roster situation believe that TSM would make a run at the finals. So the argument here is then invest in the younger player and give him the reps and the time. But all that said, my final position on it is, if that's what Solo wants, that's what, like, I index first and foremost into what the player, wants and thinks is best for them individually. And if ultimately he thinks is best for him to spend that time there, great.
100%.
Have at it, and I'm glad he has the support of the organization.
100%. My final message is because, like, much like Dokla's story, or I guess in this case, Solo's story, their journey doesn't end with him making that decision to go back into Academy. He will be back. He's actually streaming far more frequently, which is a positive. So just find, Proving Grounds is coming up. As a fan, if you're a fan of Soul, I'm gonna lose a lot with this name, by the way. Solo versus Soul. No, but yeah, if you're a fan of Soul, continue to track his growth and development. No.
Oh, no.
In Proving Grounds and Academy. I can't.
Oh, Lordy. All right, before we get into the day, let's take a look at the standings, just refresh where all the teams are. It's still Evil Geniuses up top the table, but only one game separation between them and 100 Thieves before we land on FlyQuest and Team Liquid Honda, and a tie for third. CLG Cloud9 a tie as well. Golden Guardians locking down 7th by themselves at the moment. Immortals, Progressive, and TSM tied for 8th, and then we close things out with Dignitas in the standings. Let's flip to the schedule, though, and see what's ahead of us. We'll kick things off with FlyQuest versus Cloud9. We'll talk about that in just a bit. We follow that game, though, with 100 Thieves up against that Dignitas lineup, so what a first run it is for those couple of players stepping on the LCS stage.
Good luck.
And then Team Liquid Honda versus TSM, similar situation.
Fudge is casting that one.
Yeah, Fudge is casting it.
There you go.
First look at Solo against a very strong team, and Bwipo up there in the top lane, Golden Guardians, CLG, and we close things out with Immortals Progressive versus Evil Geniuses, and that will be the game where I live up to the bet that Jat and I made.
We have so many props.
Week.
We have so many.
We have a lot of things. There's a lot of things.
There's
Don't
a kiddie pool
it.
which holds the garbage can, which will be the ice bath.
I was seeing it on the
They bought a
side.
50-pound bag of ice.
Yeah.
Woo! I was like, do y'all know how ice and water works? You don't need 50 pounds to get that stuff that cold.
Who said water?
I don't know. Who said water? Oh my goodness. I made sure to hit the gym extra hard this week. So I'm like, this is gonna be, I was like, if I'm gonna have to do this,
svelte.
I'm gonna get something, I'm gonna get some medical benefit out of it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm gonna suffer a little bit,
We need to switch it up, boiling water.
ultimately be for recovery.
You're just trying to kill him?
We're trying to cook him.
Raz is trying to start a fire around the garbage
doesn't
can.
understand what a prank is. Like, it takes every prank a little too
It'd be
far.
hilarious. What if we just beat up
We just light him on fire.
Raz, that's not funny. What are you talking about?
Set his pants aflame. See what happens.
We have the fire extinguisher out there
Lordy.
somewhere.
All right, that's going to be the end of Waiting Room. Azale, I got to let you go.
Thank you.
Get prepped for the day. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for kicking Jats behind in that dueling
there you
draft
go.
top of the day. And as he goes, and as we've been doing all year long, casters have had the opportunity to bring pros into work. And this week it was my turn to bring my bestie to the office. Check it out.
Olive! What's up, dude? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So happy you could make it. So listen, we only have one day together. We gotta move fast. I have a heck of a lot planned. The good news is I wrote it all down. So, 9 a.m., yoga. Okay?
Dash
What do you think?
is
You with me still?
intense. I think he means well, but I don't know what the I got myself into.
Work is done. And so I set you up with a desk. I just figured if you had any work to do, I get you a comfortable setup.
This looks like my desk from home.
Oh, I know. You're a light sleeper. All right. Now it's time for a quick survey.
How long is this gonna take?
It'll take about 3 hours.
What?
Okay, question number 1. How much money do you make after taxes?
Yeah, I mean, Blaze Olive and I, we've hung around each other for years, right? But it's not every day that you get to just get that kind of intense one-on-one interaction with somebody. And then, like, to become best friends? That's pretty cool.
When did you hit puberty? If you could only save 3/4 of me, which 3/4 would it be? All right, lunchtime. Wasn't sure if you liked crust or without, so I made tuna sandwiches, one with, one without. Whichever one you don't eat, I will. Out of 10, how much do you like me? And feel free to go over 10. Selfie time! Those are perfect! What's your favorite kind of olive?
I don't like olives.
Cool, so I thought it'd be fun to wrap things up by recapping our day as best friends. Forever, right? Because that's what we are. Okay, let's get into it. So obviously we gotta start here. Lunch, it was bright and sunny and I made sandwiches.
Who took these photos? We were alone.
Okay, Olive. Asking questions in the middle of a presentation, quite rude, especially when your question might get answered throughout the course of the rest of the slides, which brings me to this moment, my favorite moment of the day, the moment we became best friends. And then this is us recapping all the fun that we had that day. Isn't that cool?
That was now. How are you doing this?
Oh yeah, I mean, Blaze Olive's, he's gotta be somewhere around here, right? But I tell you this much, we are having a really great day. I think I am absolutely...
You've been served.
Quick question. Does anybody know how many feet it is from the analyst desk to the stage?
Owls moving.
Hello and welcome back to Star Guardian Saturday, where it is officially 502 feet from the analyst desk to the stage. So I'm in the clear. 502.
I thought you guys were friends.
What? Am I about to get delivered another folder? What's going on?
I think so.
Big building.
Welcome back to the LCS. Emily's hopped back in to help us preview the rest of the day, particularly that game 1, FlyQuest versus Cloud9. It's a big matchup for both of these teams, you know, just outside that kind of top 2 position, looking to battle it in and just create separation between all of the teams that are, you know, somewhere or somewhat equivalent to in the standings.
Absolutely. And when I think about these two teams, so much of it comes down to expectations. So much so that I have... This is the best way to explain it. Okay. So let's just say, like, a 10 is up here.
All right.
And like a 0 is down here somewhere.
Perfect.
Got it.
An excellent circle.
I already hate
so
this.
at the start of the year, let's just say you expected there wasn't that much hype for FlyQuest. So you expected them to be like there, right?
Okay.
And with like Fudge and Jensen, Fudge being top, Jensen mid, Blast, 2-time MVP, you're expecting C9 to be like here, right?
Okay.
However, I would say C9 is performed probably like that.
There we go.
Which feels pretty bad because there's that distance.
Yeah, that's how graphs work.
The width.
But FlyQuest feels really good because they're like they're kind of up there.
I see
Yeah.
where
Right?
this is going.
Right.
So that's like
right,
the
right,
upward
right.
distance.
It's a bit
I see
thicker.
that.
Yeah.
I see that.
But when they're playing against each other, you have all these warm, fuzzy feelings with FlyQuest and maybe these negative feelings with Cloud9.
Ooh.
But if you draw the straight line between the
Yep.
two,
Here it goes.
Oh.
this is what we call an even line.
No!
Oh my God. Well, that is not what we call.
Oh, what's happening?
That's an A. Did you just write even with
What
an
on
A?
earth
That's
is
Evan.
going on?
That is not an Evan line.
It's an Evan line.
Evan, come get your line.
How are you doing, Evan?
Oh, Lordy.
So there's just a big line, but it's so really
Right.
like it. I heard some people saying last week, like, oh yeah, based on what we've seen, FlyQuest is just better than Cloud9. Maybe. Like, they're definitely much better than we expected them to be, and Cloud9 is worse than they expected them to be. But I think Cloud9, anyone can win.
Raz, what's your gut? Is one of those two teams better than the other there? You know? I mean,
My gut is hard.
because Jet had him on an Evan line.
True, you can't.
And so I don't really know how to
you can't
evaluate.
disagree with Evan.
Right?
Reliable
Evan
source.
knows his lines.
He does. And so, like, for me, it's really tough. And I think the reason for it, going into specifically FlyQuest, because naturally I would favor, right now, current form, FlyQuest a little more because they just actually beat C9 in the first round robin at the tail end of it. And they were doing that consistently to other teams. It felt like FlyQuest was just they already had a strong team fighting identity since last split. I think they were really strong in being able to have a strong enough draft to favor Takui and Jose Diodo specifically, and their team fighting late game was strong. Now they just have a good early game. So they're really just filling in a lot of the holes.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we talk about consistency all the time with FlyQuest, right? In terms of, and I think that ties into the expectations thing where we're like, our expectations are slightly lower, and we're always like, okay, when's the other shoe gonna drop? I think with FlyQuest, though, in terms of consistency, even though we harp on them all the time for not being consistent, as we've also harped on C9 for not being consistent as the roster's kind of coming together, I think they've been a lot more consistent in terms of like eye test gameplay outside of that one abominable game against GSM. So I think like if you look at some of their early gameplays, if you look at their setups, if you look at their drafting, you can find bits of consistency in there. In particular, we've talked about it so much. Takui is performing really well, and Jose Diodo, I keep bringing him up in a lot of our most improved discussions because I do think his understanding of the game and his communications with his lanes has just improved exponentially since last year.
I mean, deservedly so, bringing up Jose Diodo and Takui as well, top performer for the squad. Speaking of the man himself, let's get a word from him on improvements that he's made since the LFL.
Yeah, I think I improved a lot compared to LFL. Like when I watch my LFL VODs, I just know that I just know that I improved a lot. You know, there are a lot of plays that now I see that before I just wouldn't see. My games would be really passive. I would see less opportunities. So yeah, I really learned a lot, and I think it's thanks to our amazing coaching staff. We have our assistant coach, which is like specialized in mid-top, helped me a lot. Flum is really helpful too. Yeah, that's just, I'm just happy.
I mean, this guy has blossomed pretty spectacularly throughout the whole year of 2022, I feel like, for this FlyQuest squad. And it's made me a fast fan, to say the least, both in watching him succeed, but also every time that guy's on camera, I got a smile on my face.
Yeah, and just hearing about how he felt like he developed as a player. I remember hearing that him coming to FlyQuest, a lot of that was based off the faith of he would be allowed to develop as a player. And so he comes in and he starts talking about the system around him, the help from the player specifically, the assistant coach, or at least the coaching staff that specializes in mid-top. Like, and you can feel that it is helping. He is just dominating the Rift. And I would say it's much better than how I felt he performed in Spring. Now in Spring, he was an all-pro, second team.
Exactly.
So he was already pretty damn good. and especially off of last week where his Talia play was incredible. I don't even know where the limit for him is.
it's interesting talking to the other FlyQuest members, in particular Afro, because I talked to him at the beginning of the year and then more recently on stage last week. And he kept harping at the beginning of the year on how we have like good players.
Yeah.
We just need time for them to like grow and develop. And Takui was one of the ones he cited as like, this kid has so much talent, like so much talent. And it's just a matter of learning a little bit more beyond what his lane looks like in terms of the rest of the map. And I think his understanding of side lane pressure and the way he works with Jose Deodo similarly has really, really improved.
Yeah, and he reminds me a lot of, at least his introduction to the league, a little bit of like Jensen, when Jensen first came into the league, and the support around him on Cloud9 was there. The team was really circulating around him. You had literally wards on both sides of his lanes at all time.
Yeah.
People were playing through Jensen. He was allowed to basically be the player that he wanted to be, and it felt like this is what's happening to Takui on FlyQuest. So getting to watch this game, them go up against each other, is actually really fun to see.
Yeah, I mean, both of them actually had big-time Talia performances last week. Jensen also had a solid Orianna game, and it answered our question, like, when are we actually seeing Jensen play Orianna? His best champion. C9 means business when Jensen is playing control mages. And mid lane was actually very impactful last week, and it's a very important piece of both of these teams. But I really do love the comparison between these two players, where both of them had enormous talent, which was displayed before they made it to the LCS. Takui with an LFL MVP, Jensen being this like solo queue god who had controversial DDoSing allegations and permanent bans from the incarnation days. But it does take more than a couple weeks to really start seeing the talent. So Takui's here in like month 7, Jensen is in year 7, and I think we saw more of the classic Jensen last week than we had previously in the Summer Split.
Think he's turning a corner?
He's turning it back on.
It's happening.
Especially with the mid lane pool opening up a bit finally on this most recent patch. And like for people that don't know, the Player of the Week ratings were really, really close. It came down to that final game, and it was between Takui and Jensen seeing who was going to perform it because Takui was in the final match. So I want to throw that out there too, because like Jat said, like they both had really, really strong performances for their team last week.
Kind of helping, like adding to the point as well, where, you know, Abadaga was in that list, and it feels like the reason for, all mids. The mid lane pool, because of the new additions to champions, like goodbye Corki, thankfully. That just means there's a lot more player expression involved when it comes to champs like Silas, Talia that are seeing higher play rates. Orianna is another one I know that Jensen will go to. He was just playing well because that's his, you know, preference in a way. But like, okay, they're having a lot of fun on stage. But the point being, the mid lane pool right now is great for mid laners that want to be able to get out of lane and impact the map meaningfully.
So I want to attempt to use Jat's expectation versus reality construct. I'm wondering if we can maybe pull it back up.
I'll do it quick.
But basically what I'd like to do is now use it to talk about the expectation versus the reality of today.
Okay.
So let's we're going to do predictions, but also talk about what our expectation versus reality is. So I'm going to start with Emily. If they're able to get it up, they're able to get it up. If not, we'll just have the conversation.
Honestly, slow it down. Don't just let them.
Yes,
okay, they brought it right back up.
All one this time.
So first, let's get us back to an Evan line.
Okay.
First, give us our Evan line.
Give us
the Evan line, right? Okay. So the Evan line, this is where we agree both teams actually are, is essentially what we had said, right? That was the thesis, is that they are Evan. Okay.
Wow.
I want to know, is Cloud9 today going to elevate from Evan and back towards the expectation?
Okay.
Is FlyQuest going to do the same thing? Like, where's the movement of today going to be? Because somebody's got to win.
The expectation line was like,
whoa!
Remind me to
cross it off the list.
No expectations allowed.
It actually let me click remind me tomorrow.
It did. So let's hope that was the right choice, by the way.
Yeah, so it's like,
Ooh, I like this already. We're back.
There we go.
Whoa!
So you say they're tanking and they're back.
What's happening to FlyQuest, Jet?
We have the Evan line.
The Evan line.
I'm not going to say Evan. That broke it. So yeah, these are the expectations for both teams.
Okay.
And now, and then like,
in the blue
this
line.
is kind of how they've been performing.
Right.
Okay.
But
So
then
where will the teams
where are
be
they going
today?
to perform today?
Yes, that's what I want to know.
In relation to the Evan line.
In relation, don't do it again.
He's doing it again.
It's gonna break the telestrator again.
The Evan line. Yes. in
Okay, we
relation-
got it.
So
This
I
is
want
your best
everybody
one
to
yet.
tell me where they believe these two teams will perform in relation to the Evan line, and that will bring us to our prediction.
Predictions. Let's.
So I said C9. I think this is a coin toss, to be honest, because it's a best of one. I've seen really phenomenal individual performances out of C9 members, and I think the thing that has to happen for the team is that they bring it all together, right? And so I think that will happen in this game against
All right.
FlyQuest.
So give me raise like a yellow line or some kind of line over there by like an inch, right? So Emily just boosted the Cloud9 squad by an inch there over the Evan line.
I can barely see that. I don't know if it's just
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm
all
gonna
right.
cheat a little bit.
Raz,
Can I
talk to
cheat
me
a little
about
bit? Am I allowed to cheat?
Yeah,
Professor.
I mean,
Go for it.
ahead
You're the
and
professor.
try.
You
Let's
look like it.
Let's see what happens.
You look like the professor.
Let's see
Okay.
if I catch you cheating.
So, end of pre-split, I said Cloud9 would be, or at least I expected them to be a champion team, a contender.
Okay.
I said they would be a champion.
Yep.
Right now, I have FlyQuest winning.
You have got FlyQuest winning.
So if you want to say that's hedging my bets, fine. But I think C9 is not there yet. They will get there. They will have a boatload of games when it comes to playoffs and when they're near it. But at the moment, FlyQuest are a more consistent team. And also just the early game just feels a lot better and a lot more transferable from their previous game.
Now, so is that you saying that FlyQuest is better than the Evan line, or that that C9 is worse than the Evan line?
I think
Because
C9
is worse.
They're a little worse than the Evan line.
Okay, so he's actually trying to claim that it's a Cloud9, lack of performance or measuring up to the Evan line. So then, Jack, what are you thinking? Because right now they're kind of counterbalancing each other.
Yeah, I'm a positive guy. I think.
Sure. I've always said that about you too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Positive.
Usually when people ask me about that,
I think FlyQuest. So I think they're going to continue to elevate. They're like a little above the Evan line, but I think Cloud9 is close. I think they're going to continue to move up. And which is why I'm predicting Cloud9.
All right,
Okay.
so we got a little bit of waiting over there towards Cloud9. The Evan line will tilt in their favor.
If someone is just looking at this screenshot,
It
they're
makes
just
no
like,
sense.
what on earth
All
is
of the
going
color,
on?
like what was the color choices here? For certain things? We got green and blue on both sides.
Red.
I don't understand. We're gonna have a conversation about this later, but for now we're heading out to the arena. FlyQuest has a few words though before we get there for their CEO turned competitor, Trisha. Take a look.
A little spice from the nice guys at the LCS.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was thinking this is getting a little too friendly. Come on,
Yeah,
FlyQuest.
that's why I was waiting for the punch.
And then bam!
Boom, they got him with a good one. I like that. Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers. That is Mr. Azale. I do
What up,
believe
man?
the superior drafter
Thank you,
in
thank
our
you.
Star Guardian show draft. I don't know what the hell John is supposed to do into a collie other than provide just like absolute food delivery on demand. But hey, maybe they'll end up working that out. But we've got ourselves FlyQuest versus Cloud9 starting off here today. I am excited for this matchup precisely for what the desk was trying to talk about with that wacky line and whatever.
With Evan's line.
Yeah, Evan's line. You know what? That sounds like the name of like a Hallmark Channel original movie. This summer, one man will be truly tested.
Evan's line.
Evan's line, rated R. So now we'll see who truly is closer to that line and if FlyQuest can take the win over Cloud9, who has historically been one of those top teams. FlyQuest always in sort of that underdog spot, but hey, they're looking ferocious now.
Absolutely, and while FlyQuest did have a nice little burn on C9, being down in 5th place currently, they're 6-2 since they've had their intended roster, right? They did start Super Week with the Academy bot lane, and they went 0-3 there. So if you want to talk about performance levels with their intended starting lineup, they have been doing a lot better than their record suggests. They've had a lot of very close games, though, I will say. A lot of kind of almost losses, but they're able to pull it out in the end. They've had some really good individual performances, people stepping up. Last week, a lot of it was about Jensen. His Taliyah game was incredible. The desk was talking about how it was kind of between Jensen and Takui to see who would actually win Player of the Week. Takui edging him out in the end, but this is going to be a really fun one to see if Cloud9 is still kind of on that upward trajectory, up and to the right, making those improvements, and if FlyQuest can challenge them regardless, because FlyQuest right now, I mean, they're tied for third. They're tied with TL, and no one would have been thinking that, I think, coming into the split.
FlyQuest has been having a good time so far, and with Callista, Yuumi, Gangplank, Seraphine, Ari, and Viego banned away, it's a very fast first pick Taliyah here for the side of FlyQuest.
And I really like it because it's actually a contested pick here between these two mid laners that I was just talking about. Both of them had an incredible game on it last week. They both have currently like an infinite KDA. None of them have actually died on it. You know, Jensen absolutely carried a game on it. Takui absolutely carried a game on it. So it's going to be interesting to see if it is in fact going to mid lane or if it is going to be swapped over to Jose Diodo. Of course, people can play at jungle, but it is mostly mid these days. Zeri available is grabbed up there by Berserker, one of his most popular champions. The most common pairing, Yuumi, has been banned away. So they don't necessarily have to grab, you know, their support right here, but they could go in Enchanter support like Lulu if they wanted. Sven has been playing that quite a lot.
Or could just go with the Nautilus, get some engage. It's one of those things that Taliyah does not like to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Although she's very good at staying at range, she has some ability to punish you if you do get close. Those engages, she gets grabbed, she's done.
Absolutely, it is really, really scary, but at the same time, you know, that workaround, the E throwing that out, you can actually stun the Nautilus on his hook, stun the Zeri on her dash, so it is one of the reasons that it's so popular in this current meta is that you can actually shut down a lot of this. Poppy as well. I mean, the 1-2 of Poppy and Taliyah is just so anti-dash, and all the champions in the meta right now are these dash champs that are very, very heavily punished by this. Even bringing out Sivir, which I still think we've only seen maybe like once or twice. I can remember the Luger game, him bringing that out for CLG. I can't really remember off the top of my head another Sivir game this split in the LCS. So this is the updated Sivir. Does have incredible scaling, you know, more mana issues, of course, now as the spell shield gives you health back instead of mana. But, you know, you aren't going that old style lethality build anymore. It's much more about the crit because the crit scaling is amping the damage on your boomerang blade. Your W, you know, the ricochet can actually bounce multiple times the same champion, which makes you really, really deadly in those team fights. And the cast speed also goes down on your Q. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, in the late game, you're just firing out spells. It's not even overlapping, you know, with your attacks and kind of cutting off those animations. So the amount of damage you can put out late game is incredible. It also sets up for a potential split push pick in top lane if Philip wants to play that, because the wave clear from Sivir is amazing.
Plus, when you're up against a melee support and an AD carry that's going to be like getting sort of close to you, diving around using that movement speed like Zeri, that's going to feel good, right? You're not up against anything that's super long range so far, where Sivir would typically have those situations where it's more dangerous to get close.
Absolutely. Plus, one of the easiest things to react to is the Nautilus ultimate. You're going to spell shield that 10 times out of 10, right? That is so free to spell shield on Sivir. Now, C9, though, banning away some of the common engaged support. They already have the Nautilus, so they're taking away the Leona and the Alistar, expecting that FlyQuest does need some form of hard engage. And generally, these days, teams are not actually drafting hard engage in top lane, so you're expecting it to be support. There are still, of course, other options. You could go Rakan, you could go Rel, you can go, you know, a lot of different choices here for Afro, but the most common ones are kind of being taken off the table.
Well, C9 look like they're choosing between top laners here as this fourth pick. Okay, so it's going to be Gwen.
I'm actually really surprised that they're going top here instead of blinding jungle. So to me, that says you have a conditional jungle pick, right? Like there's no reason to actually blind top lane on 4 when you're on red side, unless Blabber is saying, okay, if they do X or Y, I'm gonna have a surprise pick that's gonna crush the game.
Exactly, right?
Like I'm gonna go fiddle if they go X, right? So one thing I will say though is they have double AP soul laner, so we are kind of looking for an AD jungler, and in that case, I'm not really sure like what the big surprise is going to be. Will be Jax as the answer. This is a scaling counter pick. It's not something that's going to slam the Gwen early on, but you do outscale the Gwen heavily in the 1v1. The mist doesn't really do anything for you because Jax is up in your face inside that with the counter strike, looking to blast you. Taric would be interesting as a support here. Not something we've seen a lot of, and Taric is going to get locked in. So this is a lot of team fight power. And you drop the ulti, you attach to the Poppy or the Jax with your Bastion, use the Dazzle Stun off of them to really kind of be your pseudo engage.
I mean, if you have a team fight that has Tarek in it, his ultimate takes over a team fight, right? It makes everything very difficult. And then you also have Jax that you're betting on for scaling for this side lane. FlyQuest seems like they are going to have the power of that scaling as the game goes forward with those two champions here.
And this is going to be really exciting. The first Olaf of the year, or of the split, I should say, for Blabber. Olaf had been, after the mini rework, very much so a top laner. It got a number of top lane nerfs. It's got some jungle buffs now, so now it is a viable jungler. And this is, I would say, Blabber's probably his best champion historically in the LCS. He has an almost 83% win rate, 17 games played, a 7.4 KDA across his career. Blabber is known for running over games on this. And it's going to be a really interesting one because you can just pop the ulti, fly in there with the support of the Orianna, really looks to get aggressive onto some of these squishy champions. Sivir, Talia could struggle to really kite out this Olaf, so we'll see if Blabber can get ahead of the pace of the game, because if not, it is very dangerous charging forward as this kind of solo Viking into the Talia, into the Sivir, because you could get roasted as you're walking in.
And one of the reasons Blabber has been so successful on this champion in the past, it lets him play aggressively. It lets him be the hero of Cloud9. Poppy's not able to stop Olaf with steadfast presence. Olaf is one of those champions in the game that cannot dash. He doesn't care. He's just gonna run him down, or at least that's what they hope. FlyQuest and C9, let's do it. On to Summoner's Rift as our mid laners come face to face. Lots of eyes here on this matchup. Isaac, both of these guys have the power to put the game in their team's hands.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really exciting one. As I said, incredible Talia games from both these players last week. But Takui gets it this time around. When you think of Jensen, I talked about historically, what would you say, Blabber's best champ is? Most people will point to the Olaf. For Jensen, it's pretty much guaranteed to be his Orianna. 84 games played, 72.6% win rate. That is absurd. This guy has always delivered on it, and he's been one of those rare players that doesn't seem to need the setup to land those shockwaves. He always seems to find the angle to really deliver with that. He's such a beast in the team fights on it. So it's going to be exciting to see how he can perform here. He is playing Flash Ghost, so it is not DP. It is much more about the movement spells here, about being able to kind of weave in and out. And against these melee champions, it is really important to have that move speed advantage.
And as the minions are about to collide, let's hear what Takui has to say about his opponents for today's game.
Honestly, I feel like C9 has not arrived to their final form yet. I see a lot of mistakes that I think those players should be able to clear, because they have a lot of experienced players, So yeah, I'd say now they are not really, really scary, but maybe they will be later on.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's the same read that most people do have on this. You can see Philip is actually trying to zone Fudge off experience. If we could click on Fudge, we can see if he actually did get XP for those waves. But I think at least he might have missed one of the melee minions. So that's why Philip is playing so far past the wave. Interesting to see, though, Philip never uses Counter-Strike. Just now is he using it. Does get a nice little trade there. I'm going to go right back in with the fast 2. Nice. So Fudge now chunked very, very low here. Does have one potion running, has one more to his name. I'm not sure if he's playing Biscuits. I don't think that he is.
Ooh, good trade there, bottom lane too. FlyQuest getting advantages in both top and bottom lane by hitting that level 2 spike earlier and hitting it in a spot where they're able to use it, right? Like their opponents are not already so far back that they can disengage that advantage. Good stuff from both Philip and Afromu there in the bottom lane setting up the start.
Absolutely, you land that dazzle. He does have Glacial Augment. Oh, too far there from Philip. Gonna take a power shot. That's a rough one, because now he's throwing away his trading advantage.
Ruins the whole thing.
Jose is moving up, but now you just got to reset the wave, because look how low Philip is. Jose is going to be spotted. Blabber's in the area. I don't think that they can go for this dive whatsoever. No. And Fudge is going to try to hold the wave. He just has to walk forward into the brush now, and he's actually going to have, I think the back range minions there won't actually crash. So it will be like a little mini freeze. If Fudge wants it, he could actually base and come back. Philip will be forced to TP to try to fix this wave. So, Philip had been laning well, but you take that tower shot, you lose the HP advantage, and yeah, now he has to TP right back in, try to push up, fix his wave, and he is going to be in a worse situation because of it. You can see all 3 melee minions from that Cloud9 wave got denied, so Philip is missing out on all that gold, all that experience off of one little mistake.
And that's League of Legends, man. Sometimes the smallest mistakes can have the biggest impacts. Even if he had that really nice trading pattern early, that one turret shot sort of screwing everything up there means that Fudge is feeling fine here in the top lane, 19-11 there in terms of farm. Blabber, knowing that Jose Dioto was on the top side of the map, goes into the bottom side jungle of FlyQuest.
And one of the biggest deals, too, is that, he had to spend his TP on a recall that was a terrible buy, right? Like, he went back to base and got a refill and a pink ward. He wasn't able to actually stay around long enough. Poppy up here on the top side. Fudge does have the read, so is going to be able to back off. But this is annoying for Fudge because now, see how the wave got stacked? So Philip walks through the tower, stacks the wave, so that will push away from Fudge. That does mean that a lot of these minions are going to be denied. So now Fudge is in that same situation where he has to actually TP back and fix the wave. Did get a little bit of a better buy, of course. Got the Amp Dome plus the refill and the pink ward that Philip did get. And he'll be able to shove this out, fix that wave. Won't be too big of a deal. And Philip, unfortunately, goes back to base. Still has no buy. So a little bit of an awkward situation here early on. But still, in this matchup, you are more playing for the long game. You're playing to outscale, looking towards multiple items. If you really want to build for that 1v1, you can even go things like Wit's End, which are super, super effective. You're not only against Fudge, but Jensen's in there too. And Zeri even has quite a bit of magic damage, so like I think Wit's End is actually a very good buy there for Philip this game, but we'll see if he wants to go it because a lot of people do just like to rush straight towards their Mythic or Blade of the Rune King these days. If you go Bork first, then you don't really want to go Wit's End second, you don't want to play your Mythic third, so I'm kind of expecting it to either just be like a Triforce Rush or a Bork and a Triforce Rush.
And as we have a little bit of vision placed down here in the topside jungle by Fudge, who's using the opportunity of that crashed wave to try to keep an eye on the enemy jungler, Jose Dioto will be heading into his topside jungle now, only just now clearing that blue buff away, so a bit of a delayed take here in the jungle.
But I mean, look at the farm between these two junglers, right? Look at the gold advantage. No one has died yet, and Cena are up 800, well, it was, 700 something. Now it's actually cutting away. But still a good 500-600 gold at this point in time with more minions left for them to farm. Nice little trade there from Takui onto Jensen.
Stuff there.
But most of it is really just on Blabber, right? Blabber is actually up 3+ camps and took the dragon. So, Poppy was more hovering around topside. Jose pathed top twice to try to look for dive angles. Didn't get anything from it. As a result, Blabber is just going to be way ahead of the curve of the game.
Jensen stepping up here as Takui does not find the seismic shove onto him. And I mean, when Olaf has been popular and has been meta in the jungle before, his clear speeds have always been incredible. And that's what you want to see these experienced Olaf players like Blabber doing, is knowing exactly how much they can power farm and take the advantage of that. As Philip smacks Fudge around a little bit here in the top side. Blabber's coming around mid lane.
They're going to try to dive top, though. That's the more important thing here, is they're actually going to look to dive.
Fudge is trying to get away. He does not have any mist to protect him. There's your steadfast presence. Nicely done from Jose Dioto. And first blood goes over to Philip.
That is massive. The third trip towards top lane there from Jose pays dividends big time. Jensen on the roam up towards top. We'll see what he can find here.
Oh, a nice flash stun into the wall comes out from Jose Dioto. And now Philip's able to pursue him. Flashing over the wall. One more leap strike will be enough. Jensen gives him a freebie, and it's Jose Dioto delivering the punish. Now Blabber trying to see if he can pick somebody else up here. Sven's made the rotation as well. Jose Dioto and Philip trying to get away from this. Blabber coming in, can't be disabled, but there comes the Jax counterstrike. Not enough just yet. Takui jumps in. Takui's got no mana, but Blabber's got no life. Takui with a seismic shove to throw Sven back away, and he tries to get out, staying close to the terrain, flashing out of the way, and the dredge line can't lollipop to hit him.
Man, it's getting spicy in the top lane. Fudge, early laning was going well for him, but now it is a disaster when he gets zoned off that wave. You can see he was trying to fight heavily for the wave to actually hit 6 to try to be able to clear that out with the needlework. Did not get 6 prior to the dive coming through, though, so he's forced to run, and it was on a double, if not triple stacked wave, so he lost all that experience. Jax gets not only the first blood, but gets a double kill, and now Jax is so far ahead of this Gwen in a matchup that outscales. It is absolutely brutal to play from here for Fudge, so you're going to have to be depending on the rest of your team to really try to carry this one. And bad goes the worst because Sven, he did make a great roam up towards top, but Sven was the one who got the shutdown kill. So you can see Fudge, he's trying to fight for the wave because he knows a dive could be coming. They know his Krugs are respawned, Jose could be there, but having used the Shroud here early, realizing, okay, I actually can't get to 6, Jose just comes straight in, tackles him right against the wall, gets the stun, phase rush proc, so he's just utilizing the Q to keep him slowed, staying up ahead of him. Nice timing there on the Poppy W, stuns him up on the dash, and then up comes Jensen here. Jensen was hoping to, I think, he honestly, he needed to just flash back to the tower, I think. I don't think he was expecting the flash poppy stun. And then from here, he's looking with the Ghost to try to shockwave him behind, but he didn't quite get the timing as Philip's Leap Strike comes back up, gets that kill. Then, of course, Blabber arriving, Sven arriving, as it was a bit of a chase down, but really unfortunate for C9 that Blabber didn't actually get the kill. You know, the shutdown gold goes to Sven, so no carries. Being able to actually get that gold here, and Takui just barely able to limp out of this one, trading flash for flash with Sven.
A nice job there on the seismic shove, and then as he flashes away, flashing in a straight line, just barely getting out of the maximum range of the dredge line. Had to have a little bit of sweat on his forehead after that one came out.
Look at the gold between Fudge and Philip. You see the FTX total gold. Fudge is down with the supports. Philip is on top of the game.
Philip's on top of the world, baby. Philip taking over the game right now, but it's C9 looking to take the Rift Herald. Sven's going to be eaten away from this one by Jose Dioto's ultimate. Rift Herald secured by C9 and by Blabber, who walks up. He's going to be slammed into the wall. They get the ultimate out. That's what they're going for here. Philip jumps in, but Jose Dioto's going to die. They just turn it around. FlyQuest is free food, and Cloud9 just won the game.
How many times have you seen Blabber do this on Olaf? The enemy team thinks they have him caught. They go in for Blabber, but Blabber knows the limits of his champion so damn well. Turns around on the Olaf, just straight up takes down Jose. The rest of the team pile in. We can watch this one more time. Jose's looking for the E here onto multiple members. Earlier on in the fight, he'd already knocked out Sven. Then lands a stun on Blabber. Blabber says, all right, I'm taking this fight. He doesn't flash, doesn't have a way out, gets the speed up and the shield there from Orianna, goes straight in, kills up Jose. Philip's looking in for the multi-man stun, just assuming that Blabber was dead, but Blabber comes back in, kills him off as well, does eventually fall, but then Fudge needlework through everybody on the team. Berserker's roasting him with the AoE. Jensen's in there with all his spells hitting multiple members. And what looked like it was going to be a dominant game here through the top side for FlyQuest all of a sudden is very heavily back in the favor of Cloud9.
That was absolutely awesome for C9, and now FlyQuest got to figure out what else they want to do. Jose Dioto
and that's
fighting
for
Fudge 1v1. Yeah, Fudge is not having a good game personally, but his team is doing great, helping him out here as they're coming up top, looking to make this happen again. Orianna ball goes over the wall. They don't want to let Fudge die here. Takui coming up now, trying to help out the rest of FlyQuest. C9 disengaging when they see that it's a fair fight because Fudge is already half dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, C9 does kind of push them out of there, but now Jensen and them have to walk back, and they don't have vision here. This is awkward. It's going to be a 3v2. Blabber now spotted.
Blabber goes in. He wants Takui. Talia can't.
He's got him!
That's what I'm talking about. Talia cannot escape. Once the Viking has found his way in, it is Ragnarok, baby! FlyQuest head for the hills, and Blabber is heading straight for the top of the scoreboard.
He's gonna kill him too!
Going underneath the turret for Jose, and Jensen gets paid.
Blabber is just going insane on the Olaf. Fifth pick, who cares about top lane? It's Blabber that is the counter here. Has the earlier Sunderer, has the Herald, full mid lane tower is gonna be going down here. Who gave Blabber Olaf? That's a good question. He's gonna get it this game. I don't think we're gonna see it on him for a while after this one is Cloud9. 5K up, 5K, 12 minutes in when they were down, what, 1.5K or something purely off of top lane? Like, this game looked like a go next, and now it is for the other team.
Yeah, I was not lying when I said C9 won that game at the Rift Herald. That is absolutely incredible stuff from C9 off the back of Blabber's Olaf. Let's see it here again. No hesitation, blood in his eyes, goes for Talia.
I mean, he just knows the limits of his champion so damn well. Takui thought, I have Ghost, I can kite this out. He had Spellbook over the Ghost, popped the Ghost immediately, but the axes connect. Blabber just has no hesitation. He knows the exact limits on this champion better than anybody. He's gonna go straight in for it, has Jensen behind him. And with Takui going down, they don't have the damage to actually get through this. Jose tries to look for the turnaround kill here, goes for the R tap, knocks him up, hits the Q, tackle comes through, and the tower shot, but not enough damage to get the kill. And now Blabber is gonna be playing in your face for the rest of the game. He's got the Mythic, got the Tabbies, and likely working towards like a Deadman's or something like that. He could go even more aggressive though if he wants.
And I love Sunderer here. because of the fact that this means there's nobody on the enemy team that is safe. If he can run down Sivir or Talia, we just saw he doesn't need any extra damage to do that. But if he is stuck fighting Poppy or Jax on the front line, he chews through them like bubblegum now too. There is nothing on FlyQuest that can survive the deluge of damage that is this Olaf.
And that is important because Fudge is not having a fun game. You know, I feel like we are just seeing this constantly. This top side of the map gets invaded. Phillips slow stacks the top wave right as it's coming to the tower. Jose is up there like clockwork every single time. And now they actually even move up their bot lane up towards top as well. They're trying to get Philip the solo gold on this turret here. They will do it.
Okay, but Fudge getting stunned to the wall. FlyQuest coming in trying to make a play here, but Fudge wants to return the favor. Pours some damage into him. The Taric ultimate is already out. C9, do they want to try to make anything else happen here? No, they don't. Don't have their AD carry. They got the ulti out of Afra move, so considering that's a pretty long cooldown early, they've got a couple of minutes where they don't have to be really afraid here. C9 does already have both of the early Drakes in this game as well. We've been having so much blood, we haven't had as much time to talk about it, but things are going wholeheartedly their way.
I mean, the discrepancies in these lanes are just actually crazy, right? Like, you're looking across the different carries. Yes, top lane is boom for Cloud9, but you look at the gold difference, you know, across mid, jungle, and bot. You know, it was like almost 2K up for a lot of these people. Like, Berserker is so farmed here.
I think any top laner in League of Legends will tell you, if one team's top laner is ahead and the other team's everyone else is ahead, you don't put any money on the top laner.
No.
Ever. It's not, that's not
Sorry,
the current,
Fudge, maybe next game, bud.
That's
like,
not the landscape of the current League of Legends game state. Fudge is just, hey, he gets to put up his feet, recline his chair, hop in the back of the car, and just go drive down Easy Street.
Exactly.
It's
perfect.
A good time.
It's prepping him for the cast later on.
Right,
you know?
yeah, we have Fudge later on today for game number 3, and that's going to be awesome because he'll be able to tell us about how he hard carried. He was tweeting.
We can see if he's mentally broken.
He said he's about to 1v9 LCS broadcast today, so he's putting all his eggs in that basket. He's just chilling in the game here.
Yeah.
He's having a good time, man. Now, Blabber's the one having the best time. Blabber's the one who's just absolutely going to town in this game. Philip coming in from the side. They look for Jensen. They're putting the CC together and going after him. The Cloud9 mid laner just goes boom. But now Blabber's looking to get something back. He flashes in, but he can't do it. He's run out of the Ragnarok, and FlyQuest have found some crucial kills.
Yeah, that is huge. FlyQuest is group 5. Walk over, look to take a fight here. Jensen and Blabber, they are confident in any 2v2. They're probably confident in any 2v3 even.
2v4 though?
2v4, 2v5, they do not have it. But they were not expecting everyone to show up like this for the scrap. And now FlyQuest getting some room back in this game here, starting up the Herald. 3 members of Cloud9 though in the area. Look at Philip though, he's coming out on the map looking for a flank angle here. I don't think Cloud9 can actually try to challenge.
Now, the important thing here is, yes, this is awesome for FlyQuest. They desperately needed those kills. They desperately needed that Herald and the objective bounty with it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. They've got a long way to go. It's still a 4,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. They are still very far behind, and they still cannot afford any more egregious mistakes with Blabber's Olaf nearby. It was a very nice play there. It was overconfidence from C9, but FlyQuest is going to need probably 2 or 3 more of those to get it back to even.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a tough road back for sure. They do have some really good scaling, though, and Taric is an awesome answer to the Olaf because it's so telegraphed. This guy doesn't do anything tricky, right? He pops his ult. When he pops his ult, he's going to run at you, right? So, you know, if you can survive those few moments until the Taric ult does come down, there's not really like a fallback plan for Blabber. Like, he's got to go in and he's got to kill you off. So, you know, you're either trying to look to burst prior to that Taric ult landing, or you're trying to, you know, force out the Taric ult without fully committing as the Olaf and then have it for afterwards. So we'll see if they can handle it. But again, Fudge up here alone on that top lane, just playing very respectfully. Has honestly done a good job to only die once this game. Like, they've been up there so much. Jose has made like 5, 6, 7 trips up towards top lane in that Krugs area. He knows his team is getting stuff on the other side of the map, so no need to go crazy. And they are already at 3 dragons. This is one of the powerful things about Olaf. One of the best at actually soloing up these early objectives. Takes it down very quickly, so they're on pace for about a 22, 23-minute soul here, and that's going to be where FlyQuest has to be ready to fight.
And not just a soul, Hextech soul. This is not a Cloud Dragon map. This is not an Ocean map where you have mostly squishy champions. Hextech soul is so scary. Even the individual Hextech Drakes giving attack speed and ability haste, those are desirable stats for every single champion in the game. This is a very, very intimidating position to be playing from for FlyQuest. They got about 4 minutes and 20 seconds of breathing room.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and they're just going to have to hope. Basically, your best shot as FlyQuest is that you hit 2 items and Cloud9 has not hit 3 items, right? Because that's what C9 is actually looking towards. You can see, I mean, Johnson is an entire item behind Berserker right now, right? You know, the BF sword is basically equal to the Zeal or thereabouts. And then you're looking at a PD on top for Berserker, so he's massively ahead. You know, same deal in mid lane. It's another full item there. You know, this is kind of the problem that they're facing, so they have to hope that Cloud9 does not hit their 3rd item, that they can hit their 2nd, and that they can be within striking distance if they really execute well on a fight.
Well, that gold lead is currently about 4.8, 4.9 thousand, so we'll keep our eyes on it, where it goes relative to that as we get closer to the Drakes. Remember that we still have the Eye of the Herald in the inventory of Hosediodo. It is running out of time. It will not last long enough to be deployed during that dragon spawning, so they can't wait and try to go for that sort of an angle. Where do you want to see him use it here? Because objective bounties are available. I want to see FlyQuest get something with this eye if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would have said just drop it wherever Philip is, right? Try to get more gold on the Jax. I think he's your best hope in this game. If Philip can kill someone in the side lane, that buys you time. That actually opens up the map a lot. They are heading down towards that, so I would say play through your Jax. That is your strong point on the map right now. If they can get Philip to a point where he can really take over, that would be very, very big for them. And they're just going to send 5 bot, but this has been spotted. The sweeper is actually going to see the pink ward, but there was that one ward in that side brush that it's not actually going to spot. You know, this ward right here, FlyQuest did walk by, so now Fudge knows, okay, I can safely shove out top. Berserker pushes out mid. They are going to drop the Herald here, but it's just going to be for the charge and not actually going to try to stay around and cash out on the tower.
Yep, Jensen and Sven both down here to protect this one. There comes your charge. Not quite enough to take the turret down, so no objective bounty money coming back in. The gold lead a little bit higher than it was a minute ago here for the side of C9 as they'll continue maintaining control over this bottom of the map area. You can see the vision game right now. All the wards from FlyQuest are placed down on their own half of the map. They are very much in full defense mode right now. They know how dire this game state is, and they can't be making unnecessary risks.
So Philip does have the wit's end now. He did a little bit of a different build than I've been seeing, you know, obviously going for Sunderer. Sunderer's always really popular in pro because it's just kind of slightly more tanky. I have been seeing a lot more Triforce these days in solo queue. Triforce is getting a lot more popular. It's kind of higher DPS option. But Sunderer, Wit's End, really strong 2 items here against Fudge, against Jensen, really against the whole squad. And as you start to hit, you know, 13, you have max out on the Leaf Strike, so the cooldown becomes very low there on your Q, on your E. And that's when you can actually start team fighting more, once you have levels, right? Once the cooldown is low. Because early on in the game, it's like you Leaf Strike in, use your Counter Strike, they get away, you have nothing else to really be able to follow up. But once you have some CDR, once you have those levels, it becomes much easier to constantly be leap striking forward and actually sticking to some of these hard to get to targets.
I mean, that's one of the reasons behind Jax's incredible scaling capabilities, right? It's the fact that all 3 of his spells really just feel so good with lower cooldown, but they all start out with not that great cooldown. I mean, W is pretty much half a spell with at level 1. Like, you get 30 extra damage on your stupid bonk and an auto attack reset. Like, that's junk. But once it's level 5, it's so scary. It adds so much DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that obviously the passive autos as well, right? All kind of in there. Again, back up towards top side. Anytime there's a wave that's going to be crashing, FlyQuest sends it up towards top, looking to zone Fudge off his tower. We'll see if they want to commit to the turret itself. There's only 50 seconds until Soul. Maybe FlyQuest is going to try to actually get something here and give it up. Oh, no.
Oh, they go in for Fudge, but it doesn't turn into a whole lot just yet. FlyQuest, this one's not going where they want it to go. Afro move bringing down the ulti, but FlyQuest are still in a bit of a tough spot. C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Blabber stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally going to drop. FlyQuest get 2! FlyQuest
oh, here comes
2!
Berserker!
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Penta angle!
Berserker is killing everyone!
There it is!
Berserker gets the Penta!
Berserker popping off! You could see it happening! He saw the angle. Tarek ultimate expires. He had held his ulti the whole time there. Pops it up. He's shredding through FlyQuest. Cloud9 knocks him down. They're going to get the soul as well here. Berserker going off in that fight.
Pentakill, Hex, Soul demands counting straight to victory. Let's see it again.
They try to pull off the dodge here, but the Counter-Strike expired before the flash there from Philip. The misexecution means Fudge just walks it out. Then Berserker over the wall here, you know, gets right in on Johnson. The Terragalt lands. So he just waits it out. As soon as the Terror Gold expires, he pops the R over the wall, hitting multiple people here, and then just shredding through them. As they start to actually look to retreat, he has the E back up again. He has tons of stacks on the ulti. He hits multiple members here with the zap, then dashes back in with the E. So now he has the AoE activated again, shredding through the Taric. Turns onto Johnson as soon as Tukui goes into the stasis, gets the Quadra, and has the damage to finish him off for the Penta. Jensen standing and watching, cheering on the team.
Beautifully done.
Whoa!
Oh, Jensen didn't even bother throwing out an auto attack. He was like, nope, this is your moment, bro. 7,500 damage in that fight, and now C9's looking to go again. Blabber throws out the axe. He pops the ulti. He's trying to keep hitting the damage, but unfortunately, that ult expires a lot faster than it used to if you're not hitting them.
Yeah. You gotta be up on him, and you can keep that active, but if not, it does not work out. Respect the attempt there, tries to flash in, doesn't actually find any of the axes. Jose a little bit too fast, able to get out of there. He's got the moon pants, got the move speed item right there.
Is that what they're called? Is moon?
No, they're moon pants to me. I forget, they're moon plated something or something like that.
Moon plate greaves or something.
Yeah, moon
like
plate
that?
greaves. They're just the moon pants.
All right, that's fair enough. I accept that. That's a pretty good name. I'll take that. But right now, I mean, other than a nice pair of pants that make you walk a little faster, FlyQuest don't have a whole lot going for them, my friend. This is not a good place to be playing League of Legends from.
Yeah.
You're staring down the barrel of an 8,000 gold lead, a Baron buff, a Dragon Soul. There's not a whole lot they can do.
Just compare the items, and then you get real sad, right? Like, it's one of those situations where it's just like, we're scaling, guys.
I'm almost 3 items, even though he's almost 6. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. It's a tough one, right? Berserker still has cleanse. He has a stopwatch. There's 4 stopwatches on Cloud9. There's 0 on the other side. So it is really tough when your opponents are this far ahead, have the soul, have a 9,000 gold lead, have all these luxury items in there to boot. It would take perfection from FlyQuest, but really, I think it's just about loss mitigation. You just hope that Sivir can clear out these waves and that you can make this game go super, super long.
45-minute game with Sivir and Taric late game team fighting, Jack's 5 items.
Exactly.
Like,
maybe something happens. Even then, it's going to be really, really tough, right? Because Cloud9 does have good scaling of their own. Jax, though, on 3 items now, has the Frozen Heart, so now the CDR is really amped up. And those cooldowns start to get very, very short with CDR boots and that Frozen Heart. So Philip, he's kind of the hope, right? Like he could still win a 1v1 for sure against Gwen. But the problem is Fudge doesn't need to risk anything. Anytime Fudge sees him, he's just gonna walk away because he knows the rest of his team is just so much stronger than the 4-man squad of FlyQuest.
Right, and that's exactly what they're about to showcase here. Jose Diodo has to back up. C9 just gonna burn this one down. Dredgeline doesn't hit Tukui. However, the zap does.
700.
Yeah, that spells, I don't have any broadcast appropriate words I can use.
It's like another
really
Z champion.
Strong.
It's basically Zoe.
It's really strong. Anyway, they're just switching the aggro over to mid. They don't have to stop. Their resources aren't really being taxed. They have plenty of health, plenty of mana. The Jax that you're talking about being the hope of FlyQuest, he's up there in the top side, coming back down towards mid lane now. This might be FlyQuest one shot at trying to make a play, but no, the turret is already down before Philip is able to make his way in there.
I think they're gonna go. He's still looking.
Number 2.
Here they go.
Blabber gets hit by the seismic shove, and now Philip's coming in. He deploys the counter-strike. He's going in for Jensen, but he's not able to find the damage. He dies before the ulti comes down. Fudge has made his way into the back, and FlyQuest are now trapped. Blabber is low HP, Fudge still looking for it. There's your zap, there's your crit, there's your hit. Goodbye, Johnson. Double kill back over to Fudge, and the man is sniffing him to pieces. Stunned up into the wall now, but C9 ain't done. Fudge is not afraid to die for the team. The minions are gonna tank up the turret, so he won't even have to. Jose Diodo wants to come in there and try to grab some sort of a kill to do something, but it won't work. And C9 dismantle FlyQuest.
What an exciting game, man. Action start to finish in this one. Cloud9 stomping through FlyQuest. FlyQuest had the smart early game plan, really put Fudge behind, but it was the team fighting from Cloud9 that reigned supreme. You cannot underestimate the Blabber Olaf in the early game. This champion has been changed, but he ran over some of those early game skirmishes. And the late game was all about Jensen, all about Berserker as well on the Zeri. He got a pentakill in this one, was crushing through FlyQuest, and FlyQuest was just put so far down so fast, they didn't have any real way to come back.
I mean, FlyQuest had that nice first 8 minutes of the game or whatever, where they were able to build that 1,500 gold lead. but the Rift Herald fight. The game ended at the Rift Herald fight. 5 for 1. You take that trade, and I'm not an expert. I'm not a gambling man. When I go to Vegas, I just eat food. But you know what? I'll put money on that every single time. 5 to 1, you take those.
Absolutely, man. 5-9 looking great today. It's even Fudge got to have some fun at the end of the game. Gets a triple kill right at the very end after being zoned off the tower for what felt like 20 minutes straight. You know, not allowed to really play the game in the 1v1 whatsoever. The game plan really clear for FlyQuest, but yep, you know, just not actually being prepared for that Olaf. The 5th pick here for Cloud9 really caught him off guard, crushes through him in those early skirmishes and in those team fights. And Blabber Olaf is a terrifying thing to behold.
My friend, things like Blabber Olaf make us all excited about some League of Legends. And you know what else can get you excited about some League of Legends? That's right, we are talking about the LCS Finals in Chicago. Grab your tickets to join us in the Windy City this September. It ought to be an absolute blast. If you missed out on Houston, that was the most fun I've had in years. And I think Chicago is going to be another level up. You can check out the LCS official account on Twitter for links and grab your own ticket to join in on the action. After the break, though, the Fudge Factor himself is going to join the State Farm analyst desk. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there. Philip jumps in, but holds it. The owner's gonna die. They just turn it around. FlyQuest is free food, and Cloud9 just won the game.
This is awkward. It's gonna be a 3v2. Blabber now spotted.
Blabber goes in. He wants to Kui. Talia can't get it. That's what I'm talking about. Talia cannot escape. Once the Viking has found his way in, it is Ragnarok, baby! C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Blabber stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally gonna drop FlyQuest. Get 2! FlyQuest!
Oh, here comes Berserker!
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Pentaangle!
Berserker is
Penta!
killing everyone!
There it is!
Berserker gets the Penta!
Berserker popping off! You could see it happening!
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ No we have 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの勝負声に導かれた重ねる手と手には り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing Heart 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えて
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk, joined by Fudge after that victory over FlyQuest for Cloud9. I know that Jat wanted to talk just a couple things in draft, so I'm going to hand it off to him immediately before we get into how the game itself broke down.
Cool. Blabber Olaf. Because it felt like you just kind of decided to pick it. I didn't, because it doesn't look good to me into Sivir Tarek. But like, what was the conversation like? You just think it was good for the comp, or was it just because you wanted to play it?
Well, Blabber is obviously one of like the best Olafs that I even know that I've ever played with.
He's insane on it.
Right. So he's been, you know, practicing a little bit in scrims. He's tried it a little bit, and he felt like it's pretty good into a lot of the matchups right now in jungle because everyone's playing really melee, bruisery type junglers. People are always playing like melee, bruisery type supports, it seems, right now, other than like Yuumi and Lulu sometimes. So he's definitely seen a lot of angles, and it tends to be the case that like picking top or mid early in draft doesn't really punish the mid laner or top laner too hard. You can sort of blind pick a lot of champions right now. So going like 5-pick on jungle seems to be quite effective a lot of the time.
That's interesting because we were trying to decide if this was because you guys wanted to play Olaf or it's because Blabber just wanted to see an angle. And it sounded like Blabber just said, hey, this is an Olaf angle.
Yeah.
And then you picked it.
Well, he actually asked, like, what do you guys think is best here? And we were like, I think Olaf's pretty good here. And there was obviously multiple options, but we think that Olaf is really good if you play it really, really well. And he obviously...
he always does.
He played it eye.
He played it not that good.
Last draft question, then I'll hand it off to the other analysts. Jensen Orianna. I was talking to some other people, like, when is Jensen going to play Orianna? He's playing Yasuo, he's playing Yone, he's doing all this fun honeymoon stuff. I'm like, when they mean business, he's back on Orianna. Is that kind of the conversation, or do you feel like it's just, you know, because it fits the meta better now?
I think we just found better angles in draft. I don't think it's like a thing where like, oh, we're getting later into the split, guys. Time to like play our champions that we're really good at. And we're sort of still playing what we think is like, you know, actually good in the draft, and it's not really too much focused on like our comfort. But Jensen is obviously like known for his Orianna.
You got the Orianna guy. You got the
I kind of like the idea that the only way we ever know if Cloud9 is playing seriously is if Jensen's on Orianna.
I mean, obviously I think Orianna's quite good into Talia, and it's also quite good into a lot of like the meta champions in general. I don't really see any champions that are too good at diving, which is what Orianna's usually weak against, or too long range, like Xerath, for example, or Victor. A million other champions you could list, but...
So, I have a question for you now going outside of the draft. Talk about the top lane experience for you this game. Because you were able to stuff the first dive, because I guess Philip took a tower hit and everything. But they kept coming!
Yeah, I mean, Poppy is really good at diving, and I'm no Flash Gwen, right? So as soon as there's a wave crashing into my tower, I'm pretty much going to get dove almost every time. And in this matchup, you can't really fight Jax's. If the wave's on his side of the lane, you can't really all-in him because he wins the all-in with lethal tempo. And then he builds a wave slowly, and they can threaten to dive right. And at level 6, when he was slow pushing at level 5, I didn't call my team to come defend the dive. And then I also tried to thin the wave so that they couldn't dive me, but he was able to take a trade because he hit level 6 whilst I'm level 5. And I wasn't able to actually thin the wave. He was able to get a good trade. Poppy got behind me, and I have no flash, right? So I just get run down. Can't really E away because of Poppy W. So that was my mistake. I obviously should have said to my teammates, like Blabber, I should have told Blabber to recall so that he can come through lane and defend the dive. And that would have been able to like actually prevent it and get me through the early game, which is usually the hardest part of the matchup in my opinion. So that was a little bit of a blunder, I guess.
How were you able to stabilize? Was it just literally just the Rift Herald fight?
Yeah, I think it was mainly the Rift Herald fight. The matchup was I was in a really rough state where I think he hit level 8 before I was even level 6, or level 7. And I had just hit level 7 on the Herald fight. He was level 8, and then they took a really, really bad fight. And we sort of just won because they like tried to stop Blabber from getting the Herald, and then after he got it, they tried to go on him. It was a very lucky scenario, I guess, to say the least, honestly. But we were able to stabilize the game after that. Obviously, pentakill at Herald was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Talking about C9 more holistically, we had you on desk 2 weeks ago, and you were like, you know, we're having standout individual performances. It's about bringing the team all together. How much do you think you've improved from the last time you were on desk until now?
Individually or as a team?
As a team.
I think we're a lot better at having conversation about the game. We're very much. I think we had struggles with listening to each other because obviously everyone has huge egos on our team, right? We're all really good. And we're also played quite a long time in LCS. Like we have Jensen, Sven, Blabber. Obviously, me and Berserker are a little bit, you know, more
in-game,
young.
out-of-game, both?
Yeah.
I would say mainly out of game.
Okay.
I think a lot of the discussion has to be had out of game because in game there's like so much confusion at all times if you're trying to have a conversation about how we should play. So we have to agree out of game so that in game we can just say, do this, and we all agree.
Yeah.
And I think we've gotten a lot better at that. I also think that just obviously we've all just gotten better individually as well. I think we're much better at like laning in general, where we don't really like die to ganks as much. I think that's what a big struggle of ours was, especially in scrims, where we didn't take it very seriously in scrims early on. And I think recently in scrims we've been pretty serious about it, and we're not really having fun too much. There's not too much like funny communication happening where people are just joking around. It's very serious. People are very focused and always trying to find out what the next plan is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most important part of scrims, right? Planning and making the best decisions, improving your decision making. And I think we've gotten a lot better at that.
When it gets to the more complicated parts in the game, late game team fights where you can't really plan ahead of time, especially if you have aggressive-minded players that want to, if they see angles, they'll go for it. Like we're talking about either Blabber, in this case, it could be Berserker, even Sven, right? Yourself. When it comes to an initial call that's being made, do you feel like, because I know last time on Pro to Pro, Blabber talked about a specific moment where that happened, and I know on teams like this, those are going to be issues of like listening to the initial call and how much do you trust the overriding. Do you feel like that has gotten better? Do you think that was an issue to begin with?
I think the only one who like makes a really decisive call is Blabber.
Yeah.
He is by far the loudest, by far the most decisive. And we sort of just learned to trust him. And if we don't trust him, he will end. So we have to trust him. And we've all gotten used to that. I've gotten used to that. I've been playing with him for like almost 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, he's very, very good at the game. He constantly goes for these outplay moments where these small little missteps in the enemy team that he sees because he does it so often. He looks for those mechanical outplays, and that's why his decisions are usually pretty good, especially in late game.
To that end, though, it's like, to me, one of the most perfect one-to-ones between like player personality and then champion that he's playing in Olaf, right?
Exactly.
And it makes sense that he's so good at that champion because he likes to toe that line.
Exactly.
Right? One hit away from death or healing back up to 200, right? And it's every single scrap seems to end in that fashion.
Well, I was going to say, in this game, we did have a moment where I think he kind of overestimated.
He flashed that wall. Oh, my God.
The thing is like, those moments are why he's good. Because he does that every time. He's not afraid to do that, especially in scrims. So when you keep doing that, you constantly just get these outplay moments on stage where he just like 3v2s them, like 2v3s them in topside and plays really well at the Herald fight. And he knows his damage really, really well. And that's, I mean, those end moments are the reason why.
And so now my focus is on Berserker. You got a pentakill this game, played incredibly well. This is his second split here on the team. And like, if you have kind of chaotic elements on this, on your team, and there were times, I think last week where I was noticing like either you're picking a fight and he was kind of like going back to Drake or something like that. So it's like, is it more in line, like as a team, everyone's on the same page of like what you guys are going for?
We're not fully on the same page. That's like the reality of it. We'll never really fully be on the same page as players. And if we do get to that point, I think we would just win worlds instantly.
Yeah.
But we've had a lot of really long discussions in review where basically the entirety of the review is just us talking to him and trying to get on the same page as him.
Yeah.
And I think that's helped a lot with the decisive moments in like mid to late game where when it comes to either macro or like team fights or like which objective we should go to. And I think he's gotten a lot better at like communicating, planning before the objectives so that he's aligned with us.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing. Also, his English has been improving a lot, I would say. And he's constantly working on it. Every single day, he's constantly trying to have conversation, pushing himself.
Cool.
Yes.
Putting himself in positions to learn English. So I think that's really impressive.
Something I noticed too is actually when he streams, he would have literally Google Translate on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a fun point.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It's something we saw with Sunday as well, right? I know was a big talking point for him and how much effort he put into overcoming that language barrier early on in his career, transitioning to the LCS. I don't want to rob anyone of an extra question if they have anything, but if not, I'll push us forward to our next matchup of the day. We've got Dignitas going up against 100 Thieves. We're going to talk about this Dignitas lineup because the big news of the week, and Fudge, I'm sure this one was a bit of a shocker to you as well. Dignitas letting go River over to Golden Guardians. We'll talk Golden Guardians later, but we're left with a bit of a makeshift roster here out of Dignitas. A couple of those mainstays in Biofrost and Blue. We got to look at Spawn just yesterday, but XU and Hoon coming in as well. It's a tough position for a bunch of young players to come in and go up against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure exactly what happened with Dignitas or why they wanted to change their roster, because I thought that the previous roster is better. I also think that Gemsu is better than Hoon, so I'm not too sure exactly what happened, but I do think that it's going to be extremely difficult for them to beat 100 Thieves. However, there is a nice thing where, now that no one has expectations of these rookies going into the game, I think it allows them to play a bit more freely. Obviously, a lot of their career is on the line, right? When these games are what matters for their career. So it can be a lot of pressure for them. And it's a lot of pressure, even more so when you're versing such a good team, right?
Yeah.
Like 100 Thieves, so we're gonna have to see what happens, I guess.
The best thing that could happen for them is they lower their expectations and 100 Thieves just get super arrogant after beating EG.
Well, the thing is, I saw some stat or something where Dignitas has beaten, I know this is a different roster.
Yeah.
Dignitas has beaten 100 Thieves 4 out of 5 games.
Lock-ins both times.
Maybe the expectations are really high.
So maybe 100 Thieves has some sort of curse. Maybe they have mental block. I don't know. Maybe coaches are egoing on each other behind the scenes. I have no clue.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see. I do believe in Dignitas because I also believe that it's really easy for best teams or the top teams in the league to play a lot worse when they play against the bottom teams. They focus very heavily on
You
their
subscribe to the philosophy sometimes of playing to the level of your opponent?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Fair enough. All right, well, we don't have to wait long to find out how this Dignitas roster will fare against 100 Thieves. Before we head out to the arena for an extra Star Guardian surprise, Abadaga shares his experience playing against Dig's mid laner Blue. Take a look.
I think I played with Blue before in LEC for one split last year, and I was always kind of surprised that I think he's actually pretty good in lane, and he has ideas how to get advantages in lane, and I respect that, and I could maybe even learn something from that.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2, but before that, you may have noticed we have a bit of a theme this week. Well, I'm on vacation, but everybody else has a bit of a theme.
You're in Hawaii chilling on the beach?
I'm having a great time, thank you very much. But the rest of the show happens to have a Star Guardian theme here this week. So right here, right now, we are gonna give away some Star Guardian gear. If y'all in the audience right now would please do me a favor, look under your chairs for an envelope. If you do not see an envelope, go ahead, dig around for some treasure. I've been told they are very much under the chairs. Hold it up if you find one. Who's got envelopes? How many envelopes? Break out a shovel. Go dig. Find them envelopes. All right, I see an envelope. I see an envelope. I see an envelope, and I see an envelope. Hell yes. Go ahead, take those to the hype man at the front of the stage. Mr. Daniel, right down here. Daniel, wave your arms for him. Wave your arms. He's got the bright pink shirt on. That's the man with the plan. That's the man we stand. Go talk to him because he's going to go give you your prize. Congratulations to all the winners here in the audience today. And now, Azale, it's time for some champ select.
Absolutely. And hopefully for all the people that just went to get concessions and stuff, they didn't miss out on their prize.
Yeah, that would be a pretty big feels bad. I mean, I was just about to say, well, we can tell them, but no, we kind of can't because we've got some other stuff
We're
to
going to have to
attend
trust their fellow spectators here to inform them when they come back.
What if that's like the evil Star Guardian play? Is you gank their envelope? Don't actually
steal
do
your
that.
friend's envelope.
I'll get in trouble for suggesting don't do that. I shouldn't have said that when I was on the microphone. Oh, well, it's okay. So there, you can see that's what our envelopes ended up looking like. I don't actually know what the prizes are.
Neither do I.
I hope it's one of those, the frog. Oh, if it ends up being the frog plushie, here's a hint. I learned this from one of the people that I talked to in Discord.
Oh, isn't that the plushie you're talking about?
Yeah. If you get the frog plushie, the question mark detaches from its head. It's a magnet. I scared Dash and Emily the other day. They thought that I ripped the plushie apart, but no, it's a magnet. The question mark comes off of the frog.
Oh, so you either get a plushie or you win the keycaps, Star Guardian keycaps.
That's pretty bad.
That is pretty
I like
cool.
that. Hell yeah.
There's the that's the plushie in question.
No,
it's a
that's not.
different
That one doesn't have a question mark. I'm talking about the frog. The
That
one
one
on
kind
the,
of looks like a
it's
space owl.
Yeah, there's like all of these cute little aminals, but
Yeah.
one of them is a frog and it has a question
mark on its head.
I use him for BMing in game. He's always on my emote wheel. Yes, there you go. See, thank you. Thank you, Raz. The question mark detaches.
Where are you gonna put the question mark if not on his head though?
Well, you see, that's the best part, is you give it to your teammate when they think they made a good play, but then you put the question mark ping on top of it. The frog is the best for BM.
I should bring that to the cast.
He's
next
right
time.
up there with Happy Lux and Derpy Dog for the ones that you always use to flame people with.
Yeah, those ones are good. There's actually a lot of good emotes now. I like the Jensen one, where it's like this rocket and just like, oh, look at that. That one's pretty funny. Too.
Yeah. It's important to cater your BM to your own specific.
There's also a take notes emote, which Kobe was talking about, and now I really want it because it's great if you make a good play, take notes, but also if you absolutely sprint down an inch into a tower, take notes.
Just have that pop up over your dead body and the opponent that still has 75% HP in both summoner spells. Hey guys, maybe watch your VOD back on that one. I'll show you how it's done. We do have a bit of a champ select delay. I believe that we have some sort of audio issue or something similar, so we'll be able to get in here in just a second. And
You're
there
a liar.
we go. Hey, I will caster curse delays every day of the week.
That's perfect.
That's some Star Guardian magic right there, baby. All right, let's see what we got here. It's 100 Thieves opening up the draft, banning out the Viego. Dignitas going to respond, getting rid of Talia. We know that Viego is one of Closer's favorite champions, but 100 Thieves will just be happy to ban that away entirely this time.
Yeah, definitely one of the most popular junglers these days. Going to be interesting to see how XU and Hoon can perform, in their kind of big debut here on the LCS stage. Of course, we got to see Spawn last week. He had some solid games. Dignitas, it feels like, building much more towards the future, trying to, I think, find some pieces here that are going to really work for them going into the rest of this year as well as next year. So excited to see how they can step up on the stage, get some really tough competition.
Yeah.
100 Thieves here in second place have been looking very strong. Just took down EG last week, so this is a really tough task. But we'll see if they can kind of surprise them. That's one of the things that I do like about some of the Academy players is when you're watching Academy, they're more willing to go for things that are off meta oftentimes, which can be kind of fun. So maybe Dignitas will take a little bit of a swing at trying to surprise 100 Thieves, especially when you're on red side. I think a spicy counter pick, something like that, might be your best shot at actually taking down 100 Thieves.
No, I 100% agree. If you're coming in as an Academy squad against one of the top LCS squads, the expectation is that you lose and you get slammed. So you can't play traditionally. If traditional play is going to get you screwed. You have to think outside the box. You got to come up with something spicy for us. But if you want spicy, let's go the exact opposite. It's first pick Azir for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Abadaga has been looking really good on it, though. Had a great game last week on his Azir. The week before, the Sylas game, those two really stood out to me. Abadaga has been stepping up big time. Was not looking as strong in the earlier weeks of the split, but is really back on form here. Gnar going to be picked up there for Hoon early on. So not going to be any sort of like a fifth pick red top lane counter pick. So it'll be interesting to see where they want to take us here. They do have the answer obviously to mid already, so they could save fifth pick for something like support,
right,
or jungle even, like we saw Fudge talking about how they felt like Blabber's Olaf was worth actually holding fifth pick for because of those kind of situations that you're looking for. Yuumi is banned out, but we do get Zeri, so again, could be a similar pairing to what we saw last time. It's actually the same AD matchup as we got last game.
Yep.
And Sylas coming through. So this is going to be a Sylas comp, almost guaranteed here for someday.
Yeah.
Sylas into Gnar is statistically like one of the most advantageous matchups for Sylas in the entire game. Because Mega Gnar is such a powerful ult to steal. It's not conditional on Sylas, whereas Mega Gnar...
he just gets to use it.
Exactly. Gnar has to time it out with the Gnar bar. You can only use it when you're Mega Gnar. People back off. If you steal the Mega Gnar ult, you can use that at any time. And the AP ratios on it are massive. So it is ultra powerful to be able to take that away.
And that's one of the things to always remember about Sylas, right? Because so many ults in the game, we recognize for their utility. We recognize for their effect, but not necessarily their damage. And those often have these really high ratios on them. So if you do have a little AP, it still feels impactful. But man, when you've got a full, powerful bruiser mage building these items that are going to give you more AP and really supplement those ultis, they are scary. Dignitas going to round out the first half of their draft with an Ahri pick here for the mid lane. So that means we still need to see support and jungle from both sides here.
Yeah, so throwing down the Lee Sin ban, targeting closer there a little bit. They could try to thin the pool with some junglers that they're not going to pick, then take their jungler on 4 here if they want. Yeah. To really try to push closer down somewhat. Viego is already banned out. Lee Sin is banned out. Wukong is the big one that he has been playing the most of. Yeah, Poppy has also been taken off. If you want to try to target closer, I don't think you want to give him that Wukong because it is even tied for his most played.
Right.
Of course, there's so many options. You can't really eliminate everything for jungle. Like people are playing Trundle, Volley, you can go Xin. We just saw an Olaf game. There's still Wukong. So there are a lot of options, but I do think trimming the pool somewhat does make sense.
So would you say if Dig don't ban Wukong here, you need to pick it on 4?
That's what I think. Okay. I mean, it just seems like unless they have some sort of a specific, kind of option for it, or they're not really worried about it. If you're trying to target closer and target some of that comfort, then I do think taking the Wukong away makes a lot of sense. Wukong also just works really well with what this composition is already kind of doing. Like Sylas, Sivir, you speed them up, you run in, right? You're looking for that sort of a play. I do think the combo of the Stolen Gnarl plus Wukong is very, very deadly. So kind of expecting that Spawn will grab it up here on 4 if it is still available.
Last ban for the side of 100 Thieves.
Oh,
they banned the Wukong themselves.
So they're expecting that Spawn would take it then.
Yeah.
Right? To me, that's the read, is that they're saying, okay, well, we don't want to give it over. You're not going to give it to us anyway. Spawn would take it here. So that does mean additional jungle bans coming through. You are going to be pushed down to more of those kind of niche style picks. And we'll see what XU does have ready for us with that.
Jungle or support, which one will it be? I would expect them to pick support last. Maybe not, but then again, last game we saw Cloud9 leave the jungle pick for the last open spot. The Olaf ended up coming in for a bit of a surprise factor, completely took over the game. Maybe Dignitas has an ace up their sleeves as well.
So, I mean, when you're talking about XU and his picks, some of those kind of conditional picks that he might be thinking about, Kindred and Bel'Veth, right? So he's actually 3-0 on Bel'Veth from his Academy games. He's 2-1 on the Kindred so far this split. So those are the ones that are not banned out alongside one game on the Trundle. Trundle, though, potentially going to be grabbed up here by Closer. Very, very standard stuff. Kindred is actually very good into Trundle. It would be kind of cool to see if he went towards that because you can actually hop over the pillar. It's pretty easy to actually kite out.
Yeah.
And it would be fun to see like a Bel'Veth or something like that. So I'm curious to see what XU has for us.
What's the last pick going to be here for 100 Thieves? They know they're up against Rakan and Zeri. They're in the bottom lane. Yeah, currently there's not a whole lot, right? Like you might be able to get a flank with Azir.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, okay, so Alistar picked up here from 100 Thieves, going to give him some powerful engage and a main tank in the middle of the fights. Dignitas, last pick, jungle. What's it going to be?
Gragas would be interesting, but I don't think it's going to be likely to be the answer here. You already do have Ahri mid. Fiddle might just be baiting us, but Fiddle's actually really strong with the buffs.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Fiddle lately. I think this champion is actually kind of broken, but it is going to be Hecarim. So not something we've seen much of it at all this split. And they don't have like the most insane pairings with it. It's not like it's a Hecarim plus a speed up, which is often what you do kind of look for with these style of comps. So gonna be interested to see how this can actually perform here. Very much not an early game champ, but does give you incredible dive alongside Biofrost on the Rakan here. You have that primary engage, with Hecarim or the Rakan. The other follows up. Ahri's dashing in, Zeri's dashing in, Nara to fly in. So it's really all about the dive here. It feels like for Dignitas. Whereas 100 Thieves can play it more at range and utilize the pillar to slow you down, utilize the Alistar to disengage, and just kind of depend more on Abbedagga and his consistent DPS.
I mean, Abbedagga's Azir was really what ended up destroying Evil Geniuses last week when we got to see their head-to-head. Yes, EG opted into taking more of a fight that they won early, but Abbedagga was able to punish. And then you've got Huhi on a roaming playmaker. Right? Shout out to Alicopter if he's watching this in the audience, the guy who lanes for a couple minutes and he just roams nonstop on Alistar. Like, these guys are on the types of champions that they can absolutely smash the game with. Dignitas is going to have to be playing clean. They've got to be in the zone. They got to be focused up and ready to rock this with this substitute sort of half academy roster they're bringing in, because 100 Thieves got some scary picks.
Absolutely. Going to have to play with a lot of confidence here. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it. Also really interested to see what sort of a style of build we're going to actually get here from XU on this Hecarim. There's a lot of options you can go. Solo queue, you know, it is more common to go like Sunderer and things like that. You see a lot of Sunderers and Triforces and aggressive builds. But Chem Tank is generally the standard in pro play. So going to be interested to see if he feels like he needs to bring more damage. I don't really think that they need extra damage when you have Ahri, Zeri, and Gnar. So I think going tank makes sense.
All right, and as we're waiting on minions to spawn, Closer is sharing some thoughts on finally defeating Dignitas. Check it out.
Dignitas beat us always last bit, but we finally beat them in the first game, and second game I wanna beat them even more convincingly and just forget about all these like Dignitas beatings from the last year. So I'm gonna come in hot.
Coming in hot with the Trundle. That's what. Oh yeah, baby, Trundle's here to give you the club.
Does have lethal tempo, so maybe he's going to look to slap him up. I mean you're going to win against Hecarim in the 1v1 for sure.
100% of the time. Hecarim walks up and tries to get his Q stacks going on you. You just take a big old bite out of crime.
In the crowd.
Yeah.
Loving it.
Now, where do you think we're going to see these junglers focus on here? Because Hecarim ganks, if he can get the angles for him, are incredibly scary.
Yeah, they are scary if you can get behind, especially with the early ghost, you know, knock someone back in. So but I do think that Hecarim just kind of has to be, you know, opportunistic ganks. You know, it's I couldn't actually see.
That was insanity. I think he was sitting next to Kangas and he just slapped some stickers on his head.
All right, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, Hecarim's just looking to farm. You know, in most games, Hecarim just wants to get levels, wants to power farm. But, you know, if someone is really overextending, particularly in top lane, you know, because you are clearing bot towards top, if Salas is pushed up too far and you can get behind him, there is an opportunity to try to look to punish.
Hecarim with that phase rush too. I always like seeing this keystone on Hecarim. He is one of those champions that can play with a couple of different ones, but phase rush always feels like it just enables you to get back out more easily. Closer coming in, spawn, immediate flash. As soon as you see that, the gank is a success.
Yeah.
You automatically won. You can just walk right back away.
And we're seeing more and more of these little cheese ganks mixed in, which I just love. I mean, I think it's super smart to be able to force these people to actually ward at timings that they're not used to be able to play more respectful than they normally do. No one is expecting Trundle to actually just go red towards bot. This does mean Hecarim's way ahead on the farm, though. He's working on his 4th camp here, whereas Trundle is just starting up the 2nd, and Trundle does Krug slowly. So he's going to be way behind in the clear speed. So we'll see if 100 Thieves bot lane can really take advantage of the fact that Spawn is missing that flash now.
I mean, I always enjoy seeing players navigate around conventional thinking and the expectation that it creates. I mean, League of Legends, we're so far away from back in the early days where it really was a small indie game and everybody just kind of played whatever they thought was right and YOLO'd their builds and everything. This game is so well researched now. There's so much evidence behind everything in terms of what's most efficient, what's most effective, what is the winningest overall rate. And just being able to kind of subvert that and find your own way around it and take advantage of those expectations, I think is always a lot of fun.
It is. It's something that you really need to do if you want to be a top team, is to be unpredictable, right? To force people to play defensive when they shouldn't have to in these types of situations. XU doing 5 camps into top scuttle. We'll see if he wants to move down and try to double scuttle, but it looks like he's heading up to his Krugs for now. And to touch on the phase rush a little bit, the phase rush, I think, also particularly against Trundle is so strong because the Trundle pillar's slow. Makes it very difficult to actually disengage from those fights otherwise.
I mean, a lot of champions end up not having hard CC, but they have a slow that's borderline, right? Like if it's a super strong 80, 90% slow, phase rush is still just like, all right, well, I don't care. So you lose a big part of the interaction and the dynamic in that 1v1 normally. But our lane state here kind of showing us how everything was going early as Huhi roams up through the river there. He'll knock the shield off of the Scuttle Crab, just sort of smacking that around a little bit. You can see Closer coming down now to pick that up as Alistar slaps it for 50 damage at a time. This would take quite a while if we had to watch that.
Be about the amount of income, though, you get from like 5 minutes of laning, so would be kind of funny if you
could be worth, yeah.
Someday, though, nice trades, and Hoon's in trouble as Magnar's going to expire here. He's trying to avoid the chain, but it lands.
Someday, oh, and he sidesteps the stun, too. Someday just makes it look easy.
That was so well played there. Uses the chain to actually interrupt the hop from the Magnar. So he actually got him while he's in the air, so it cancels it. And then Somebody's behind you. Hoon tries to flash over him, but you're just flashing from one side of the Salas to the other. So somebody just continues the chase, gets the solo kill. That's a tough one because this matchup just gets worse. As you do go on, it is a rough one for sure. Post 6, when he gets that Mega Gnar ult, is going to be very, very scary anytime Hoon is in mini.
Man, well, someday he's off to the races. He's got the Ionian boots of Lucidity. Melee and terranged matchup, tier 2 boots versus no boots is always terror. Let's take a look at the pro view and exactly how Someday navigated.
Yeah, I mean, Hoon is trying to actually keep the minions in between him and Someday, and then goes for the hop, but look at the timing. It's instantaneously interrupted on that. And then once he's behind you, the flash is not going to save you there. You're just flashing from one side of Someday to the other.
And I think it was pretty much a choice. Like, if you're Hoon, you know you die, but if you flash away, you at least get him to flash. So he's saying, all right, I'd rather both of us have no flash than both of us have it. Now Someday jumped on by XU here. He dashes away. I love the discipline here to not use the stolen Hecarim ult defensively. He survives anyway. And now he'll be able to use that stolen Hecarim ulti once he comes back into lane.
It is interesting, right? I will say I'm a little bit surprised because he took so much damage. He's actually going to miss, what, 2 waves now? Okay. Right? So I actually don't like it. I'm going to be honest. I feel like he should have stolen it and insta-popped it. Plus, if you want to just hold on to an ulti here, then wouldn't it be better to just take the Gnar ult for the actual PvP combat, right? So it is a little bit surprising to me because I think he is going to lose that entire wave and his wave will bounce. So that is going to be negative like 15 CS probably when everything is all told.
This is why you and I have a good dynamic, because I'm like, dude, that was a Chad play. I like that. Look at him. He's just got nerves of steel. He don't flinch. And you're like, well, actually, he should have flinched. He should have flinched and like gone all the way back to his corner and healed up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that.
If he has TP, I think it's totally makes sense, right? And in this case, maybe he's just going to come back and Hoon will try to kite him out in Mininar and just die because he's Hecarim ult. And in that case, then it's totally worth it. But if you steal the Hecarim ult, instantly ult defensively there, you're still full HP and you just farm the wave and then base.
XU coming down bottom here as there is a little bit of a scuffle, but it's not really going to draw his full attention as the control ward was there, so they had to clear that one out. You can see XU still hanging around down here, but now maybe pathing up towards the mid lane a little bit. Plus 700 gold lead for 100 Thieves. Someday goes in, but Hoon jumps right back underneath the protection of the turret. Someday, he might be scary on the Sylas, but he can't 100-0 the Gnar underneath the turret. And now Blue getting jumped on by Abadaga, who summoned up some more soldiers. Blue keeps on kiting it out. One charge left of the ulti. Blue barely getting away there with 200 HP left. Abadaga not losing a whole lot at all. He's feeling comfortable.
Yeah, none whatsoever. And Blue, not even comfortable with his jungler there to actually try to push out the wave. So he is going to go look for some honey fruits. We'll see if he actually found them. Does look like he did because he's up a little bit on health. So he's going to be able to grab the honey fruit, come back to lane. That does bail him out a little bit. Yeah, you can see that they just took that, highlighted by the observers. So we'll be able to pick up most of this farm. But, it was well handled on the top side from Hoon. Knew that there's potential to dive, so it was actually really smart for him to go to Krugs and start charging up his Mega, because if you're almost Megaing out, it's very scary to look for that dive. And he's not really in much of a threat right now, because he did get CS advantage because Someday, took all that damage, had to base with the wave coming to his tower. And also, Someday has the ulti steal almost back up, so he will have to be careful about that. But, got that Hecarim ult down without any problems.
And it's pretty much exactly what you described. That CS lead is the 2 waves that crashed into the turret because he went back. So that's pretty much the entirety of the split up there. Of course, Someday still feeling fine because he got that solo first blood. 400 extra gold in your pocket always feels great. Lots of Ionian boots of Lucidity here in this game. Hecarim, Ahri, Sylas, Alistar, Rakan. Half of the roster has the same shoes. They're just really good on these playmaking types of champions, and we got a lot of playmakers.
Yeah, absolutely. And 100 Thieves up towards this top side. Going to be starting up Herald. They already moved their bot lane towards mid. They won't have to stay around any longer, and the wave was good for them. So this is actually a really good setup here from 100 Thieves. The timing was great. Mid gets pushed out. Bot wave is going to be caught. And Trundle is around here up top, so they're going to be able to push this in, no problem, and fix that wave. So 100 Thieves really lose nothing for actually going for the Herald, and will potentially be able to grab themselves quite a bit of gold. Of course, Dig trying to trade back now on that bottom side, trying to look to grab that dragon, but Closer just going to continue to farm away.
Someday, not afraid to trade aggressively, even if it means taking a couple of turret shots. He's just trying to get this wave shoved up and shoved in. Does have to back away now. There is the threat of being Mega Nard back into the turret range. Doesn't want to end up in one of those nasty situations where Gnar clears the wave, throws you under there, and just ends up getting the surprise kill. As XU is trying to steal back some resources from the enemy jungle here on the Hecarim. He does still maintain that farm lead that he got from the very beginning of the game thanks to Closer's interference in bottom. So XU will keep on farming up those. Both of our junglers are in the bottom, or are in the 100 Thieves side of the jungle, excuse me, as XU might be looking to see if there's a chance to do anything down here, but not really. FBI can just clear out the wave. This is part of the strength of Sivir and just what this champion can provide. If you don't want the wave to be in front of you, the wave won't be there.
Yep, absolutely. Going to be able to clear that out so easily. Did go for a cold start as well, so very much looking towards scaling, not really threatened in that 2v2. So cold start, I think, is a smart one to be sure. 100 Thieves just kind of playing a slow, steady early game. They're looking good. We can see XU is actually going for Sheen, so very likely is going to be Sunder, one of those more aggressive builds. You know, I was kind of expecting Chem Tank because that is so popular in Pro. Just kind of go for those more tanky builds, but wants to be able to have more threat, I think, on the back line here if he can get there.
Right, because if you're just standing in the front fighting Alistar, fighting Trundle, you know that you're going to lose that fight if you're up against Sivir and you're up against Azir, especially with the Sivir buffs that you were talking about in the previous game, just how powerful that scaling can be now. Because of the lethality, poke builds are out the window, because crit is back. That's a very scary situation. XU knows that Hecarim fighting that other front line isn't going to work.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, just going to be trying to be a dive buddy here, you know, with the Rakan, with the Gnar, with the Ahri, get in that back line, try to knock down this Sivir, but will be tough for sure. Closer still just holding on to the Herald now. They're going to want to try to get this out, obviously, before the plates do finish, and a lot of 100 Thieves members moving up here around mid, so might just be looking for a mid crash for a couple plates. Yep. But, you know, do still have a couple minutes here to drop it.
And no Dragon for another 3 minutes either. It was Dignitas taking that first one, like you mentioned. Back up top, Someday and Hoon just trading back and forth a bit. Hoon up to that 20 CS lead now, as Someday just retreats back into the river. All right, he's just going to keep on walking out here. The Executioner's calling from Hoon. I love the early purchase on this because of how effective it is. Silas' trading pattern depends on the Kingslayer heal. Cutting that massive heal in half does a ton to just make what would normally feel like a bad matchup feel more manageable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, healing debuffs are still really strong. Of course, they have been nerfed, so it's down to 25% now, you know, so it's not as crazy as it used to be.
Right.
But it's still, it's a lot of AD, it's an efficient item. There's also a Trundle on the table, so I fully agree, right? Like, there's going to be heal to cut. For sure in this game, but has Mega Gnar stolen? Can Someday get him back?
Oh, Someday tries to. He grabs the heal there, but he's still down to 200 HP. Someday, he sidesteps the wallop. He dashes away, and Hoon gets outplayed for the second time.
Oh, Hoon goes in for it. Someday looked like he bit off way too much there, but Closer's behind him, so Hoon just says, all right, I'm gonna die anyway, so I'm gonna go for the solo kill here, trying to go in, grab that kill, not quite able to get it. You know, Someday, I think, overestimating how much damage he was going to do. You know, Hoon got a really good trade on him here. He had been poking him down, you know, cutting down that healing constantly. He's about to go Mega, and in goes Someday, and it's this wallop stun there, right into the wall, lands the boulder as well. Notice how he also stepped back out of the turret range. So yes, Someday flashes forward, scoops him backwards, but he didn't actually have turret aggro at that point, so just walking forward, great sidestep comes through. He canceled the auto.
Yep.
Not able to get a second one as he flashes back. The wall-up sidestep making the difference here. The boulder toss was going to come through right as he died. That one hurts.
It does, man, but Someday, he outplays it. He navigates it correctly. He saves the flash for the last minute. Hoon caught him by surprise there, Mega Gnaring him into the wall first, just like you said. Like, that, I think, was the big, wait a second, what went wrong here type of moment. But Someday keeping his composure, still able to find the kill there. The gold between the two, it actually still favors Hoon by about 200 because of the farm lead. This is how important proper CSing and wave management is.
Absolutely, and I mean, it would be very, very different, you know, if he was able to actually get that kill there. You can start to really push ahead. Going to be interested to see if Hoon is just going for kind of standard Triforce. That is my expectation. But you can see no vision really on this side of the map. You know, where's the closest ward? The closest ward to top lane for Hoon is literally this ward in the bottom river. So he's got nothing in this entire section of the map. There's nothing here. So
my closest top lane ward is bottom lane.
That's the top lane experience sometimes, man. So it can be scary up there. It is very, very dark, but you don't want to allow Silas to freeze because his advantage, as you rightly said, is the farm, right? So he's trying to keep pushing, trying to keep that advantage slightly ahead in gold now. But FBI and Abadaga very far ahead of their counterparts, which is the reason that they are, you know, 1.6k ahead here in the FDX total gold. Grabbing a dragon for themselves as well. That just ties it up one apiece. But somebody's been getting chunked out, and I have to say, Hoon has been navigating this very well. Yes, he's gotten the solo kill twice, but he's actually not falling apart after that, right? He's been able to keep it pretty even.
1,500 gold lead. Even Drake's now, as 100 Thieves had total control over that, so they can secure that one for themselves. Means nobody's going to be applying a lot of Drake pressure here very early on. Entirely plausible and possible for either team to just say, hey, we're not in a good spot for the next one. Or even if we are, we'd rather take something else, right? Like, that's the decision tree that you can take when you're not under any sort of timer for those Dragons.
Absolutely, the pressure is completely off. Closer is going to be going the tank-style build here, so going to be playing that more defensive frontline role. Frostfire Gauntlet here. You just ult up whoever's kind of tankiest on the other side. It could also be one of the reasons that XU did decide to go for more of a damage-style build instead of Chem Tank, because you are playing against the Trundle.
And I think it might have been you that I was having this conversation with in a previous week, where as Trundle, you feel better about going for damage builds the tankier your opponents are. If they have a true tank like a Sejuani, hey man, give me an Infinity Edge, I don't care. I've got 400 armor anyway as soon as I just take a big old bite out of this bacon. But when you only have a Gnar that builds Bruiser, when you only have a Hecarim that builds Bruiser, you're not getting that same level of incredible defensive stats, so you gotta make up for it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just depend on the ult to keep him alive as much. So it is gonna be that tankier member. They also just have so much DPS in this build with Azir Sivir alone, and then Sal's up on the top side.
Right.
The Mythics starting to come through here for pretty much everybody. Everyone on the 100 Thieves side does have it. Hoon is in mini Gnar. This is where it gets really scary. If you do get caught by that stolen Mega Gnar ult, because Someday is here. He's waiting for Hoon to push forward, and he's going to look for it.
There it is. Hoon takes a little bit of damage there, slammed back into the wall. That's the AP ratio you are talking about, and that is a third solo kill.
Yeah, gets him. Made that one look easy. Those previous fights were with Hoon and Mega, which is actually the strong point kind of for this champion, but when you get caught and you are stuck in mini, it is so rough to deal with. Low patience on that Herald, but they should be able to handle it properly and actually finish this off without it resetting. Closer does not want to move it around and mess that up, so it's going to be another Herald going their way. Plates are down, but of course you could use this for the next dragon, or honestly you could just go drop it top right now and probably take the full tower. Remember, Silas' passive does work on the turret, so you get that bonus damage from it. And Closer up here will drop Herald, so they're going to look to crack it. I think they were actually going to try to hold on to it, but then he spotted XU coming up, so decides, all right, not worth risking. Let's just make sure we get this down.
Exactly. Just take the advantages where you can take them. Guarantee that you're getting the first turret. Build that gold lead up to almost 3,000. And now, your 3 kills Silas, that is back to being only 2 waves down, he's unleashed. He can stay up there if he wants to. He can roam around. He can look to make plays. This is not Everfrost Silas, so a little bit less playmaking than that version, but more damage with the Leandries.
Yep. Gives you a little bit better poke with the Q as well. Get that burn constantly in onto the Gnar. The CDR passive, the Mythic passive, is also really nice. Getting 5 ability haste for every additional item completed there. Something that Salas does love. You talked about all the CDR boots being bought up. It's kind of the same school of thought here. Looks like he's just going Zhonya's second, or at the very least, going into more CDR. It's fine to sometimes just sit on the stopwatch and go another second item and then build that up later. But my guess is with the components he has, it's probably just going to be a rush towards Zhonya's.
Right. The nice part is you can sort of still do either one, right? Like you can, if you end up having a team fight where you get multiple kills and you want to go to a bigger, badder CDR item, well, hey, cool. Fiendish Codex can build into plenty of stuff. But if you break that stopwatch and things are feeling bad, get targeted a couple times, well, bring on the Zhonyas. But Dignitas are trying to secure this bottom side Scuttle Crab here. They're going to grab that one. Abadaga looking for the angle here. He jumps in. He throws out the wall. He doesn't get nothing with it. Has to flash out, back away. XU comes in. Ghost ult used out of him, but that's about it. An attempt, but one that doesn't work.
Yeah, not going to get much of anything there. Could have gone for the flash ulti, instead hells onto it, and then has to flash the Hecarim ulti because he doesn't want to actually get turned around on. So down to some, not that big of a deal, but still nice little attempt.
And the nice part is, though, that Summoner spell will be gone for the upcoming Drake fight if Dignitas want to take that fight. I am honestly not predicting that they do want to take the fight because, again, it's only 1-to-1 Drake score. They're down 3,000 gold. You kind of just throw away the entire game if you lose a big fight there at that Drake. So I'm curious if Dig are going to go for this or not.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting, same thing as you, that they won't. Unless they have really, really good setup, I do think it's pretty difficult. And Sylas is going to be such a terror, right? There's lots of good ultis for Sylas to steal. We talked a lot about the Gnar ult, of course, but Rakan and Hecarim ult are both also really, really good. Especially if you are going to go Zhonya second, you can kind of fly in and be, a primary engage source there. So that can be very, very difficult for Dignitas's backline to deal with. And FBI has just been chilling, farming the entire game. So it's exactly what you want to be doing as the Sivir. Dig, though, in the area, are moving down. Hoon has Mega ready, and he has TP. He's TPing behind. They're going to try to fight.
They're coming in. They're looking to go for this. It's going to be a smite fight. It's stolen away. Nicely done from XU, but where's the fight going to head? Abbedagga trying to run away as Blue does the same, wanting to disengage. Someday stuck in the pit, wants to try to stand and fight if he has to, but now he can get out as well. Honestly, that could not have gone better for Dignitas. They swoop in, XU's got the better smite, and nobody dies.
Yeah, they're able to take that away. No one goes down, so nicely done by Dig. They had the flanking TP there from Hoon, had the Mega Gnar ready, but wasn't able to find really a big Mega Gnar. So the fight just kind of dissipates. Both teams are going to be backing it up. FBI has got to have his second item on base. Yeah, so he has the PD ready. We can see it's probably going to be a death cap or something like that. Second, we can watch this one more time. It's this TP flank coming in from behind here. The early ulti drop by Abbedagga, I'm not sure exactly what that was looking for Blue, I think. Then Hoon tries to come in and actually tries to ult them against the wall. Against that Azir wall and in the corner. FBI had already flashed over the top, though, so FBI is out to safety, only connects on Huhi, which is not going to be that much of a threat, and then 100 Thieves just kind of licking their wounds, exiting out of the bottom side of that fight.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I got to applaud Dig for that. Like I say, I was expecting no challenge, but instead, they recognize that they can go after it. They find the way out. Hourglass now completed on Someday up there with that Sylas. You already mentioned the Phantom Dancer coming online there for Sivir. What's the game plan here for Dignitas? Like, are you waiting on anything specific? Where's the moment where you decide to go? Because they can't sacrifice things forever, and it's 100 Thieves that are making plays, picking up standing gold here on these outer turrets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's just going to be about finding the right engage, right? And the difficulty here is that they don't have vision, right? There's nothing in this quadrant of the map now, right? They have a few wards up in this area around that Baron. Well, a lot of wards, I should say. So it looks like that's where they're kind of focused on fighting around Baron if 100 Thieves were going to start that up. Barring that, I think they're just going to chill. They're going to continue to try to keep farming and look for windows to engage. They need to find perfect engages from Biofrost and XU with flanks from the Gnar, or they realistically can't win the fight. So it's kind of very conditional. So as long as 100 Thieves is still denying vision and kind of keeping their battle lines, tracking where that Gnar could be, they're in a really, really good spot, because I don't think 100 Thieves are ever going to lose a 5v5 if Dignitas is just running straight at them. It has to be like multiple angles, Rakan coming from one side, Gnar coming from the other side, and really try to find those pincer moves where everyone's on top of FBI and you can kind of kill them.
And that's why this game is so scary for Dignitas, because you have Ahri into Azir, right? If you're the Ahri team, you normally want to be ahead early, but FBI is trying to get away. Hoon comes in, slams them into the wall. 100 Thieves cannot protect their AD carry, and the shutdown goes over to XU. Dignitas want to find some more. Blue goes after him, he forces out a flash. Dig won't get anything else, but there's what you're looking for, Isaac. There's your engage, there's your priority target.
Yeah, they find a window there. FBI just kind of walking up a little bit dangerously, did not have his flash available, so they're able to get in onto FBI, take him down. A good engage from XU. The follow-up was there from Hoon. He was ready with a Mega. Unfortunately for them, it is just the one kill. They do get a couple sums, though. Oh, no. Are they aware of this? There's no vision on the pit. Azir is going to kill this so fast. With FBI dead, I don't know that they know what's going on. Biofrost should check now. Oh, no. Is he not going to check?
He's just chilling. Okay, there they finally see it, but it's already at 4,000. The jungler's nowhere. Yeah, XU's on the other side of the map, but 100 Thieves doesn't know that. Ooh. So 100 Thieves backs off.
Yeah, 100 Thieves not willing to actually commit to what they believe could be a flip, right? I don't think they had eyes, as you said, on XU. And even just trying to take it in the face of these other Dignitas members they did see would be quite dangerous. So they were willing to look for a sneak. They weren't willing to commit to a fight there. They will back it up. They're probably just waiting for FBI to complete his next item. You know, he's got 2 of the 3 components for his IE, clearing away. Shadow Flame second there for Abbedagga. So going to be really ramping up the damage now. A 0 on 3 items is really kind of where that starts to get out of control. Dignitas could look to fight prior to the 3-item mark, because they are starting to hit their second while the components are through for the third items for 100 Thieves, but they haven't yet completed them. So it might be their best chance here to just kind of fight at this next dragon, try to get that 3rd dragon, move towards Soul Point before they fall too far behind. Because I think if they chill and allow Sivir and Azir to get 3, then they are not really going to be in good shape.
Right, then you have Sivir and Azir constantly pressuring Baron. Then you have a situation that is incredibly scary and almost impossible to avoid, just slamming your face into a 5v5. Dignitas seem to be on a similar train of thought as they are taking up positions here in this bottom side river. They're getting themselves ready. Hoon's up in the top side, but he does have the unleashed teleport. The big thing is going to be making sure they have the Gnar bar in the right spot for whenever the fight breaks out.
And right now, he's got no rage, and he is in mini Gnar, so he's got to go charge it up on this next wave. I think that's why he is up there. But this means you lose river control because 100 Thieves are already 5-stack. They're moving in here. Blue trying to find an angle that he can flank from below. But there's also no TP wards. Like, so I don't even know if they should try this, to be honest with you, anymore. Their vision is just way too bad.
They're going for it. The TP's coming in from bottom side. Hoon's gonna look to make his way up here. The Dragon's already gone, though. So if Dignitas go after this, they're going in for something that's not even an objective play. Blue goes over the Everfrost, finds out the closer. Abadaga having a flash away. He throws out the soldiers. Hoon's gonna be jumped on now. 100 Thieves collapsing. They've split Dignitas, and they've split him in half.
Yeah, they crushed through the bottom side of that fight. Who he saw the flank coming was there to meet the Gnar. And 100 Thieves all collapse down towards that bottom side. They take him out. And now it's just 3 members of Dignitas remaining here. 100 Thieves gonna march straight over to the Baron and look to take this. We'll see if Blue, Biofrost, and Spawn can do anything about it.
It felt a little desperate from Dignitas. The objective was already gone.
Yeah.
The positioning wasn't perfect. They played it anyway, and it backfires in such a spectacular manner. Now it's 100 Thieves. 5 men versus 3 on the map. They're going after the Baron. Dignitas gonna walk forward, try to check this one. Someday with a stolen Rakan ultimate, he gets ignited. Still just maintaining his position here, looking to protect the team. That was really bad, but it's okay because the Baron is still secured by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they're gonna grab it. I think somebody thought he could maybe mess with them a little bit more and then dash over the wall, use his zonies and stuff like that, but look like he got tagged by a charm maybe. And does end up just getting burst down. So bit of a mistake from him to be sure, but they still grab the Baron. They are very far ahead. The shutdown gold does go over to Spawn, so that is very nice. That actually gets him a lot closer to his IE, but you know, close is maybe not enough as all these items are coming through now on the 100 Thieves side.
Yeah, that's still Sumday's first death of the game. Yeah, it looks goofy when he ends up overplaying his hand like that, but still they get Baron, they're fine. Here's another look at the fight.
He just played this so well. I mean, he knew exactly where Hoon was coming from. There's no flanking ward, so it was on minions, right? So he sees him down there, he just punts him away. It is a pretty good Mega Gnar here, though, from Hoon, you know, catching multiple members there. Unfortunately, you look at that Azir wall at the top of your screen, it was right there, and the rest of their squad was not able to actually get around it, right? So the 3-man squad from Dig couldn't actually get down there. Blue was not there, Spawn was not there. It was just XU and Hoon off on their own. The rest of the team couldn't follow up, so they get turned on and they get burst down.
Plus, considering Dignitas have not taken a single turret this game, that tier 1 turret for 100 Thieves made it so Hoon and XU aren't even able to try to kite away back towards enemy territory to buy some more time to regroup. They're just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well done from 100 Thieves. Again, I thought it was a little audacious from Dig to go for that in the first place.
I think so too. I think without any vision, it's just second dragon. Actually, it doesn't even matter.
Let it go. The ice song from Disney. Right?
Frozen?
Yes, that one. That's
the ice song.
I was close, man. You knew what I was talking about.
I did know what you were talking about.
All right. So now that they, now they're gonna have to let everything go. What?
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is that credit to you or credit to me? You know?
We're gonna share the credit. That's part of being a duo.
That's
buddy.
true. Okay,
we work together. We lift each other up.
Yeah.
Well, 100 Thieves are about to...
Much like another Disney classic.
All right, teleport's coming in. Dignitas.
Here we go.
They're deploying Blue on the flank, but 100 Thieves is ready for the counter flank coming in from Abadaga here. Oh, Blue! Oh, no, that's not where you want to be. Oh, but Biofrost might just end up going to the same place. Someday coming in from the flank. Spawn trying to scare him off a little bit. That's a 1-for-0 on the side of 100 Thieves. The Dignitas plays, you can kind of see what they're going for, but the execution isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game is pretty out of hand, so they're trying to look for something special. You're trying to find that flank engage, not able to find it now. Closer gonna flash out, it's just XU in. He's gonna get burst down.
He gets baited by the low health on the targets of 100 Thieves. He's seeing Abadaga, he's seeing Closer, he's seeing maybe there's a chance. but there just isn't. The flash away from Closer means he just delivers another kill into the hands of the Thieves, who have taken the bottom lane inhibitor and nearly destroyed the tier 3 turret in the mid lane as well. The Baron just now expires, so they recognize there's nothing else to have here. Go back, shop, spin the gold.
Yeah.
And here was the attempt from Dig that just got thwarted.
Yep, I mean, Closer's just kind of playing bodyguard, and everyone is collapsing on the flanker. Look at Closer. He's just like, you gotta kite back, you gotta kite back. He just pops the ulti on Hoon and just kind of walks at spawn. He's not actually committing to the play, but he's pushing spawn back so he can't actually follow up. At the same time, he had a Trundle Pillar on the left side that was kind of pushing back XU, so 100 Thieves did a really good job noticing the TP immediately, backing off, zoning out the rest of the 4-man squad, and just collapsing on that TP, and that's what they've been able to pull off both of those last couple of fights. And it makes it look really, really easy when it's well executed like that.
Yeah, 100 Thieves working together nicely as a unit here. 6,500 gold up. Drakes are all tied. Drakes are the last thing on Dignitas's mind at this point, though. We did have a nice state where we were talking about will they, won't they with the Drakes, challenging for the one that we thought they wouldn't and being able to steal it away successfully, and then the next one backfiring. So we sort of got to see both the heaven and hell scenarios going for those. Unfortunately, the hell scenario had a lot more weight to it as Dignitas are now just kind of trapped in their own base. You can see Hoon pushing out top a little bit with the opportunity, recognizing that most of 100 Thieves would be probably closer to the Drake, securing that one for themselves. But Dig have their backs against the wall now. They're kind of needing a throw here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get outscaled as well, right? So it's like, I think you have to look now to your X Factor champs. You have to look for engage champs, right? And it's pretty much like, okay, Biofrost, we need the best engage ever, right? Like, you've got to find everyone, hit them all with the ulti, all with the knockup. Everyone piles in. If you can get a kill or two to start the fight, you do have a chance. It is 6K. It's a massive lead, but it's not like 20k, right? It's it's if you get a kill,
as much as 20.
If you get a kill, you can kind of even it out, right? That's my point. Okay. You look at the total gold. It's like, well, someday it's 12,000 gold. If you kill someone off instantly, you have a chance.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Dig is going to be looking for. But yeah, it's tough because 100 Thieves has just been doing such a good job of actually kind of checking off all the boxes. There is one flanking ward behind them, but like everywhere they go, they just clear all the vision, right? There's a pink ward here, that's something. There's a pink ward here, but like look how thorough they've been in this section of the map. When they were playing the Dragon, they got 4 pink wards there covering, and they just kind of constantly move forward. They sweep out behind them. They make sure that Dig doesn't have any opportunity to find these plays because Dig, if you see them, it's so easy to shut down what they're trying to do.
Yeah, this is very tough for them to make those movements and find that sort of a surprise with it still having the element of surprise.
Yep.
I think that we're kind of just seeing 100 Thieves waited out here for Baron. They want to make sure that this next push is the last push, and so that's what I expect our final battle to be, is whatever Dignitas considers their winningest chance. Is it fighting them at the Baron, or is it trying to get them to dive the turrets and then kill them once they have the Baron?
Probably Baron. It's probably Baron. I mean, I don't think you want to give it up if you can help it. And they will be taking more damage. If they can get blue to death cap, IE is already done there for spawn, so death cap would be a really big spike. He needs 500 more gold. I don't know if he's gonna get it.
Yeah, that's the Baron's alive right now.
If they can feed him a couple different waves, maybe he can kind of get it with jungle camps and stuff, but 100 Thieves do not have to wait. They can just kind of start this up at any time. It's a really good ward placed outside the pit, though. I love that ward right there because it doesn't actually get caught by this pink, and it doesn't get caught by a sweeper in the pit. So, you really do have to have a pink in the pit and a pink outside the pit to fully cover that take. And 100 Thieves have not done that yet. So at the very least, Dig will have an idea if this does get started up.
That's one of the ones to remember for your own solo queue game.
Absolutely.
That's what people talk about how a lot of stuff in pro play is different from solo queue, but that is one of the things that you can absolutely use in your own games to get an edge and avoid those situations that give your opponents a false sense of security.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, people almost always around objectives place their pink ward in the pit. They don't place it at the entrance of the pit. So you're going to be able to sneak some of those out. Closer now, though, going by with the sweeper. We'll find one ward. We'll see if it lasts long enough to find the other.
Nope, he walked right by it.
Yeah, and it's so well placed, man. There's actually a pink ward here and a pink ward here. So they're both not actually catching that ward, and Dignitas do know that's starting up. 100 Thieves knows that they know, though, because they have somebody in who he kind of bodyguarding here. They are going to pull off. They don't want to 50-50 this, but Abadaga has lost about a third of his health, so it's not too insignificant.
90 seconds now also on the Drake. If 100 Thieves want to play it even more slowly, they can go for Soul instead, because that objective doesn't do any meaningful damage to your actual champion.
Absolutely.
And then once you have Soul, then you can force Baron even harder.
The big problem, though, Hoon is in trouble.
No.
He's going to flash this.
Is this it? Okay. Not quite. Hoon trying to get away, but the crit takes him down. 5v4, I think 100 Thieves just run this in.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. There's 0 armor on Hoon. It's all magic resist. He's got Wit's End, he's got Force Nature, he's got Merc Treads. They're gonna try something here.
Abadaga gets jumped on by XU, but he cannot get anything else done. Biofrost wants to go in, but he must immediately go right back out. 2 inhibitors taken down, mid and bottom lane gone. 100 Thieves backing away now. They don't want to overstay with their mid laner down at 25% HP. They're going to recall everybody. As soon as they do, the Dragon Soul's going to be on the map. I'd say it's bad for Dig, but I've been saying it's bad for Dig for the last 10 minutes, so it's still bad for Dig.
It is still bad for Dig. 100 Thieves playing it slow and steady, not taking any risks whatsoever, just looking to clean this one up. Grinding out Dig, forcing them to be the one to make the plays. Because 100 Thieves have all the scaling, as was evidenced by the damage right there from FBI. I really felt like Hoon had to flash the combo, but of course, he thought he was going to be safe. Does have quite a bit of health, but no armor against a Sivir that fed this late in the game. You just die so fast.
You might as well be an 80 carry,
yeah.
right? If you're Mininar trying to jump away from that, you pretty much are 80 carry sturdiness, and you're going to die like an 80 carry would, getting free fired on by the enemy one. Drake is up. And it's just FBI soloing that one down. They know that Dignitas can't even enter into the area. So there's Infernal Soul. Attack, explosion, bonus. Kaboom, go the Dignitas health bars. 100 Thieves find him. XU, he's alone in the river, but he's a pretty fast horse.
House of the Dragon Soul.
Kuhi trying to escape a...
Okay.
All right, never mind. Okay, we've got... Okay, all right, double kill, nicely done. At first I was like, oh, Huhi, maybe he got caught. Nope. Nope.
Turns out 35 minutes of farming on Sivir gets some big dividends there.
Turns out it works out. 100 Thieves. All right, now that they've got a 5v3 and 2 inhibitors already down beforehand, they've got the minion wave coming up behind them in mid. No, they don't have Baron, but I really don't think they need it. You've got the fed Sivir, you've got the fed Azir. 100 Thieves are in control. XU goes in, but he is immediately just rejected by 100 Thieves, as now Somedays still looking to keep on keeping on with a stolen Ahri ultimate. Oh, he just picks him up so easy. Shut down onto spawn as well. Blue goes golden, and that'll make a nice trophy for 100 Thieves as they take the win in 36 minutes.
Clean control game there from 100 Thieves. 13-2. They get the soul, they get the Barons. They were in full control of this one. It felt like pretty much all game long. The Sylas pick was really big for them, though. 3 solo kills, I believe, in that one for Someday. Sylas, such a strong answer in a Gnar. Nothing we've been seeing much of whatsoever, even against all these blind pickable Gnars. You can see how it can go bad because Hoon was actually trading back pretty well, but the power in the all-ins with this pick is just nothing to mess with, and Someday made it look really, really easy on it. That bot, Abadaga and FBI at the time, they needed to farm up to scale up.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, a super fast win, but it was very, very controlled, and they were playing a very scaling comp.
And again, I respect Dignitas challenging 100 Thieves for those Drakes when it's a moment where we were like, will they do it or not, right? We legitimately were asking that question to see if they would go for it. 2 times they went for it. 1 time it worked beautifully with XU being able to run in there, beat Closer at the smite, take it away and disengage. I can understand based on that outcome going forward again the second time, especially with what you were talking about with, hey, if they hit 3 items and you're still on 2 items, it's done. Unfortunately, the execution was too slow. They weren't all on the same page. 100 Thieves, especially considering they're one of our better teams and this Dignitas roster is just put together with these 5 this week, they're going to be more coordinated. And as soon as they had the window, the game was done.
Absolutely. And I think 100 Thieves really showed their class in being able to actually recognize what Dignitas would have to try to do to win and shutting it down, right? Because they were so good at denying vision. So a lot of these TP flanks look bad because they didn't have good wards to actually do it, because 100 Thieves had cleared them all out, right? They're dropping multiple pinks in the brushes, they're sweeping forward, they're clearing out everything around them. And every single time a TP flank was coming through, I don't think there was any that weren't noticed this entire game. Everyone was marked, everyone was turned on. They just were so well coordinated with it, and it made it look like Dig had no chance.
100 Thieves are they're heating up a little bit. We were seeing some wild and wacky stuff earlier on in the split, but I feel like they're sort of week by week, so
9-3.
finding that footing a lot better. They want it, which is exactly where you want to see them being as we're getting closer to playoffs, as we're now getting into the meat of the second round robin, right? Like, this is a team that can be very scary. This is a team who's got a banner hanging up right there. It's lit up. We have a light on it. It's cool. And this is a squad that could be back in that form and could be incredibly intimidating for anybody to go up with.
Absolutely. I mean, the top team is definitely going to have to be on the watch out for 400 Thieves. They already took down EG, and they're looking like a big threat for the championship.
And now that they have claimed their victory, we're going to join La Tigress and Someday for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much. We've got a 100 Thieves victory on the day. And I've got Someday. One of the last times we saw you, it was your birthday, but we have a whole other thing to celebrate here. Silas play looking really good. 3 solo kills to push you over 900 kills in your LCS career. Tell me about your performance that game.
I didn't know I have that many kills in LCS in Korea, but yeah, I'm glad that kind of carried the game and we won today.
Carried through and through. A nice victory for 100 Thieves. We've heard Closer actually prior talking about always wanting to beat Dignitas because of the different matchups prior. A different roster this time around, though. What were your thoughts going into that?
As long as we are staying our comfortable zone and we're playing our games, it should be good for us. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I know that's what a lot of people are thinking when it comes to 100 Thieves. Playing your own game. Oh, how much of a contender are they? But you're coming off of a 2-0 week last week, one of those victories being Evil Geniuses. What's the team mentality going into not just this week, but the remainder of the regular season?
After we won against EG, I was looking at record and, oh, actually we just one game behind of EG, and I was a bit surprised. So, but I think we are kind of far away to be clean, so we have to working hard, and we will do better next time.
You do got another game coming up to keep working hard for those victories. Immortals, they've been having some shakeups recently. What do you make of that matchup?
We have Fritz, our sub coach, and they have a main coach. They're twins brothers, so I want to win for Fritz.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a matchup to watch for many reasons, like you just said. Someday, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the victory.
Thank you.
We are just getting started with our LCS weekend. On the other side of this break, we've got Team Liquid taking on TSM and our very own Fudge taken to the casting booth. We'll see you there.
Gets him to get it back. Oh, Someday tries to. He grabs the heal there, but he's still down to 200 HP. Someday, he sidesteps the wallop. He dashes away, and Hoon gets outplayed for the second time. There it is. Hoon takes a little bit of damage there, slammed back into the wall. That's the AP ratio you are talking about, and that is a third solo kill. Abadaga having a flash away. He throws out the soldiers. Who's going to be jumped on now? 100 Thieves collapsing. They've split Dignitas, and they've split him in half.
It's time for a last-second assist, and this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. On the run and almost out of the fight, Huhi provides Abadaga with just enough leverage to turn around and secure the quadra kill.
If Abadaga takes one out, Huhi trying to keep him alive, and Huhi dies, and Abadaga gets bailed out on quadra kill.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes. as we pass the setting sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. You said I'm sorry that you worry, don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where there was more news out of the TSM camp this week, with Sol returning to the Academy lineup and Solo now being promoted to the starting LCS position for TSM. Quite a debut for him in summer this year, as he's going to go up against Team Liquid and Bwipo in the top lane. Let's just talk real briefly about this move. Fudge, Solo just seems like the perennial LCS mercenary.
Yeah, I think he's very, very smart about which teams he joins. He thinks about it very deeply. It's actually impressive. But I also think that he's quite good. I mean, he's, I believe, better than Sol. We actually scrimmed against them twice this week, and although the games were not very close, I did think he was better than Sol laning against him, and he definitely showed signs of like understanding of matchups that other top laners have, but Sol didn't really have, I felt like. So I think he'll do fine. I don't think he'll have too many troubles going against Bwipo. I think he'll be able to go even and do well.
Separately, I also just want to get your thoughts on the move of Sol back down to Academy. In looking at the messaging from TSM, seems very much his own decision. You know, we were talking earlier about players getting their opportunities in the LCS, and he's taking, you know, he's gotten that opportunity and decided it's better for him and his career in the long term to go back down to Academy. Just your general thoughts on that move?
Yeah, I think generally for a lot of the rookies coming in mid-split into the rosters, it's really, really difficult for them to play well, obviously, because they just haven't practiced and they haven't gotten that experience. And also, they're sort of just looked at as like extremely judgmentally from the entirety of the public. Everyone's sort of judging them and all the eyes are on them, and that much pressure, no rookie can really handle it. And I think it's a good idea for him to go back to Academy and just keep playing well, and hopefully he'll play well in Academy and get another chance in LCS once he's more ready. But I completely understand his decision.
Awesome. We definitely will await his return back to the LCS stage when he feels good and ready. Speaking of top laners, though, and after we just watched one of the league's best in Someday dismantle Dignitas with the Silas pick up there in the top lane, and while we have another one of the league's best here with us in fun, we thought it'd be fun to play a little game, my friend. So we've got some, Jad's pulling them out. We got player heads of all of the opposing top laners in the league. And we thought it would be fun for you
Yeah.
to, quote unquote, power rank, to a degree, all of the other top winners in the league, but on a slightly different scale, right? Normally it'd
How
be just like a
fudge are
1 to 10. We want the fudge scale. So what we've done, as we pan over here, we're going to reveal, we've built a graphic of fudges. And basically, we would like you to evaluate all of your top-ranked opponents in the league by equating them to a level of fudge.
Damn, dude, we got the side pose, good symmetry.
I know, right?
Side pose at the end, and then the side pose
Shout
at the
out
other
to
end.
John for
We
this
have a
graphic.
great job.
I'm pretty sure
You know,
it's him doing it.
Start wherever you want. You can start with tiny fudge. You can start with big
We have to start
fudge.
with the best top laner in the league.
Okay.
Oh, of course.
Wait, where am I? Okay, I'm here. Oh, shit!
Oh, he's gone! He already killed one of his
I already
opponents.
killed one of them.
Yeah.
You're here.
Fudge.
Fudge, yeah, okay, double fudge.
You have a fudge-sized pimple.
Obviously, I am the best. This is not debatable whatsoever. I will continue to be the best.
I like it.
I don't care that I got behind early game. Fuck you.
Got the top, that's all that matters.
Moving on.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, the top end of the scale has been established.
Okay, yes. I'm gonna go down from the best after me. And this is actually very difficult because I think that Bwipo, Impact, and Someday are all very similar.
Okay.
I think I'm very similar to them as well in terms of skill, honestly. But I have to put myself at the best, obviously.
All right.
So you want to put them all on the same size?
Yeah,
fudge?
you think they're equivalent?
I'm thinking about it, but that's kind of boring. That's kind of boring.
Chimera?
That's kind of boring. I might put the man himself. Come here. Come
Man
here.
the myth.
I mean, like,
Man,
when
the
you...
myth, the legend.
Okay, there it is.
Because he's wide.
I think that I think he understands the map state the best out of all the top laners. I think he understands other roles. Obviously, he played jungle.
Yep.
He is
That makes
very
sense.
good at jungle, actually, when he was playing on Fnatic. And his overall understanding of the game, I think, is probably the best. Based on, like, playing against him, I feel like he understands where he needs to be the best out of all the top laners.
Awesome.
And I would say, like, the laning phases of all the top laners are all really similar. So I would say that's the edge he has over them.
Also, real-world Bwipo is basically as tall as you two, so it kind of makes sense, right? Like that interview last week was the first time like both of you have looked a normal size.
I'm really hoping that he wins today so I can interview him.
Yeah, sure. I want that so badly.
That's what we need to hope for.
All right, so Bwipo gets a small edge over Impact Someday, but now you gotta make some determinations between them.
Yeah, this is a little difficult,
Fudges
honestly.
are hard. He's learning now how hard it is to try and rank individuals.
Jesus.
Think twice before you flame us for our power rankings.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put Impact and Someday same.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we have our first two-headed fudge.
I would say Impact and Someday are very similar. They're both like, I would say the same in skill in terms of laning phase as me and Bwipo, but they do seem to die to a lot more ganks, possibly don't really be in the right state of them, like in mid game and late game. I would say sometimes they aren't in the right position. I would say Impact has gotten a lot better at it, actually. I noticed he's been doing a lot better in LCS games specifically, but in scrims I do see a little bit of a problem with it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Tough one.
That's true.
I'm ready.
I'm not saying that I'm beating him in scrims. I'm just saying that he's making a couple of mistakes.
I like it though. You've got data sets that we don't have to work with. This is great. All right, so we're almost halfway through the list. All right, let's see if we can steamroll a little bit because I'm being told we got to send you over.
You have to cast soon.
We have Philippe.
Oh!
Right after them, just because today I think he played pretty well.
Yes.
I think he performed like better than most people would expect.
Yeah.
And I mean, he understands a lot of the matchups that he plays, the carry matchups pretty well.
Okay.
That's dope.
Nice.
I love it.
Unexpected.
I gotta put my boy Eric Licorice.
There he is.
The man himself, Licorice. I'm pretty good friends with him from playing with him. I 1v1'd him a lot when I was the academy top laner. And I think he's really good. I think he understands a lot of the matchups pretty well. And he doesn't int too much, you know? Considering his team is probably bottom of the pack, he plays pretty well a lot of the time. I would say he's probably the best player on that team.
Yeah. Definitely curious.
Maybe you could argue Riven now, actually.
I was just saying, I'm definitely curious now with the different jungler behind him.
Yeah.
You know,
Here it is.
Those
This is where it
rankings
gets
will
tough.
change in a week
Yeah,
or so.
there's 4
All right.
fudges left.
Couple more to go.
Okay. Oh, geez.
You can skip a fudge if you think there's a
Guys,
drop-off.
I'm sorry to say.
Oh, where's it going?
Baby fudge.
Okay.
Hoon, after today's performance, I'm sorry, buddy.
Not much you can do. You just got into the
Small
new
sample
stage.
size. but
It's a very
sample
small
good.
sample size. He can come back. I believe in you, buddy. Hoon,
Damn right.
Let's go.
Come back tomorrow. You'll shit on everybody.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we need.
I want fudge in the huddle tomorrow.
Okay, so
know.
I heard Powerfox shit-talking us on the league. He was saying about how C9's top side is looking really weak. Yesterday in scrims, all I'm going to say is CLG was looking a little weak. So I'm gonna have to put this guy. Although I did say that he's my most improved player for this year. But I have to put him down there just because of what Palfox said. You know,
Okay. Fair enough.
My ego's too big.
Wow, Dokla caught a stray.
Okay, Solo. Ooh. Okay, I think Solo is probably. I'm gonna have to leave a gap a little bit here.
Okay.
I'm gonna put Solo like here.
All right.
I think he's like general. Actually, no.
Medium to small fudge.
Please change.
Okay.
I don't think he's. Okay.
It's tough.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, he's going there.
Fudge necklace.
All right.
Yeah, it's a nice necklace.
Who do we have left?
We got Revenge.
Where's
I'm really
Revenge
good
going?
friends with Revenge, so I feel bad for this, but.
You have 3 different places to place him between the Dokla Solo combo.
Well, I think we probably should have printed 2 Revenge faces. One for the Aatrox game, and then one for the rest of the split.
The Aurelia game against TL like a year ago.
Yeah,
that was a pop-off game.
Jack remembers that.
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna have to put him in the middle.
There it is.
Okay, there it is. There it
I
is.
think you'll be fine.
All right.
Revenge is actually pretty good. I do think that he's like pretty good at a lot of matchups, carry matchups specifically.
Amazing. Well, Fudge, thank you so much for running through all these top winners. We're going to take the time to discuss your list a little bit while you book it on over to the cast desk. Get yourself loaded up for this game. It's going to be a big one. TSM, TL. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend, and best of luck with your cast, all right?
Thank you.
All right, head out that way.
Yeah. Just speed up on
You run
with your
off
Puma
that way.
gear and everything.
Somebody will come grab you. Thank you very much. All right, talk to me, Jap.
So the reason this is the new standard for tier lists is because it allows more nuance than a 1 to 10.
It's true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah,
So
I like it.
It doesn't always have to be fudge faces, but just look at what he was able to accomplish here. Someday Impact tied for 3rd.
Yeah.
You put a T3, it looks lame on a tier list. You put it here, it looks important.
That's true.
You know, having gaps, being like, there's a big licorice to Dokla gap.
Yeah. Here's my question: Is putting a face below Dokla, is that like a half step down? Because notice how the
That's
2
what
that
it
are
felt
tied over here in
like.
3rd, it's like that's a true tie. Is this a 9 and 9.5 kind of situation?
Depends on the value of the medallion. If the necklace is that valuable.
True. He's actually the bling on it. I love it. That's so brilliant.
That's the most important part of the accessory, so we'll take it.
I do love, though, that actually we get that little bit of influence from the scrims that go on behind, right? And so getting to hear a player kind of talk honestly about, like, well, you all see one thing on stage, but damn, I struggle against this guy in scrims, or nah, I smashed him this week, so he's going right down to the bottom of the list.
The coolest thing was hearing about Philip, right?
Yes.
Because previously when we had Fudge on, he's like, oh man, yeah, I'm gonna smash that kid.
That was probably the biggest surprise.
And yeah, so like talking to the team, they're like, oh yeah, Philip always wants to go in. He's always looking for those angles. So to hear Fudge say like he was impressed with his laning as well, and he's done a lot better than expected, was really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Raz, how did you even end up
Yeah,
with that?
what?
How'd you get the...
Look, I took the question mark just in case because when he started
you're going to put a
saying-
question mark ping over
Yes,
one of
exactly.
his rankings.
All right, I'm being told that
Just in
Fudge
case.
is locked and loaded up at the caster desk and ready to go, so we're going to hand it back over to the casters and our good friend Fudge to get into this game. Enjoy.
I'm still subscribed to CoreJJ's Twitch. I mean, I just watch his VODs whenever I can. I think he has very strong fundamentals, and he's the most consistent probably in terms of laning. Like, I think he makes every ADC's life easier, and that's why players like working with him, because you just know what you're getting out of him, and he won't like make a mistake in terms of, or like an egregious mistake. He just might not play it like insanely kind of thing. Like, but he's always there and he's always doing the right thing, and I think that's really admirable. And so I try and watch that and see what he's doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the casting desk the man of honor, the man of the hour, the Fudge Factor, joining us for a TriCast here today. Fudge, it is great to have you
dressed up a little bit, too.
Thank you. I got my
Looking
great
fancy.
tie. I'm ready for this TL vs TSM match. We got Whipper vs Solo, the 2 best top laners in the league, not according to my tier list. So I look forward to watching them. Oh, we got Champ Select already.
Yeah, we're in. We're going to get started here. You took some time on the Fudge tier list.
Yeah.
So,
it's my bad. You know, I
well
didn't really think about it beforehand. I should have prepared it a little bit more, but you know, I like to go on the fly.
Man. It's hard. I think you killed it.
What are you looking forward to most in this matchup here, Fudge?
Honestly, I think that TSM, I mean, we scrimmed them twice this week, as I said before. And I don't really feel like any of their players are too much of carries other than Speaker and Maple, especially in early game. I find that they're very good in early game. And they're usually the ones that really like play in a lot and seem to be moving around the map together, which is what you want out of your mid jungle. Instinct, I actually think has been playing pretty well. Like I don't think he's been playing too poorly, despite like him coming in like not really on the roster at the start of the split. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. But we also have Whippo Gangplank, as per usual. He is, I think, probably might even be better than me at Gangplank, actually. I think he's very, very good at Gangplank. So
that's high praises, my friend.
Yeah, it is. Because I think I'm pretty good at Gangplank as well. Usually people bend against me.
He had a really good game on it last week. He had like the 11 kill GP game.
Exactly.
Are you in the Bwipo train of thought? Because when Bwipo was on the cast, he was flaming the Ravenous Hydra GP build. So are you a crit fan?
I swear, when I was scrimming against him, he was going like Hullbreaker GP, which I think is also terrible. So I don't really know. Maybe I was getting him mixed up with someone else. But yeah, I agree with him that the crit is just way better.
This is going to be a new tradition. Every time we get a new top laner on, they can flame the previous top laner's build.
No, I mean, I think that what he was saying was completely correct. I was actually listening to it. I thought he was really doing a really good job. And what he was saying was mostly true.
All right, so we've got the Gangplank for TL. The response is Ornn Viego from TSM. So you're saying that Spica and Maple are the carries on TSM. Viego, a pretty good pick for carry.
Yeah, I think Spica is quite good at Viego from playing against him. And obviously, I think that he's consistently been pretty good at team fighting, actually, throughout the past couple of years. So I think that's good that they put him on that, and also put Solo in a matchup where you're not really going to try to outplay them. You're sort of just playing to neutralize the Gangplank and play for team fighting.
And I feel like that's been Solo's career, right? Like when he comes in and plays for these teams, they need stability in the top lane. They bring in Solo. You know what you're getting. He's a solid weak side top lane player. You know, and he's going to be able to play these tank matchups, give up the minimum, and hopefully scale and enable the carries. But I mean, when you're playing Ornn, it does feel like you need someone who's really going to bring the damage, and you're already feeling like, okay, you're looking at hyperscaling mid laner or bot laner, if not both, because you're already building towards what is probably going to be a 5v5. And if they lock Sylas, then Instinct is really going to have to be a high damage carry.
I'm not a big fan of the Sylas pick here, honestly, just because I don't think any ulti is too impactful in team fighting. And once you pick Ornn, you sort of lock yourself into
5v5,
relying on 5v5, and your 5v5 is generally not going to be much better than versus playing a mage.
And now it kind of feels like as well, like if you're TL, what marksman are you targeting, right? Because we already have Zeri taken off the table. Like we know that Instinct is going to have to play some sort of a hyper carry.
Right.
Like what kind of things are you thinking about for pick ban?
I assume Jinx is probably going to be a big thing. I'm actually surprised that they picked MF blind like this. We actually play against TL today, tomorrow, so this is interesting. You know, I'm gonna have to make sure I take some notes on this. My team's probably doing a draft meeting right now, actually, without me. So I'm gonna let them do the work. But I think Jinx is likely the best hyper carry ADC that you are looking for. Lucian Nami is okay as well, but I'm actually surprised to see MF. I've actually never seen MF blind pick like this before, so this is interesting.
Well, they do have powerful AoE with Gangplank ulti, with barrels, with the Wukong ulti as well, MF. There's some powerful zone control there for the side of TL so far.
I mean, it feels like TL really needs lockdown, right? Like they need engage. And I wonder if Nautilus is actually going to be left up, because I feel like Nautilus with MF and GP and Wukong is just like the easy answer. So unless TSM is actually grabbing Nautilus here on 4, I'm kind of surprised that they would leave it up, because it feels like the obvious pick.
Yeah, and I also think that they really need some sort of engage, because they picked Sylas and versus Gangplank and MF, and you're obviously needing to engage with Ornn, Sylas, Viego, such short range. So I really hope that they decide to ban Nautilus here for TL, because as they did just now, I think it's what's required, some sort of engage from the support of TSM.
All right, gentlemen, let's see what we get here. We need to see both bottom lane components for the side of TSM, whereas I need to see mid and support for TL. And there's the Jinx, exactly as predicted, Fudge, with the Giga Brain.
Well, it's definitely a very popular pick right now. I think Jinx is probably the best pick that would be able to win this game for them, because they really need some sort of damage in late game team fights.
I do just find it interesting though that TL didn't actually target the marksman, instead target the supports, because there's such a big pool of supports I think that can actually slot in. It's like, yeah, these are banned out, but there's still like Rakan and Rel and Alistar and all these other ones that can kind of slot in and do similar things. Where I feel like when you look at the marksman pool, it is more limited. Like there's not as many champions that can be Jinx, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe they were thinking that Senna Tahm Kench is a problem for MF in laning phase, which is why they've been Tahm Kench, and Nautilus is obviously very good engaged. Wow.
Syndra.
Okay.
All right, a classic.
Oh, I'm interested to see this Bard pick, actually. I think Bard is okay here, but you do only have really mid lane to play around with Bard. I don't think Ornn is very good with Bard.
He could also just be hovering because it's
time. I think it's a namesake.
It is time, but I'm wondering what he will even pick here. I guess Braum is not the best pick in my opinion, but I like seeing the Syndra out of Bjergsen because I do think this matchup is very good for Syndra. It's very hard for Silas to win all-ins, and you sort of just poke him out in early game.
And the ult steal is so worthless because you only get the 3 orbs, right? Like, you can't actually stack orbs and do a lot of damage with it, so you're not really that threatened by it. Rom just feels like a neutralizing pick, right? It's like, I can stop the MF ult, I can stop, Syndra, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to have an easy time navigating a lot of these team fights, and they're super reliant on solo now, I think, to be that primary engage. Like, it's a little bit tough, I think, to not have any sort of engagement or support.
So can I operate under the assumption then that you guys are saying TL won the draft?
I think this draft almost puts all your eggs in Instinct as TSM, and I think Instinct is just insane, and he plays really well in laning phase. He has really high CS numbers, has good items in team fights. He can play well in those team fights and actually find ways to carry, but I do believe that there's so much pressure on him despite him being a sort of new player, so I really doubt that he'll be able to perform as well as he needs to be.
Yeah, I think TL just have so many more options, right? Like, it's a really good matchup mid. If Rakan and Braum are roaming, like, who do you favor? Of course, the Rakan, I think, has more ability to impact the map. GP can actually affect cross map as well, so it does feel like TL have a lot more windows, a lot more opportunities to make plays happen, where, on the TSM side, it feels like you're going to try to aim to neutralize and hope you can get those 5v5s where you can protect Instinct and he can go off.
I think it's actually interesting to see what's going to happen this game.
Bjergsen. Have you seen that?
I've never seen First Strike on Syndra, but also I just don't really see Syndra too much recently anyway.
Right, yeah. She's a bit of a remnant of the past almost.
It is kind of cool, though, into a melee matchup. I can actually see it, right? Because I do think, there are some mid laners that you see it sometimes on, like First Strike Cassidon was popular for a little bit into some of the easy matchups to proc it. I think it can make some sense. So it's not bad. And I mean, it's one of those runes that I feel like people don't give enough respect to its scaling damage. Like, it's not just gold. Early game, it is kind of just gold, but late game, it's like 10% damage amp is significant.
Yeah.
I love the battling chant at the beginning of every one of these matchups between the teams that have been around for so long and have built up these
TSM!
Yeah.
I love TSM.
Yeah, you can be as biased as you want, by the way.
Yeah.
They can fire us for that, but you
you're
do whatever you want.
fun, bro. You can kind of just do whatever you want.
Honestly, I want TSM
hey,
to
he
win.
said it, wasn't us.
I want TSM to win mainly because we need TL's mental to be a little bit broken for next week.
Oh, okay. He's planning ahead for tomorrow.
So really, you're cheering for yourself.
Yeah, we're just cheering for myself.
I respect that.
Interesting to see they sweep level 1 ward. They might be planning an invade, actually.
Yeah, it does feel like they're looking for a
Braum Silas, obviously very strong level 1. And Rakan is generally going to be weaker. Jinx is much stronger than MF in early lane.
TL have 5 here, though. Yeah. Is Solo here? Or is he top? Solo's top. So
TL's aware of what's going on here.
So hopefully they see Gangplank and they can just run away, but this is looking a little rough for them. Yeah.
Poor JJ lost bone plating there. TSM backing out now. They're recognizing that TL, they read what's going on. I like the attempt from TSM, but even more so, I like the fact that they did not overdo it, commit to something that was already taken care of. So anyway, that's going to mean both of our junglers starting off on the bottom half of the map and should be pathing bot to top side. Maybe somebody will do one of those cheeky level 2 ganks like we saw last game, but let's see.
It's a little bit awkward for GP now, though, because he actually lost experience on all 3 melees. And he might lose range as well. No,
he was able
to get that. So,
but it is really rough for Gangplank, especially when he has first strike. He wants to be able to come into the lane and start queuing him down and getting the first auto attack on trades. He actually got it there, which was really good for him. But not being able to push his Gangplank in this matchup makes it really, really rough because it's not going to allow you to have a very good lane state at level 6, which is when Ornn wants to all in with Spellbook and Ignite once they've both teleported back to lane.
So how much more nervous are you, against Spellbook Ornn at 6 when you're playing First Strike versus Grasp, right? Like, how much of a difference do you actually think that makes for the matchup?
I think the only big difference it makes is that Grasp will be able to, you'll get a bigger lane advantage pre-6, which will then allow you to have a better lane state, so you don't really...
Doesn't have to go.
Yeah, you don't have to all in him. I would say, like, it's around the same at level 6 if you have this similar lane state, which won't really happen. I think Grasp is way stronger than First Strike in majority of early game.
Back here in mid lane, Bjergsen and Maple. Just not a whole lot going on here early. We were talking a little bit during Champ Select about how it's difficult for Silas to find the all-ins here, right? It's more of just like Bjergsen will be able to play and poke him down and shouldn't really be that major threat on his life without some intervention there coming out from Spica.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to see Silas getting pushed on Syndra. I'm not really sure what happened, maybe because of the level 1. Silas was able to maybe get the 3 melees, and... Oh no, Syndra also got the 3 melees, but seemingly he got pushed in the first couple waves, which is quite good for him. He was not really going to get poked down.
Yes, this is a matchup you said you do really like for Syndra. We got Mr. Worldwide here. We got the mid lane. We got the top lane. Yeah, talking about mid lane now too. You know, how do you feel about like Sylas in this matchup? Because obviously he went D shield. You know, he's not going corrupting, which feels like way more popular generally when I've seen these kind of matchups.
Yep.
You know, the Sylas comes in, spams out the corrupting potion, tries to use that, you know, as a resource to push in the wave and then reset.
Yeah, I think D shield is actually a lot better. And when I used to play this matchup in mid lane, it wasn't really a thing for Sylas to go D shield. Second Wind and D shield together makes it almost impossible to get poked out of lane by any of these mages. And especially considering Syndra doesn't have Aerie or Scorch, which is usually what people go on Syndra to bully lane really hard, I don't think he's really going to have any like troubles getting through laning phase and getting to like maybe Lost Chapter first recall.
Yeah, Bjergsen, mana bar down to about 1/3. He's going to take that first recall here with Maple just farming up the minions underneath the turret. Team Liquid out to a very, very modest gold lead here at the start. The Scuttle Crabs were traded 1-for-1 as well.
So it's actually interesting to see where Syndra doesn't have teleport, so she doesn't want to stay in the lane against Sylas, because if she ends up staying in the lane, Sylas starts trading on her, he'll be able to TP back and then get a lane advantage through that. So he needs to recall, but also this allows Sylas to stay longer in lane and possibly get Lost Chapter to her only having Tia and Ampto.
And that's one of the advantages you get. But now, bottom side, Instinct in a little bit of trouble here as Hans and CoreJJ are putting on the pressure.
And now CoreJJ has Flash and Ignite, so you have to be very careful here. The heal gets forced out. Time has no E up right now, so it is a little bit of a danger zone. They're going to just have to use the heal defensively to just be able to farm up this wave, but it gets pretty awkward.
Yeah.
He has to leave.
Yeah, he's gone.
Maybe you could argue because Viego said he could stay, but it's like you're just going to keep getting choked out. Also, something interesting to see is top lane is going really, really well for Solo.
CoreJJ with the flash out of the Ignite. He's walking back towards the turret.
Wait, he has
so
tower aggro.
The turret aggro toward CoreJJ. He tries to get away. He stays alive. Hot Summer with the body block. CoreJJ with the escape yet again. Han's now in trouble. Winter's Bite gonna proc the stun. They're still trying to get out. Flash out from TL's bottom laners. All 4 summoner spells. CoreJJ walking back into turret while Ignite was ticking.
Yeah, and here for Speaker, he actually messed up his E on the wall. So he E'd the middle of the lane, so he wasn't able to get the move speed to chase Rakan down. I think he actually messed up there, and he wasn't able to chase Rakan, which I think Rakan was definitely dead if he played it a bit better. But it's still really, really good outcome for TSM's bot lane, considering the lane state was so terrible. Now MF's going to probably miss Cannon, and Jinx is going to be able to get a recall.
Yeah, that's all 4 sums down. Like, that is kind of rough for TL, as you said, from the position that they were in. And Core just miscalculated. Like, he only needed 1 more auto there to actually get the kill, but thought that the Ignite had enough damage to actually finish him off from that spot. But, you know, as he walks back to try to E through the tower, you get stunned up, you get chompers or whatever it was, and you have tower aggro from the Ignite.
Yeah, and here, as you can see, the Ornn has Ignite and ulti, so Swippo is probably calling that he needs Centauran to push out the wave, because otherwise if he walks up 1v1 here, there's no way he's going to be able to find a base, because he's never going to be able to catch the wave. He uses ulti actually instead, despite Centauran coming up, which is actually really bad. It wastes a lot of Centauran's time. Centauran probably wasted about 30 seconds just coming up top lane, and he ends up ulting anyway, so it's pretty good lane stay for Solo, actually. He's doing a really, really good job, obviously, because his level 1 was really helpful.
Yeah, he's got a farm lead. Like you said, they end up wasting the enemy jungler's time by still using the ulti anyway. And now that there's no Gangplank ultimate available, that means the other half of the map is also safe from that possibility of contributing to the fight. Hans and Core once again have control of the lane, once again shoving TSM back underneath the turret, but with Chime and Instinct stepping up, they know something else has to be going down here. The flashes are gone from the TL bottom lane, but CoreJJ and Hans are fighting back 2 versus 3. TSM not willing to take the fight, even though Santorin isn't here yet. That's not their read. Spica's at 200 HP. TL just whooped them down a man.
And this is really, really good for TL. Obviously, they're going to be able to get their blue buff on Syndra and probably get their own buff as well, because Viego's not able to trade after being so low. So this is a very, very good scenario for TL. It's exactly what they want.
Yeah, I mean, Spica spent a lot of time waiting around there. He was over the wall there for a good 20 seconds or so, you know, trying to find that angle. So when they actually get out-fought 2v3, as you say, Santorin can take that for himself. Smite upgrade. They can give the next blue over to Bjergsen. So Bjergsen's going to have a pretty significant advantage. And
the slow, the bullet time. Nice Chime there, intercepting a couple of those waves, but another time, every time this camera comes down into bottom lane, my friends, Instinct is at 200 HP and he's trying to walk it home.
Yeah, and TL's bot lane is really playing very well, and even though he doesn't kill him with the ulti there, he forces him to recall, which is all you really need. He's just going to keep continuing to get plates, keep continuing to get a gold lead through CS.
It also feels more tough than normal for Maple to lose the blue because he didn't start Corrupting Potion and he didn't get to his Lost Chapter recall. Exactly. He just now did. But you have some serious mana problems when you don't have Lost Chapter yet.
Yeah, and I think recently people have been going 3-point stew on Silas a lot more rather than WMAX, which used to be a lot more mana intensive. You used to need like Biscuits a lot more. And nowadays people can just go second win and just go Q-Max so you don't use as much mana, hopefully. It'll be fine for him in lane.
Well, first blood has still not occurred yet. Just about 9 minutes into the game here. Second round of buffs coming up. You can see those are going to be passed off to mid laners and whatnot. Where are we really expecting that action? We've seen attempts in bottom lane. Is bottom lane going to be the name of the game, or are we expecting somewhere else to pop up instead?
So the thing here is, like, Ornn versus Gangplank, generally, Ornn is much, much stronger in the Herald fights. So hopefully, if I'm Ornn, I'm calling, like, my team, I really want to fight this Herald, and hopefully the Silas can take either GP ulti or Wukong ulti, and hopefully TL's bot lane, despite having their advantage, isn't going to be able to affect this. But it looks like TSM's actually just going to trade Dragon for Herald or some sort of bot side play, which is quite bad for Ornn's lane, I would say, just because he's going to get slowly outscaled because he's making gold way less with Gangplank's Parley.
You can see Solo walking down into the river. He can kind of not really do anything other than watch this Herald be taken. TL has the man advantage there. Yes, Spica and Maple are both in mid lane, but they can't rotate over fast enough. So there's the trade, the Herald, but not even really traded for the Drake as that wasn't picked.
It wasn't even really a trade because Spica actually did come up late. So now they're going to start it up. Bot does have push, so they are going to try to move over to this Dragon. And Bjergsen's on a recall. He's not playing TP, so this will be TSM's
late
Dragon.
Trade.
So will be delayed trade there. But do you think that's a situation where TSM is focusing too much on the fact that they want Jinx to just scale and not enough on the fact that, hey, maybe Ornn does have the advantage on top side right now?
Looking at it then, it seemed like TSM thought that they wanted to fight the Herald, but they were a bit late. They might have not thought that Wukong and Gangplank would start up the Herald so fast because Ornn was still trying to contest whilst Viego trying to cross into River to fight them. So it might have just been a little bit of a mistake on their part, not knowing how fast they could do Herald.
1,000 gold lead for TL despite no kills on the board. A big part of that, down here in bottom lane. 94 to 72 CS. Han, Sama, and Core doing a good job forcing their opponents out of lane, making them waste as much time as possible with recalls, with walking away from all this aggro, taking those turret plates and building up these leads as Bwipo disengages from Solo there in the top side.
And I mean, Hansa is not only, his rune choice with the comment, pretty lane focused, but he's actually 4 points east. So he's going, Emax even with the Eclipse build. Yeah. I've seen more commonly people do a couple points, and only really do the max if they're going Leandries. Yeah. So this does seem a little bit atypical to be going Eclipse with Emax, but it is going to make your lane a lot stronger.
Oh, the flash follow and the bonk over the head. First blood. It explodes and it's instantly done as TL take out Instinct.
Yeah, this is also a really big disaster because they have Herald, so they're just going to be able to take the entire bot tower, and then what's ended up going to happen is they're going to be able to bail GP out of this lane where he's sort of just slowly losing to Ornn. And he's just going to be able to farm really easily. They're just going to swap, and there's nothing that TSM can really do to trade because of Gangplank ulti.
So I take it we're probably still not feeling too great about the Instinct hard carry factor here.
Yeah, it's a really rough scenario. I think this is like a very, very big win condition for TSM, seeming like it's sort of just going downhill for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's 11 minutes in, and he's 1,500 gold down individually to the enemy marksman, so that is brutal. Hansama even going Swifty.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He's like really, kind of emphasizing, it feels like the mood speed differential. You have tremendous slows with your Emax. Right. You have GP slows. You have, Syndra kind of zoning and stuff, and it feels like they're trying to just kind of keep range and not allow, the core of like Spica and Maple and Solo and Chime and stuff to actually ever close the gap.
Exactly. I actually really like it. I think exactly as you said, they need to engage, and him having that much move speed doesn't really allow them to really do anything, especially with Syndra and Gangplank helping him as well. So yeah, I actually really like this. It's kind of creative.
It's like you're so reliant on the Ornn ulti, right? Yeah. And even if you get tagged by the first half of the Ornn ult, you activate your W for the strut, and you have Swifty move speed. I don't think you should ever get hit by the second part of the Ornn ulti. Exactly. And if you can't hit that, you're never getting to the MF. So like builds like this to me are really, really cool because it feels like the player's actually thinking a lot about what the enemy win conditions are. And to me, it's often more important to build towards like, if there's only one way for them to win, how do I stop it, right? And this is really, really cool.
And also, go ahead.
I was about to say, this is coming from the the Mega Mind that created Warmog's Vagar in ARAM. Like that is the Azael classic.
Nice.
So I always enjoy seeing players do the same thing, right? Like how often, Fudge, as somebody who plays in this level of games every single week, how often do you find yourself having those moments where you're like, wait a second, we do need to deviate from what's accepted as the traditional build?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard thing to do, but as we can see, I think Whippo's dead here.
Whippo got clipped by the knock-up, and yeah, he's out of there.
Nice.
Spica takes the kill.
This is really, really good for TSM. This is exactly what they need. They need some sort of picks because they're never going to be able to win through bot side here, so it's really, really good that they look for Whippo, and I think that's something Spica's really good at doing, actually, is finding those picks when they're in bad positions. Used to do it on me a lot, especially last year. That guy kept pissing me off, honestly.
It's just a jungle diff, you know? Anytime you die, it's not bad positioning. You expected your jungler to be there.
I feel like that's the biggest compliment you can give someone that you play as an opponent is, man, this guy is so good, it pisses me off having to play against him sometimes.
Yeah. Turns down 3 levels.
Yeah, that is...
Almost level 9.
Yeah.
Closing in.
It's a bit rough though for Whippo because not only did he die, he lost his flash and no summons were expended on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think he was obviously trying to flash the R2 from the Orin, but he kind of flashed into it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, maybe didn't wait long enough to actually fully see where it's coming out.
Also interesting. Oh, that's
TP blank.
Yeah, Hanstama running into the river.
So much move speed.
He knows something's going on here. He tries to get away. Yeah, I mean, you've got the speedy boots. He can just get away. Core JJ jumps to him for safety. TSM commit 4 men to try to make this collapse, but TL is fast enough to just walk it off.
I feel like the MF walking animation too. It's so annoying, which is just strutting away.
Yeah, you're just so annoyed. This is really rough. You can definitely see the desperation from them because they don't feel like they can really win if they keep playing slowly. Obviously, TL's just gonna keep outscaling them, so they feel the need to make these TP plays. But MF obviously is really, really hard to get on top of. She still has flash, she still has heal, they still have refine ult, they have everything. It's not even close.
And it's not even like Maple had an ult stolen to actually help that up, but Spica will get pushed out.
Yeah, Spica happened to flash away to get away from that one. Santorin using the ulti, just trying to all in him there. Spica will manage to escape, but that means there is no flash available on this Viego for the next big fight that breaks out, as TL now has 4 players top of their own. Core JJ could lead the charge here. There comes your knockup. There comes your bullet time, and there goes the TSM 80 carry.
I mean, TL are just playing so well to what the win condition is for TSM, right? It's just non-stop focus. Instinct goes up towards top side. They roam up Yerkes and even pops Ghost early to make sure he's the first to arrive. They just hammer it home. As long as Jinx isn't farming, you are winning the game. And like, even just purely farm-wise, he's way behind the pace of the game. You know, down at 116. The second lowest carry in the game is 142 of Whippo.
Yeah, and also, even if like they happen to not kill Jinx there, they can sort of just wait out the on teleport and just back off. GP can just push bot, and he also still has ulti. But looking here now, it looks like Whippo's dead again, considering he has no flash. I don't really see a way of him getting out.
Well, he tries to drop a barrel, ever frosted. They just jump back in. Maple doesn't find the stun on him, ends up just hitting the minion, but it won't really matter a whole lot. Whippo is down, but his life will be traded away for Rift Herald #2 up in the top.
Top lane does not matter, guys. I'm sorry to say, but like, you guys
we all saw your game earlier.
Like, yeah, we saw my game earlier. Look what happened. I died to a dive. It doesn't fucking matter, bro. My jungler is playing Olaf. My team is better, so we will win.
That's what I said on the broadcast. Is as a top laner, you know better than anybody that if the rest of the map is winning and you're losing, you're fine with that.
Yeah, exactly. You always want that. Looks like somebody try to chase.
It's also the perfect opportunity if you get absolutely gap top lane and your team wins.
Better top win.
Better top wins at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Because you know the top laner is fuming because their role is so useless.
Honestly, it's like if you play really well, you beat the enemy top laner. For me, even if you lose, it's sort of like, I mean, I played well, you know.
It's a personal dub.
It's like
give yourself a gold star.
Yeah, good job, guys. I didn't do too bad.
Some of the back.
It's an L in the win column, but you know, treat yourself that night.
Yeah, you played pretty well.
Yeah, I respect it.
So at
top
least
laners gotta take the wins where they can get them.
Exactly.
And right now, TSM's taking the small wins they can find. They've got 2 Drakes compared to the 0 of Team Liquid. That's about all that's really in their favor at this point in the game. A 4,000 gold lead at 17 minutes for the side of TL is very, very scary. So I want to ask you guys, like, your TSM, the pressure is on. You know how well TL scale. What's the play?
The thing is usually you will try to trade, look for picks on side, but here, because TL has Rift Herald, it's very likely that it's going to play into top side, try to get 2 towers top lane with the Herald using possibly even going mid with Gangplank after him pushing bot. They can even look to Herald mid lane and then look to get top tower. So they have, you sort of just have to react to whatever TL's doing just because they have the Herald, which is a really, really rough position to be in, especially when behind, because if you have to match the enemy team once behind, you sort of just lose in every play.
And this is one of the reasons that I think it can be really hard to play out like solo engage comps, right? Where you only have Ornn, because when the only time TL have to be worried whatsoever is if Ornn is there, right?
Exactly.
And if you see Ornn in the side lane, if he's on a wave, then there's no concern. They can walk forward, they can harass constantly, because the Braum doesn't have any potential to actually make a pick happen or really threaten. So all they have to do is pay respect to when Ornn shows up, watch out for those engages, and I think TL can kind of do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can see some of the poke underneath the turret that was hitting Instinct there, as Hansama does have the Eclipse plus Manamune, Muramana, whatever you want to call that entirely involved item. That thing, those two items together, man, that is scary. This Jinx has such a difficult time going anywhere within range of this push.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. Honestly, oh, they're looking to fight now.
Okay, Spica's lost about half HP there. Gets back over behind Chime just in case the bullet time was going to come out, but Hans knows the Braum is there. He's not going to waste the cooldown. But these guys are scary, man. TL is so far ahead. These damage spikes, particularly around this Misfortune. And this is sort of what I was talking about when we were looking at the draft. The damage control, the zone control they're going to have. Solo go after Santorin here. Finds the knock-up. Santorin does not have his clone still available. Solo's keeping the chase alive. Manages to scare him away, but can't find the kill.
Yeah, he was defending his blue side, honestly, so it's not too bad to use ulti and push Wukong out. Ulti for ulti trade is not too bad, but it also delays what he wants to do, which is use Herald right now. So he's probably going to take red buff so he can get a lot of regen and then possibly look to Herald mid. But also Jinx is in base right now, so they'll just lose mid tower naturally, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, that never feels too great. Hansama is going to get the solo credit there on that. Never mind, Santorin ended up grabbing 50 gold from it. That's okay.
Nice.
And then Hans just gets to crash another wave into the mid turret. Hans up 50 CS here against his lane opponent. Maple stealing away the Recon ultimate in case they try to dive him. He wants to be able to lock someone up to try to take somebody with him. Hans with a little bit of damage back over the wall here again. And TL have now taken 4 turrets to the 0 of TSM. It is a 6,000 gold lead as we crest the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and here obviously Ornn actually gets to push out bot lane, so he's able to defend the tier 2 top lane, which is a very good timing for TSM to be able to defend the Herald. Otherwise, they possibly would have lost the tier 2 if Gangplank was the one that had push in bot lane and Ornn wasn't able to defend. So thankfully, they did not lose too much, but they're sort of just slowly losing and going to probably just lose all team fights for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough when it's TL is the one that gets to choose every time they fight, right?
Yeah.
Like they're the ones that get to actually decide where they're gonna have these altercations. And you know, even things like that where no one dies, they move up towards top, they zone Maple off the wave, he loses the cannon, loses some gold, they get the tower. They're never really in threat because as soon as Solo actually bases for a bot, TL starts to respect the fact that he can move up, his ult's gonna be back up. I guess the copium angle is maybe the first Ornn item is through, you know, you're kind of like hoping
that's a pretty big huff of the copium.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty rough out here for sure.
Yeah, interestingly here, now Gangplank, after pushing out bot lane, decides to base and defend top lane himself. Hopefully he won't be able to get dove, but he might actually just die here if he doesn't see... Oh, he doesn't see them on the blue trinket. He's going to die, I think. Yeah, he's dead.
Whippo. Okay. He does a pretty good job defending himself here at the start, but not enough just yet, or is it? Okay, Maple goes back in, uses his own stopwatch to get him out. So Whippo takes 2 of them low, but he's not going to bring anybody with him. It is the day of bullying the top laner of the winning team.
Yeah, top lane's really weak, honestly, but also Jinx dying once again. As per usual, it's a trade. I'll take that trade if I'm Whippo any day of the week. They just get to hit this mid tower. It's almost one health. They'll just be able to kill whenever they really want to. So this is a really, really rough time, even though they are getting really good trades, and this is exactly what TSM need. They need to look for these trades onto top side of the map or onto the top laner.
There's just nothing you can do here.
Yeah, as you can see, he's trying to defend on his own. He can't really do anything.
Nice patience from Core JJ. They're not going in too early, allowing any opportunity of a juke there by instinct. Just make sure that, hey, I'm on this side of you, you're stuck in bullet time range, there's nowhere to go. As Maple just keeps trying to take this turret. TSM is still looking for their first turret of the game. A huge part of this gold difference is the fact that there's so much objective control from TL. They've stopped the Drake stacking now as well by grabbing that third one, keeping TSM away from Soul Point. It feels like we're going from bad to worse here for the side of TSM as they're just not able to find that footing. You guys already talked about TL's focus onto Instinct as that win con, and 22 minutes in, the Jinx is 0-3-0.
Yeah, and usually at this point in the game, you're as the losing team, you're sort of looking for the item spike where you aren't going to be a full item behind, and you're going to like try to fight on your 2 items compared to their 2.5.
Yeah.
But unfortunately here, it looks like Instinct's probably going to hit about 2 items as MF hits her 3rd, so it's really, really rough.
Oh, Spica getting caught here. Uses the ulti to go over the wall as bullet time comes out. Santorin keeps on chasing. Instinct wants to get away. There still should be enough damage for Santorin to chase him down. TSM trying to retreat. One more hit over the head will do it, but now they might lose Whippo again.
Top lane is weak.
TSM taking that one. It's a bad day to play top lane, but it's a good day to be on TL. As now they're gonna back out again. Being a little bit careful here. Chime and Solo coming around from the side as Hansama backs up. Solo now your target, but he's a beefy, beefy boy. 4v4 on the map. Honestly, an even trade. Again, if you're TSM, I guess you'll take those, but again, it's your AD carry dead. All 4 kills for TL have been on Instinct. All 4 kills for TSM have been on Whippo.
This is so funny.
These teams hate these guys.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the funniest trade of all time. Which is better, bot lane or top lane, and which is weaker? As we can see, yeah, bot lane is broken, and top lane is weak.
It is. It's a rough one for. I mean, if Instinct was getting some of the kills on these trades, and it was actually him getting gold, then I do think it's good for TSM. But he's never involved. He's only involved, with the gray screen, right? Like
he's involved.
He's got a very close personal relationship with the gray screen at this point.
He's got a very close personal relationship with Wukong's stick. Wait for it. Boom. There it is. It doesn't take a whole lot for Jinx to die to Wukong, and then Whippo's just like, all right, guys, here we go again.
Good trade, good trade. I'll take it.
Okay, I'm a little bit worried for TSM, my friends. I don't know, because you can see also here, Cyrilda's Grudge done for Hansama. Such a scary item. Adds the slow to the bullet time, making it so much more difficult to escape that without taking massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, and as you can see from Santorin, he has Black Cleaver on Wukong, which is really, really good for his ultimate, and also considering he has Gangplank and MF, who are very heavy physical damage. Ooh, right now.
Okay, Spica gets charmed up a little bit. CoreJJ interrupted there by the second part of the Ornn ulti. But now Solo gets stunned up. TSM still seeing if they can find something here. Maple stealing away the quickness, but he cannot connect with that one. So CoreJJ loses his ulti. He doesn't honestly end up with 2 damage to the health bar. Still got about 60%. Santorin coming in, looking to see if he can find the knockoff. Oh, come on! He's just getting bullied at this point. We finally have a non-instinct death as Chime falls. TL still looking to see if they can make it go a little bit further. Instinct! He lived! But for how long? Whippo's coming in. The barrels are
really
coming
nice
out.
barrel.
The barrels are coming through, and Instinct's in the dirt again. Maple's gonna join them. 3 dead for nothing. TL takes the fight.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a really, really rough time for TSM, but I think I saw Instinct's face cam after he died, and he's sort of just laughing. You know, that's all you can really do at this point. There's nothing you can really do anymore, right?
You laugh or you cry when it's getting this bad,
you know, it's you've already made those mistakes in the early game. You can't really do too much anymore. You sort of just have to accept the reality is you just gotta, you know, not make those mistakes again.
Yep, learning experience, right? Well, CoreJJ Bjergsen trying to fight back here mid in the 2v2 against Spica and Chime. The Baron is taken by the other 3 players on TL. They're at an 11,000 gold lead. They got 3 minutes of Baron. That mid lane tier 2 is going to be knocked down by a stiff breeze. Man, TL's feeling good now.
Yeah, they are looking really, really good, and they can pretty much force any fight that they want, right? GP ulti gets dropped on top of Instinct. That's going to allow Santorin to close the gap. You know, Instinct has to flash out of there immediately. There's nothing he can really do. But everyone from TL is already wrapping around this side, cutting off any sort of an escape.
Yeah, exactly. And MF ulti will just one-shot everyone with Cyrilda's. Actually, look at Whippo's barrel here. I thought it was pretty impressive. He got a nice, people like to call it phantom barrel. Then he got a QE, boom, onto Viego. He doesn't kill him.
Yeah.
He doesn't kill him, but I thought it was pretty cool, you know? I can appreciate that.
It was cool to look.
I can appreciate that as a top laner, you know? It's pretty hard to do, especially in a team fight like that.
I mean, you were complimenting his Gangplank skills, so hey, there it is. That's some of those skills right there, chaining the... Oh.
It's a little rough.
Hey.
It's rough out here.
Look, Spica and Solo worked together and did over 100 damage, all right? So we've got...
That's not too bad, you know?
That's teamwork. Teamwork
better than zero.
teamwork,
Better than
baby.
zero. Yeah, we gotta be positive, guys.
100 more than CoreJJ.
Really, Chime gapped CoreJJ.
Yeah, really.
That's my big takeaway there.
CoreJJ rolled a donut on that one.
He might have even been ahead in CS. I didn't
Oh, I love CS.
He's got to beat by 4.
Ooh,
Plus 4, baby. Plus 4 CSD.
I love CSD on support.
All right, well, TL is looking to end this game pretty soon here. 90 seconds left on the Baron. They find Whippo, but Whippo actually has help now, so it's a lot harder to commit for that kill onto the top laner. as you're going to see TSM back it up a little bit further. You've still got this one lone cannon minion just doing his work down here, enchanted with the Baron buff, plinking away at the HP there on the tier 3. Hans Sama is going to finish that one off. Bjergsen right next to him. They will take down inhibitor number 2. They don't have a wave up top, so they're not going to try to 3-piece this with the inhibitors. They're just going straight into the Nexus turrets themselves. TSM will try to defend, but it's a tall order. Santorin jumps in. He's going to spin around a little bit, but ain't going to find any valuable targets just yet. Solo is absolutely deleted here on the front line. Instinct. I don't know. Dude, I can't even do like team fight epic announcer voice for that one. The poor guy's just...
And TL with an amazing game, completely obliterating TSM. Very surprising, honestly. I did not expect Whippo to have this over the game. We'll have to see how it goes tomorrow when I play against him. The 2 top players that were terrible still won both today's games.
Oh, so now is
beautifully done.
The strategy for tomorrow, then? Are you just gonna try to sprint it as hard as you can?
Yeah, I hope my ball lane wins. That's all I'm saying.
That's what it's all about, baby. The top lane man himself. But now, Fudge, you're gonna have to be the one who has a little bit of an extra role here in this post game. I believe we need to say goodbye to you now as you go down to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not familiar with what's about to happen, the Fudge Factor himself is gonna be conducting the post game interview. So Fudge, go ahead, head on down there. Isaac and I will continue to banter back and forth a little bit about this one because honestly, Azael, I don't know if we have a lot of instructional critique here to really make. TSM got flat.
Absolutely. TL really strong showing here today. Well-coordinated game. Whippo gets picked on a little bit, but they knew exactly what TSM's win condition was. It was playing through instinct. It was trying to get this Jinx to a level where she could really carry, because that is the only kind of true damage threat on TSM's side. And TL's bot lane in the 2v2 were constantly threatening. Everywhere that Instinct went, the team would actually roam around the map, look to punish him very, very frequently. TL just looked fully in control. And I mean, mid and top were chilling, scaling with both of them playing First Strike. Bjergsen got like, okay, he got 660 gold from First Strike. Whippo got, I think it was 700 from First Strike, plus the parlay gold, plus they had a really good farm. So it just felt like TL was playing it really, really well. I liked how the MF build was actually like really fitting the game state as well. You know, he brings out the MF blind, he goes Swifty Boots. The only engage that they have is Ornn, so he's able to so easily sidestep all these Ornn ults, which just meant like MF was never really threatened in any of the fights.
No.
The Emax, I think, was also really smart because it was very much about keeping Instinct down in the lane, which I think that really accomplished. So a lot of credit deserved, I think, by Hans Sama and Core. They played the 2v2 great. Hans was always in the right place to land good ultimates in the 5v5, and TL just kind of made this one look pretty easy. But I will say, bright spot for TSM is Solo's landing went pretty well. Like, you know, I do think he was solid up on that top side, but compositionally, it felt like they were kind of checkmated a little bit once the Jinx got behind.
I mean, Fudge said it during Champ Select, right? He says, okay, yeah, TL won the draft. I mean, if TSM has Instinct playing at like peak Uzi levels where he can outplay, sidestep the rest of the team's just Secret Service for Mr. President as he gets pentakills, yes, it can work. Unfortunately, that's not the case in this. It's been a rocky road here for TSM. There's a lot of substitutions. There's a lot of differentiations. They're not on the level with that much coordination up against a squad like TL that just puts together the goon squad and keeps going after Instinct, just like bam, 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 bam. And there's no way for him to get away.
Yeah, there was nothing he could do. But now we're joining our interviewer, Fudge, alongside Whippo for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, everybody.
Hello there.
And today, I'm going to be interviewing you. Unlike last week, where I was sort of the top lane inter on Kayle, and then he had to end me, now we have Whippo playing a rough GP game where Solo seemed to, they seemed to focus you a little bit because their bot lane was sort of just getting stomped.
Oh yeah, it was a huge bot lane gap in this in this game. Fortunately for me, from the level 1 already, I was I walked to the Raptors level 1 and I wanted to make sure my jungler would have a comfortable game. I think I laned pretty well after that, but unfortunately in the mid game, I think huge props to TSM scouting, because I feel like a lot of the decisions I made were decisions I've made in the past, and I think they did a really good job of attacking me on my like questionable habits, where if I get it off, it's really good, but if I get punished, it's like...
Yeah, you got to push the limits in the mid game, you know? Jack Kaiser, the TSM analyst. Shout out to Jack Kaiser, the TSM analyst, for the scouting report on that one.
100%. That was a case of different there, 100%.
But it's honestly also pretty like admirable to see you being so selfless. As a GP, no way I'm ever coming a level 1 to help my jungler get Raptors. And then obviously you ended up getting rewarded for it. Your team played pretty well afterwards. And I think, as you said, your laning phase was really hard after that point because you have to TP back. But how do you feel like you have been playing recently in terms of the games in laning phase?
I think I've tried very hard to split to try and be very stable as a player. I think one of the biggest criticisms I got, both publicly as well as inside the team, was even though I had a lot of the unique picks, I wasn't always consistent on the staples. Like when I played Ornn or Gangplank, it wasn't what we wanted it to be every single time, and that's generally speaking been an issue in my career. And this split, I really wanted to attack that first before I explored into picking more unique counter picks and whatnot for playoffs. And I think I managed to at least be very stable in the laning phase. And even though it meant that we weren't as exciting as a team because I wasn't taking many risks or playing super unique picks, I still think it's better to reassure the team that they can rely on me if necessary, and then I can explore some interesting alternatives in the meta.
Yeah, and how do you actually get to those alternative picks that are really niche, I guess? And I think you're probably the best top laner actually that I know at finding these really unique picks. Like when I played against you, you were playing Swain top against GP, and obviously you found a million different picks as well in the past. So how do you really get through the process of finding these picks?
I think watching the game a lot and being very open-minded is mandatory. I'm a big believer that execution is something that's you have to believe in the X factor sometimes. You look at a draft and it's well, you get outscaled, but there's tools. If there's hope, your champions can accomplish something. They can murder some champions on the Rift. I believe that it can win, and I value champions like Singed, Zac. These are all very unique champions that they're very good at picking people off with very little counterplay in the right scenarios. So I just think to myself, if this champion gets to a certain point in the mid game, is it going to be able to perform?
Right.
If the answer is yes, the question is, can I lane? And then the rest of it is just figuring out which matchups I can lane. But I'm a big believer in the second part is, I think professional players get really used to practicing the same matchups.
Right.
So if you bust out something completely new that people haven't played in a while, they don't know how to play and they get really safe and passive in lane. I remember I blind picked Zac at some point, top lane, and I got played counter picked. And that lane is unlaneable. But he was playing much safer than he needed to because he thought I knew something he thought I knew something he didn't, but I really didn't.
Every time I play against you, I feel like you know something I don't with these matches. I'm like, what is happening? This guy's just playing aggressively. I'm not going to say that. But anyway, tomorrow you're going to be playing against Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be interesting to see who's going to win that match. How do you feel going into the match?
I think, if both top laners can accomplish not to die 3 or 4 times by 20 minutes, that'll be a huge improvement from the last week. But other than that, I think it'll be an exciting game. I think C9's looking very interesting. The early games have been quite rough, but today they had a really good early game against FlyQuest, and I think that it shows that they've tried to focus on that and try to be a bit more stable in the early game, and it's going to be interesting to see what they've got prepared for us.
Yeah, and for me as well, I put you as the best top laner other than myself, so it's always going to be a fun matchup. I'm going to be excited to see what you pull out. Please do not cheese me. But anyway, I'm going to be sending it to a commercial break. So everybody, goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Amazing job, TL.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Finds himself on the casting dust.
Huge. The fudge factor.
Fudge, I love you. Fudge factor.
TL still looking to see if they can make it go a little bit further. Instinct! He lived! But for how long? Whippo's coming in. The barrels are
really
coming
nice
out,
barrel.
The barrels are coming through, and Instinct's in the dirt again. Maple's gonna join them. 3 dead for nothing. TL takes the fight.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They block the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone. You're a disappointment. They were never your friends. Why do you even try? Why would anyone be friends with you? You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Honestly, I like River. I think me and him have like a little scrim battle. So basically, level 1, we have like a level 1 truce. We always walk up to each other and we throw our skills backwards every single time. So River's a funny guy. I like River.
Okay, I thought he also said on stage there, and I got really excited to look for that today. I would love to see it. I mean, we'll have to have observers track that level 1, see if they have the kind of handshake. But welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's CLG contracts going up against Golden Guardians and River slotting into that jungle position. Woo. That's the biggest news here of the day when it comes to Dignitas and Golden Guardians. But for Golden Guardians looking to start climbing up the standings, my question is really, is River the right piece to fit into this roster to help make some changes?
I think he absolutely is, and the reason is because he is so proactive early. So when we think about Golden Guardians' early game, we've already praised it multiple times, right? For actually like their laners performing pretty well. They have a good understanding of what they want to do early, and a lot of that is still with Pridestalker actually farming a lot for himself because he is the type of jungler who's gonna farm up later until relevancy and then be a carry. Whereas River is constantly trying to do things for his lane. He can have some really, really creative pathing early. And in a minute, we're gonna have a whole like full stat screen of kind of some of the differences between them. There we go. That mid proximity, if I am a Blaze Olive, I'm looking at this and I'm like, nice.
Yeah, you're
like,
a big old
be
smile on your
sick.
face at that, huh, Raz?
Yeah, you're definitely loving that. You know, a little bit of trade-off, and I feel like a lot of these stats and just get general gameplay conversations with this. Wow, they already have a River with a Golden Guardians jersey? Well done there. I actually was wondering if that would be the case. So my question is, a lot of the times with junglers, you are a victim of your circumstances.
Yeah.
Your playstyle is really dedicated to what your team's strengths are. So I'm interested in what River is able to accomplish, because on Dignitas side, a lot of the times, at least in Spring Split as well, it felt like, oh, I needed to impact lanes. Like, I need to impact lanes early. When we get to mid-game, if we're even, this is great. We're a decent team-fighting team, but we generally struggle in the early laning phase, especially in the top side of the map. Whereas now you're on Golden Guardians, that's a completely different conversation, very similar to Fudge. Like, Licorice is your strongest piece. So now are you more catered towards going towards the top side of the map, much like what Pride Stalker was doing here than mid lane?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's why the stats were so interesting to me, and I wanted to pull the top lane one too, because he had one of the highest top proximities of any jungler, because that was, if he was going to a lane, that was their focal point.
I will say,
here we go.
As a jungler, ganking top lane is the most likely to give you gold.
Yeah.
Ganking bot lane is the most likely to win you the game. So like top lane gank, 300 gold. Bot lane gank, Nexus.
You want to be rich, you want to be a winner. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, that's why I think this is a really good fit. I don't know if we'll see it right away, because Pride Stalker, while efficient, you saw he was 10th place in kill participation. So he's getting gold to carry, and then it's not happening. So River, even though he's also not had any success in the Summer Split, from a team perspective, I think fits Golden Guardians a lot better.
So it sounds like generally we think it is a good overall move for Golden Guardians. It's about how quickly it comes to fruition. And I want to know how quickly y'all think it comes to fruition. CLG is not a pushover team here for Golden Guardians to come up against. Predictions down the line. Emily, do they come out hot with a win here, first game with River, or does CLG take it?
I forget who I picked, actually.
Oh,
what is
it? We can help you out.
Reminder. I'm
in the
actually
back.
really curious. Oh, Golden Guardians. Okay. I'm pretty sure, I was thinking, oh, this is really coin flippy for me too. What I really want to see from River is, I think, in general, just his understanding of where he needs to be in relation to his lanes is really good. We saw it initially when he came onto Dignitas and he hadn't had a lot of practice with the team. So I think factoring in the way that Golden Guardians have played the early game and what we've praised them for, I think it's just that good of a fit that they're going to have a good honeymoon period.
Raz?
CLG is one of the better teams in this league. That's a tough challenge. They beat Team Liquid. You're going up against that team when you yourself just made a huge change. I was surprised they even got the graphic of him having a Golden Guardians jersey, let alone how much time he's played with the team. I think we need more time with him.
Okay, so CLG is the call there.
Yeah.
And Jazz.
It's such a huge week for CLG. If they beat Golden Guardians and Dignitas, they're going to be sitting at 8-5. One of the reasons I like and hate going last, I'm also Golden Guardians, and I thought I'd be the only one.
Really?
But Emily has also really bought into them, I think, being better than their record, and this also being an upgrade. So I still think it's a close matchup, but I think I favor them slightly.
We're obviously heavily focused on Golden Guardians because that was the move that was made. I think you dropped a little nugget, though, there around CLG and the record. Possible 8-5 coming out of this week if they manage to go 2-0, so a lot riding on these matchups. Now, as we get ready to head into the game, we're hearing from Palafox himself on the unique place he finds peace. Take a look.
Here at CLG, all of our players have different things they do in between scrims throughout the day, and Christian's is a little bit unique. Above our main conference room, we have a little area that was for storage, and one day Christian climbed up, and now it's just kind of his spot.
We're going up to the place that I hang out at during scrims and after scrims when I just want to chill. I got a sleeping bag up here, so I got some padding instead of just laying on the wood. I was looking for things to prop up my phone against, and I found this lovely mannequin becoming my best friend up here. Yeah, so I just usually lay down, prop up my phone, and just chill. Yeah, I think I've seen an improvement from being up in the nest, especially with my power naps.
One hit left, and Santorin will stay alive. They get Bjergsen, though.
If Greg told me I couldn't come up here anymore, I'd probably just sneak up here. Who's stopping me?
Who's stopping him? No stopping him. You watched the man play last weekend?
That was 1v5 for mid lane. That man
Actually,
clapped.
he gets his own nest in the CLG confines and then becomes a 1v9 Azir player, the emperor of the birds.
He's got his little eggs hatching. Like hopefully, they, learn to fly on their own. It's beautiful. CLG have looked very good. Golden Guardians, freshest face on the Rift. River has been traded to Golden Guardians. They are trying to make that push. Obviously, 4-7, not a great start, but you don't pay a buyout. You don't buy someone else into your team if you're not trying to make the push. We saw both Jat and Emily think this could be the play, and Golden Guardians are on the way up.
River moving teams is the biggest trade deadline news that we have all split. This is actually such a crazy good pickup for Golden Guardians. The biggest stat that I think should jump out at you from that jungle comparison, the 0% first blood rate for Pride Stalker. Now you've got River, so you've got a chance at getting first blood.
That man's in second.
And if we're looking at last week, of course, CLG are coming off that win, that huge upset over Team Liquid. That's going to do a lot for their confidence, especially for Palafox, who they just had that feature on. Because of his huge Azir performance. So mid lane also going to be a spot that is heavily affected by jungle changes. And we'll see as we get into it. So far, decent amount of actually mid lane bans this time around. More so, I would say, even than usual with Talia, Swain, and Silas. Of course, Talia, I would always ban this against CLG. These roaming supports, Palafox is used so effectively.
Stixxay has not, he has actually won Seraphine game in the split. This will be his second, but this, to me, the queen of the patch still is Seraphine. Nerfed in the patch that is live, 12-14, but we are still on pre-nerf Seraphine. The AP ratios not yet nerfed on her heal and shield. She is very powerful. Stixxay will grab it, and with an aggressive jungler, this sets up Golden Guardians to play around mid, play around top. You've got infinite wave clear from Stixxay to kind of chill down there against Sivir. I think she has a better early laning phase than Sivir. Otherwise, Sivir's wave clear is down early game. Seraphine's still very powerful. They can AFK the bot lane and play for the top 3, and I think River will probably find some lanes to play through.
Yeah, Sivir has currently been just dominating a lot of champions queue as well. Some super common pairings. The Yuumi has been used with it, but basically any of these enchanters down there help farm up and help scale with the champion. Yone, both solo laners on CLG love this champion freak. This could be either top lane or mid lane. Definitely the flex for CLG.
Yeah, 2 on Dokla, 1 on Palafox, all split long. Has looked good. Diego through, 1 more for Golden Guardians.
It also is already pretty good into Azir as a mid lane matchup, and that's a thing that Blazov played against CLG last time around. So it's kind of soft, kind of warding off of that possible pick from Golden Guardians. They let their mid lane pick drop to the second half of the champion select here. They go with the blind pick Gnar, as you say, grab that one nice and early. I would say the Gwen is pretty popular. Gwen GP, both pretty decent options up there right now as well. There's the Yuumi that I mentioned for the Sivir. It's just so much scaling in the bottom lane. And when you see the early Seraphine, you think, hey, I'm going to have a pretty free lane for farming. Not going to be pressured too much, so they'll invest very heavily. And this is kind of a CLG classic from when they first got Luger and Poom. They would put so much effort into Luger to just hard carry this team before they added Dokla and had some more possibilities of playing the map.
Absolutely. I gotta say though, Golden Guardians may have made the swap. However, I've been informed, and I double checked it, birthday buffs in effect. A birthday cat for Poom, 23 years of age today. Happy birthday, Poom. You get to play roughly one-handed. You know, you get a nice easy one to kind of coast. And put the Yuumi out here again on top of a Sivir. It's going to be a pretty strong lane overall. And you know, CLG, right? 6-5 has been so much better than the last few years. This really does feel like a roster fans have gotten behind. You can see, right, that they are doing very well, and see if they can get it over the line here as well to go 7-5.
Yuumi, my favorite cat story of all time. Twitch getting banned out here by CLG though, giving respect to the fact that Seraphine, of course, could be mid lane Seraphine. They could even rotate it to support. I think support is probably the weakest role for the champion still. Yeah. Pre-AP nerfs. So definitely like that respect there from CLG. They're covering their bases as far as these flex picks.
The question is, yeah, you don't have, I mean, you have okay engage, like Diego's pretty bad at it. Gnar is situationally alright, but you really do want something else that goes in. You know, the Nautilus Leona types and whatnot. Be interesting that they do have the Twitch gone just in case. You know, wouldn't see Twitch jungle or anything. But Poppy may come through.
It's quite good versus Gnar engage. Not. Looks like it does get passed over here, though, so gonna go for more early game power. At the last second, Freak, we get it. Okay, so Gnar is definitely good against Gnar. Poppy is basically the bodyguard of League of Legends. Poppy and Alistar, the two champions that are really, really protective there. So we'll be able to ultimate out enemy jungler if Viego's not able to time the R from himself for immunity at those objective fights. Setting up a really nice 5-on-5.
Wow, what a cool draft. So CLG had flexed the Yone until the very end. Golden Guardians say it's gonna be Seraphine mid after all. We grabbed it. You think you're safe on Sivir? No. Lucian Nami should do a lot here to push at the Sivir. Her range is short. You can spell shield the Q, but you're still gonna take 1 million damage from the auto attacks. So Golden Guardians set up a very, very, very strong bottom lane. Just like that, suddenly you can play through the bottom instead.
Yeah, this is definitely a combo we have seen fail multiple times in the LCS, though. If a Lucian Nami fails early versus Sivir Yuumi, that is a tremendous blow to team morale. Sivir Yuumi obviously going to have massive, massive scaling there. So let's see. Stixa and Ole, a lot of faith here from the Golden Guardians put in. They go for the aggressive pickup here. Lucian Nami swapping over to a Blaze Olive, have Seraphine in mid lane. We'll see if CLG can answer, because they themselves, if you're going to pull this swap, then Palafox all of a sudden gets a counter himself. And if you're putting that down in mid lane, it's the LeBlanc here looking for that kill pressure early and often.
See if he has the damage, of course. This is pre-LeBlanc buffs from 12-14. So the extra mana, the extra W damage, those are not in effect as well. Plenty of champions that are affected in the next patch here. This is still going to be a very, very exciting game because, I mean, just the drafts were really interesting. Dokla ends up taking the Yone up to the top lane. He's against Gnar. It'll be his third Yone game now for CLG. But I like how both were drafted, right? You had the flex to one side. Golden Guardians flexing that savior to the very, very end. Any of those three roles are going to work out. The one they didn't actually ban was mid lane. Turns out I went there after all and found a counter pick in bottom lane. So I think Golden Guardians, I would say, feel like they've navigated the draft in a more interesting way, right? Huge bottom lane priority. Like, they could win the game through that. Stixay coming in here, I think this could be a huge thing for them. And Golden Guardians are investing to say, hey, we are going to make the play up this split. Our hope is to make Worlds. Our hope is to make an LCS final. We think River's going to be the man to make it happen here. And so we're going to go on to the Rift, see if Golden Guardians have elevated to the level of CLG.
Golden Guardians River first game. It's a fresh story here for River. Golden Guardians stated this pickup, big moves from them is all aiming towards a huge playoff run. And that huge playoff run has to start now for them.
Speaking of right now, after the Poppy pick, we're getting contract thoughts on the champion right now.
Poppy is the best jungler in the game right now, just because she has a lot of gank angles she can go for with Hex Flash. So you always have to be warding well and kind of respecting her gank timers. Another big part of it is because a lot of dash champions are meta right now, and her W disrupts that very easily. And honestly, I think the biggest reason why she's really OP is because whether you're taking a 3v3 around Herald or a 5v5 around Dragon, her ultimate is always going to create a numbers advantage. You can be channeling when you're on the Dragon, when they walk in, you ult them away. You could be hiding on a pink ward, ult them away. You're always going to get a numbers advantage fight, which is favorable towards you.
As long as you hit it. It is a skill shot. I have seen it missed at the objectives, but I like that little, chime in there from Contracts talking about Poppy gank angles, because guess what? He's got big, aggressive carries in both solo lanes. So we'll have plenty of options for those ganks. One of the biggest things to me when you do lock in a Lucian Nami, the concerns for the team are, how do we keep the enemy mid laner and the enemy jungler from affecting this bottom lane? How do we keep them from, putting a stop to what Lucian Nami wants to do? This super aggressive, even electrocute here as well for Ole. Big burst combination bottom lane that wants to have kill pressure, wants to be able to push up. If you lose control of mid lane, Freak, even due to, LeBlanc setup with, Poppy ganks towards mid lane on a Seraphine, then all of a sudden, your Lucian Nami does not get to operate as intended.
Level 2 in 3 minions right now as they fight back and forth in the mid lane. Palafox, decent chunk down there to Blaze Olive, who will try to heal back up. Has to use Empowered W if he wants to heal himself, but otherwise we get to see the trades go back and forth.
Now, we are seeing a little bit of a variation here from Contracts, which could mean he wants to go for a level 3 gank on Poppy, just as the really quick blue with Wolves, then Gromp and he actually is going to go for the early setup. As we mentioned, if you lose control of mid lane early on, it's going to affect the rest of your game plan. Nice dodge on the chain, though. A Blaze Olive is too good, too quick.
Really, really good mechanics there. Saw the chain combo coming through, sidesteps it beautifully, and then flash on Poppy. Exactly what is required. Nothing else would have made him live, so everything picture perfect there from him. Of course, we know Poppy has Hex Flash, so she can come back over the Raptors wall and make it that much tougher next time as Doke gets a good trade on a Licorice.
And I would say, even though really good dodge and flash timing there from a Blaze Olive, you still had to use your flash, and so the key is repeat ganks, because LeBlanc with flash, Palafox is not going to miss the flash distortion chain. That thing will be point blank guaranteed. So all of a sudden now, you know, Seraphine, the regular game plan of spamming out and pushing the wave as bottom lane's getting a little low down there, becomes a lot more dangerous. And Palafox has gained the early roam timer.
Oh, and Licorice is like screwed right now. Recalling on a ward or not.
Interrupt him though.
Yeah, he can backwards Q and then sidestep, or just forwards Q and pick it up afterwards. Wants to delay the time. Okay, he knows he's on a ward now, but that is a full wave lost. Licorice is still level 3. He did not get XP. We'll get scraps now. Sees Palafox again. This could be enough. Counter jumps the wall. 3v1. Licorice. His days are numbered. Is it going to be enough? He's looking like a tasty snack, and he goes down. First blood. Lollipop. He's got a sweet tooth.
The benefits of having not one, but two aggressive kill-oriented solo lanes. And even though Palafox did end up dropping a mid-wave there to the tower, which Seraphine was able to push in, it is worth it. They get the kill, and they get Seraphine teleporting up to the top side of the map. So now it should be Gnar going mid, Licorice trying to pick up, and a little bit of a swap for the side of Golden Guardians in reaction to the first blood from CLG.
Look reasonably safe. Of course, Seraphine, a squishy champion as well, right? Tier Doran's ring is not a lot of bonus health, and as Dokal himself has the assist, hey, it's 100 gold in the pocket. He's already got his amp set, but he's not getting pushed out of this lane. Both these souls going to look pretty nice. A 12 CS lead in mid, a gold lead for Dokal, and look at that, a Blaze Olive. He may be up a level. Yeah, Yoni doesn't care.
Yeah, nice level you've got there. The E all in there from Dokla, quite safe as well, and it continues to retain pressure on that side. I also want to focus on the bottom side though, because after first recalls, pretty good first recall there for the Sivir Yuumi lane as well, which is focusing on the minions. They did have to use 2 summoner spells, as we saw with the aggressive move from Ole and Stixxay early on, with the exhausted heal being blown from Poom. But Luger himself does still have barrier and flash. Now this gank route is over wards, so River knows. Let's see what River can get done here.
And they're going to see Contracts now. Going to go, ooh, doesn't hit the wall. Snokes for move speed for longer.
Flashes
anyway, gets the stun, but not the bubble. Contracts may still drop. No flash. Kill on the board. Stixxay, 100 HP. Gets back to safety, though. Luger a bit low. Will they have to kill him, though? He's got barrier. Shouldn't be killable. Burns it now. Still 100 HP. Stays alive. Flash! And Ole takes the kill into the tower. The bounty hunter is here.
Oh, CLG misstep. The vision laid by Golden Guardian sees the gank path all along, and River comes down to make his presence felt.
Licorice does a really good job sidestepping basically everything, even hops over him. Level 4 versus 6 when that fight started. Comes out better on the trade. Impressive stuff. And again, huge stuff by the Golden Guardians bot lane as well to take those 2.
Yeah, really good collapse right there. Pinning Contracts against the wall. Even with the Nami bubble leading a little bit, they still have enough to get that kill.
Oh, that is a nice Hex Flash. That's going to be a chain. There's no way you live, right? Yeah, shield up for a second. Hang on. Should be enough there. There comes the Q, and Contracts on the board for a second.
Yep, sometimes you don't want to take the kill, but you've got to. Too much healing and shielding there on Seraphine to let Palafox get it, so they don't get the actual extra money onto the LeBlanc where they really, really want it, but River here on the top side as well known in Contracts. He's been surfing around looking for all of these ganks over and over, starting to fall behind in experience towards River, who continually picking up a camp as he's heading in the same direction.
Yeah, and it's kind of aggressive, right? Both junglers on basically 2 kills and assists right now. River, of course, being doing really well to get that bottom one. Also up XP, you can see he's up 2.5 camps. We still have the Golden Guardian's curse of no first blood on jungler alive, but again, we can watch this fight, and it's just so well played by River and co.
Yeah, so they have plenty of time to set up for this. That's why I like the really deep wards here that you can see on the mini map as Poppy is coming down through the expected gank path. River cuts him off. Up right against the wall, goes for the flash stun. Licorice now under attack.
No Mega, not a good way out of this one. Honestly, misses one of the Qs, but here comes Poppy in the way, lands on the wall. That should be enough damage. Contracts 3 kills on the board.
That's what you get for continually surfing the map, though, Freak. Hitting those ganks, Contracts does have a bounty on his name now, has basically cleared this top lane for Dokla, though. Really, really nice for Dokla to be able to push in because there's no teleport for Licorice, and the cannon minion just died. So that means he can push in the next wave and lose a bunch of melee minions there on the side of Licorice. Golden Guardians, though, because of the top side gank, they go for a bottom side play.
He's already trying to help the bottom side. They know there was a chance at a tower dive. He's pathing towards this side, but he's going to lose his Gromp already to River. They've got the fight. There's the stun. Good spell shield by Luger. Here comes the dunk. Forward turret shot's going to kill Stixxay. And it's a good thing you brought over Poppy. And now River's stuck in the wrong spot as well. Won't get anything else done. CLG find a 2-0. Palafox tries again for more. Sidesteps the root, sidesteps the bubble. Still wants Ole. Next shot going to come through, and he gets it with the distortion. On the board with number 6, and CLG want a 7th to Blaze Olive. Does have a flash. Will it matter? He's going to fall. Yes, a double kill comes through for Palafox. CLG 7-2.
Freak! What are jungle camps? Contracts doesn't care. He doesn't need those. He goes straight from the topside play into a recall, beelines it bottom to go make the weak side play. This is one of the things you can use as a jungler to upset the timing windows your opponents are trying to play off of. They think, oh my god, I just saw enemy jungler topside. They made a play. Guess what? We're open on the bottom side for a strong side move. But he immediately just swaps over, doesn't farm any camps, gets down there for the counterplay, and you see the jungler at the top of the gold graphs.
Yes.
That is not a welcome sight for the Golden Guardians. Contracts comes down. Luger steps in to bait them as he knows the timing here from Contracts coming down, so it's perfectly set up. They bait Stixxay under the tower. All these tower shots taken. Then River picks up the tower. It's actually perfect for them.
And River gonna get picked up now by Palafox as well. Contracts wants it again, and he gets it. On to number 5 now for the Poppy. Looking bad in the top lane. Licorice 1 hit away from dead. Dokla flash Q takes a kill. CLG running rampant over this game.
Freak, it's actually just murder after murder all over. We get out of a replay into another CLG pick. Very, very aggressive stuff here. And remember, they do have this scaling bottom lane.
Decent bit of damage there. It's only a root for Poppy ult, or the Yuumi ult, I should say. So Stixxay able to still channel his ulti through that one as they sidestep away. Still aggressive down there. I mean, it is a 20 CS lead in bottom lane. Kills or not, it's still a 200 gold lead for the Lucian. So CLG playing for their best lane that they have. I mean, you look at the rest of the roles, right? 1,000 in mid lane, 1,500 in top, 1,000 in the jungle. You really only have a Lucian.
You only have a Lucian, and guess what? That Lucian has to play into a Poppy. Contracts, we had a video from him at the beginning talking about Poppy counters so many of these dash champions. Guess what? Lucian, short range, relying on the dash for a lot of the damage that he wants to put out in these team fights and the safety. So makes it more difficult for him to play, makes it more difficult for Licorice to play, you know, the engage for this team as well.
And speaking of countering dash, we saw the graphic earlier. That man is entering the next game in an ice bucket. So props to Jack for winning the bet on which team would beat EG first. So stay tuned for the next game intro as we're just going to see Dash shivering for a bit.
I'm actually looking forward to it.
Me too.
Let's see about River looking forward to actually get something done here for jungle. You know, this guy really is an all-star pickup for the Golden Guardians. And he has been able to significantly out-farm the Poppy, but it's just gank after gank from Contracts.
Red smiling with a knockup. Double ult looks pretty good, and here comes the rest. Ole wants to tidal wave. No. Kind of sniffs it out, but now River's here as well. They're going to find a lot of crowd control. Even Lucian's here, and they're going to give it over. Stixxay once again funneled the money.
Actually huge there because all of the kills had been picked up by Contracts, so giant bounty on his head, and they finally catch him. Golden Guardians have had enough of these ganks from Poppy. They feed that money right into the Lucian. They do drop a minion wave on bottom side of the map in payment for it, but that is well worth. And River will then channel that into the dragon pickup here for Golden Guardians. Now you may think it's actually a lot later in the game than it is because there's so much action, but we're only, you know, just over 11 minutes here, so it's actually a pretty early pace, and Golden Guardians could try and focus on playing off of our Fed Lucian, channel some Dragon stacking, and look for a win condition off of Dragon Soul.
If you ever to Turbo Rush Dragons, 27-minute Soul is on the plate for you. It's a tough sell, don't get me wrong, but that's the pacing they're on if they can play it perfectly out from here.
And as you mentioned, if you directly just compare the AD carries, that is a power point for Golden Guardians.
No, damage to the front side. The heal comes across to make it sure. He's going to try, and he can't get it. Good attempt by Palafox, but the re-engage already there. It's going to be Golden Guardians on the board with number 4.
Yeah, nice dodge there from a Blaze Olive, walking up instead of backwards. Doesn't allow for the counter kill. And River again, he makes the flash play on Viego, catches the kill here. Golden Guardians clawing back into it.
They'll try. 1,700 gold difference, certainly a bit of a painful one. There was still a Herald to summon. It will not quite kill bottom lane, but it'll go down to the last plate. Top in a similar spot as well. So Contracts, with any help, can finish one of the outer turrets.
River.
He's going to run into another jungler. Pretty good damage here. This guy, Red Smite, and running away, but W will only give move speed. W from the Viego already on cooldown. Nothing else to block there. Get rid of the wave.
Yeah, always the advantages of the jungler that took the farming side of it. When you run into these one-on-ones and you actually find the heavy ganking jungler, should be able to chase him off.
Dives in for more Gale Force for more damage. Has to be careful. The rooted in place. Calling him across. Got to be careful again. Luger's one hit. Ignite takes the kill. Ole's on for his third. Sucks that the Nami gets all the gold, but it's another death though on the CLG bot lane side.
Honestly, he deserves it. That was such a good bubble. That bubble is the kill there. Beautiful stuff from Ole. Really making this Lucian Nami lane work now.
Yone could kill this. There's a chance. He's at Q1. Go for Q2. Okay, they're far enough away.
Yeah, good respect there, because if they had stayed for that turret plate, they would have died.
ER is going to kill you.
Trying to use that turret plate greed against them is CLG, but not taking the bait there. And that's what you need from this Golden Guardians bottom lane. This Lucian Nami trying to play off of them, trying to continue to have bottom side advantage and stack those dragons.
That's the whole turret, though. That's going to be so much money into the Yone. We talked about how Lucian's big, but unfortunately not a lot of kills to his own credit. Puma will actually share all the local gold. Would have liked him to back off. He's choosing to kind of funnel himself some more money, but a lot of money now on Dokla. Bot lane outer dies. The payoff, and they got it, I believe, just in time for the last plate. It just ticked 14 minutes now. I believe he got final plate gold, and then the charge will land, and it will be a low health turret down here.
Yeah, nice little chunk there. Definitely does help out with the split pushing, because as we've emphasized so many times since the patch, the secondary turrets on the side lanes are worth 800 gold now. Significant pickup. Let's take another look at how it started, though. Stixxay with a nice dash into Gale Force right in front of them. Had the cleanse off as well. And then the tidal wave into bubble, because Luger went for another auto attack after coming down from the tidal wave. And Ole had the bubble in the air for the combo.
Just so aggressive. I mean, they were 1,000 range away. Gale Force auto Q. Like, you're just, I'm forcing this play to happen. Let's get it. And sometimes auto spikes matter, right? Like, Luger's still not on his mythic. Of course, he went steel caps. Understandable based in the lane. You're the only lose condition is Lucian farming you. Luckily for him, it's Nami farming him, so it's not as bad as it could be. Nice chain's gonna land there. Blaze will try to sidestep, but it's gonna be Palafox landing it better. Way nicer trade. Good job of the CLG mid.
All right, I like this swap actually, where the CLG have put Sivir up on top side, just gonna be able to easily clear these waves by herself. Doesn't want to be anywhere near a super long lane or any sort of danger. Dokla, meanwhile, is the richest person in the game now, so CLG trying to move him around.
And it looks like CLG kind of dropping away from the bottom side. Golden Guardians dropping away from the bottom side. Licorice now recalls to go to collect the wave. He'll get some of the money there, but I believe it's already pushing away, so most of the money is lost.
Now, next thing you want to look for, if you want to go for this game plan, we're talking about it, moving them around, is get some vision for red side around these choke points to allow Dokla to utilize that lead and really split push up. That is the long lane. Whichever team really gains control of that vision, not only gains control of the split push, but also set up for Dragon.
Nice trying to River there. Always knows he can distortion back. Palafox getting most damage he can, and the control one stays alive for now as the mid lane is now under contest again. And CLG keep that one, and they're going to be the ones taking the top side river control. Well done. Oh.
What really matters right now, though, is going to be Dragon coming up in bottom side river control. So interesting that they're kind of bullying and using some sweeper cooldowns and stuff towards the top side as Dragon is coming up.
Nice try. Not going to land much of it, though. Contracts walks in a straight line, and that's occasionally the best way to juke. Dragon comes up in a second, as you're mentioning. Mid lane clear going to be pretty solid. Seraphine does plenty of that here. Double Enchanter on the team, but it is Leandries for the Seraphine to do a bit more damage. And now we see second Herald being attacked. Looks like it'll be traded for second Drake.
Yeah, good call from Golden Guardians. They're like, all right, we don't want to fight this Dragon, and we'll rather just at least trade something for ourselves. They don't waste any time walking down around the CLG territory already, pick up the Herald so they can try and push ahead and really empower. Again, if you can activate that Rift Herald up on top side, push super deep and get some money back towards Stixxay.
Drake definitely benefiting AD champions more than AP ones, so pretty happy to have two physical damage carriers in the squad. Poppy gets some value. It does multiply your base AD a bit, so you get more Q, more E damage out of that one. Top turret will be falling. Herald charge will knock it down from about this point, as they're going to make sure local gold will go to Stixxay. He's going to be in range for it. Even still, yep, there you go, 300 on the pockets. turret plate gold obviously is gone and has way more range otherwise. So 300 gold onto the Lucian yet again. Still trying to play through him as Golden Guardians.
Yeah, easiest thing is to use the terrain as your land markers. Not getting beyond the big wall there is going to keep you rich. Keep that local gold in your pockets, which is so important. We've seen too many players walk away from, especially the outer turrets as they're dying.
2-level lead. Thankfully for Licorice misses Q3. Would have meant several hundred more damage coming through, but he'll stay alive. Down 50 CS. It's not beautiful, but his job is play weak side and just engage a team fight at some point. But Dokla, of course, going to try to keep splitting and get what he can done. 5-9 on the scoreboard, 2,000 gold difference. Herald already charged to close that gap a little bit. Golden Gun is what they're playing for. Not even attacking the mid lane turret. They could have done some damage here, it would have been safe. But instead, they're walking up the river and they got rid of a ward.
Yeah, and a super common strategy when you have Sivir Yuumi, super duper scaling duo, just keep them in mid lane here during the mid stages of the game, in between dragon spawns especially, and allow great split pushers like LeBlanc and Yone to extend the map. Because you have so much speed with Sivir ultimate and Yuumi Zoomies to be able to join fights in other areas. As long as you're safe and wave clearing at your mid tower and your team is able to open up on these side lanes split pushing with these basically double assassins, then you get way more room to play with and way more flank angles looking to pick people off.
Always cool to see some confidence. Luger off to the bottom side. Yeah, I'll go through the river. I've got Yone pushed way far up here. We've got a ward in the bottom jungle. I'm not going to get hit. No problem. Get rid of the control ward himself. And letting the split push happen, we saw just a second ago, Ablaze Olive was
36 degrees? Oh my God, that's freezing actually. That is so cold.
Have fun. You're a cold shower aficionado, right?
Okay, so yeah. I mean, I like cold temperature, but I mean, so cold temperature exposure for benefits is usually okay between like 50 and 55 degrees. That's 36 degrees. That's far colder than I've ever gone.
Okay. I just wait for it to turn warm, I'll be honest.
There you go.
Shower, like, water goes on, grab the toothbrush, come back over, it's warm already, you know. Don't go for it. Meanwhile, CLG gonna go for some ward kills as this one goes down. Drauko tries again. Nah, I'll just take Krugs, sure. Bam, 26 gold earned. Too many Krugs. Wave goes in the tower. Licorice is gonna keep doing his best to try to be relevant. Triforce is done. Has the steel caps anti-Yone.
Yeah, I think biggest thing coming up here for CLG is going to be that Infinity Edge for Dokla. Once you get that Infinity Edge spike for Yone, he's actually going to be a huge team fight threat as well coming in. And that is going to emphasize that pre-work that we talk about as far as setting up angles for him to come into the team fights. See if they can have any flank angles behind this Seraphine, behind this Lucian.
Well, wards are coming down.
There it is.
Yeah. I.e., that is the 2-item spike you want. From here, Yone really has to take off. I think obviously in bot lane, top lane as well, CLG outscales a relatively passive mid game. It's weird, Golden Guardians like, we're down in gold. If we're not getting farther behind, that's good. But it's like, but CLG's scaling. So if anything happens, you're also kind of falling farther behind. It's a tough one, Golden Guardians in a really rough spot here.
And guess what? Pick your choice as far as which carry Yuumi wants to jump on, because Yuumi is great on LeBlanc, huge burst damage, also amazing on Yone. It turns the Yone into an actual engage. To have Yuumi on your back, not only does it make you do way more damage, but also giving you the setup of that CC.
Beautiful stuff here as CLG get the pressure on the bottom side. Luger still shoving in mid, then going down. It is going to be River getting pretty much all the farm, but always feels weird to have a jungler to catch the wave. It means he's not doing anything else on the map. Nice try by Dokla yet again. Does not land the knock-up, but decent damage to Licorice. Turret shot, though. There's a lot of heavy lifting, but with a shield bow, he'll go full health next wave, and it won't really matter. Palafox not quite going for big chunks. Could go for the occasional auto on the turret. He could choose to try to wear that one down. But he's deep into the mid lane. Looks like it is Golden Guardians going for broke to play for mid control. Out goes Gnar. Yep, Gnar's going to be okay here. TP's everywhere, but it's Mini Gnar, and he's tired right now, so we will not have Mini Gnar in the fight. Flash to stay alive as Dokla goes for a bit more. Licorice can chase him down for a little bit, but as shield bow pops, no more damage will matter. Do they have the chance now, though?
Ooh, this is interesting. Dokla can get back a recall first before Licorice trying to clear up this minion wave. If Dokla can heal up in Fountain and get his teleport out first, it'd be huge.
You're going to try for something, bit of a slow, not much going on right now, though. And Licorice is going to start his recall. Dokla waiting for his TP timer. No ulti up. Here comes Palafox, bit of damage. Good chunk. Plays all than a half HP right now, and they're going to Oh, wow, they're biting off a lot right now. Palafox will drop. Stixxay makes the hero play. Gets buffed and goes for broken, gets one. CLG forced out huge by the Golden Guardians bot laner. Dokla had to beat in, but a little bit too late, as this will be Dragon number 2 for Golden Guardians. What else is on the board?
Freak, it was all about Lucian for the Golden Guardians, and Stixxay delivers. Huge stuff from him. The former CLG AD carry coming up, picking off Palafox, even with the flash there burned from LeBlanc. Huge comeback here for Golden Guardians, grabbing Dragon number 2 for themselves. Very big takedown there. He did not let that flank, the LeBlanc annoying poke just snapping back. Stixxay says, not on my watch.
Rocket flipped the switch replay. Palafox on the flank with a sweeper, and it's everything all about Stixxay.
And Palafox is trying to poke while they have the teleport channeling from Licorice. That was the whole point there. But Stixxay, with the range of the ultimate, comes over, immediately punishes him. Double dashes there for the extra range, and that's all that you need in order to get the objective for your team.
Thank you, Rapid Fire Cannon, for the range. Thank you, Nami, for the slow. And that's just enough to be like, you're mine now. This is going to be enough for the Kolong. You're locked in place with it. So really good job knowing what he can do. And again, it has to be him. He's the only guy with the gold lead. Still, I've got to believe, Blaze Olive going to face check a Palafox. Be careful. Exhaust comes down to not die just yet. Shields come on as well. He'll get a quick heal. Charm's going to land, but do you have anything else to do? Because the next cooldowns are coming up soon. Contract's on the way over. Palafox doesn't find much for it. There's the eviction out of Lollipoppy. Wouldn't have changed much. At least everyone lives, but Blaze Olive is down his flash.
I'm very curious if Dokla, because everybody's up on top side, can actually get some more ground on bottom half of the map with this split push, because that is one area that is still scary for Golden Guardians. It's really nice for Golden Guardians in the 5-on-5, but
doesn't get out of much. Ult doesn't go almost anywhere as well. River going to be taking a lot of shots. He will find low health. No, Palafox goes down. Ole gets his 4th kill of the game. Battle Nami is to be feared.
I love it. Ole with the aggressive Nami coming in this game, really picking up so many of these kills. In the end, they make it a 1-for-1. More money into this Nami, and it's honestly not too bad, because once he gets the Putrefier, he can actually apply the Grievous Wounds to the entire team. It's a very efficient item. Really does increase the power of the overall 5-on-5.
Going for a bit more now. Dokla wants to steal the red buff. Should have it. There we go. Waits at the boomerang. Goes, now I know it's mine. Thank you very much. Level 15 still holds a level lead and a 60 CS advantage over Licorice, so has done pretty well to maintain and slightly grow his advantage, sure. Have not seen the towers die on the side, though. It's mostly been get the farm, look for a play, but to be fair, he has not found the plays. The gold lead for CLG has been stagnating, dropping slightly, and again, their scaling is fine. They don't really have to play hyper aggro. Based on the last fight, though, Golden Guardians still going to fight back.
There he goes, though. Looks like on this E timer, should be able to finish off that turret. Does get the whole thing.
And 16 to 14 temporarily in levels as he gets a quick look from River and Ole, but they're like, he's too far away and he's too big, not going to have anything happen.
Exactly. Got to get back over here. CLG take the opportunity to clear out this vision. Now, Golden Guardians, again, they've got the power of double enchanters. So looking for the big grouping plays around Stixxay. Stixxay thus far has really delivered for them with this Lucian, some aggressive double dashes. It's going to be about these double enchanters trying to buff him up and keep him upright. If that Lucian drops, all of a sudden, Golden Guardians, the whole team comp kind of collapses. Then it would just be up to River resets.
It would. So we're going to look at the rest of this one as, yes, that one goes down, and Golden Guardians keep playing around Stixxay. Luger, by the way, if you want to know the numbers on the Sivir rework, basically at 3 items, Sivir Q finally does more damage than before. There's a crit scaling on it now that's pretty much mandatory to get the damage up there, so it is actually less damage to the Qs right now for Luger. As far as will Rictus do more damage, it depends entirely on the fight. Base damage is down, but it can multi-hit the same champion. So are you getting 3 ricochets in one champ? Great, more damage than before. If you're not, all right, less damage. And again, the scaling a little bit stronger on the Q, so Luger's still on the way towards item 3, Infinity Edge, most of the way there. Right about now, breaks even as the same 2 damage as a prior build.
Yeah. Until then, maybe we'll see Poom kind of surfing around on the solo laners a little bit. Dokla, of course, is level 16, highest level in the entire game right now. So it's definitely a very good Yuumi holder,
yeah,
as we can dub them. See if he can go for some of these fishing plays. It's very nice for Yone. You can always just look for stuff, pop your E, see if you can go for any quick assassinations on any of the squishier champions. Fish around. If you can't, you can't. Usually can remain fairly safe.
As the waves go down once again in the middle lane, Seraphine Incredible wave clear on her way towards her third item. A ways to go for it. I actually might see her go Banshee just because LeBlanc has been a threat for her. There's, I think, a logic of just like flat AP and flat haste are just the ways you get more shields. CLG might contest this one as Baron is getting burned down.
They definitely should. 10k HP on Baron. Golden Guardians get what they came for. The teleport is used. So that's Palafox's teleport down. Golden Guardians, it's a good job just switching right off Baron after they got the teleport.
Chunked pretty well. You stood Contract's trying to play bodyguard. If you dash forward anymore, I will block you for it. But it means the AD carrying jungler are stuck in mid lane, and Golden Guardians go for their third Drake. Dokla going for heroic, sees the damage to River, jumps right back out, and they can burn this. There was no contracts. There is only a free smite. This will be Drake 3 for Golden Guardians, but what about the way out?
Nice stuff so far from them.
Honestly, I think they have enough way to disengage, though. That was really good. Golden Guardians, they got a chunk in mid. Palafox almost dead. Oh, but he's going to trade back when it will get him. Mid for bot, but the tack on the side lane. They knock down one more as well. That is going to be Viego dropping his life. A dive out of the tower, a double kill through for Dokla. Huge by the CLG top lane.
Oh, Golden Guardians just had two really nice macro plays, drawing the teleport from Palafox up to the top side of the map, then running right down to Dragon and sneaking that one. But then they lose it all with a stick save play. Now CLG on the Baron. What can Licorice and Ablaze do about it?
Licorice has stolen Barons and high pressure before. Already Ablaze forced to flash away is going to be tough. He is Mega Gnar, but how do you win a 2v4 when they're healing every couple of seconds? Get a bit more damage, but there's no way you actually get through this Yone. He's got too much healing. Yeah, he is huge. He's got a Yuumi. There's no way. Mega Gnar buys some time. That is it. CLG will claim a Baron. CLG will jump to a 6,000 gold lead as CLG look to knock down the new Golden Guardians roster.
And Palafox even revives in time. They wait long enough that he gets the Baron buff as well. 5 members of CLG now wearing purple.
There's always the potential out of the Dragon's Soul, but CLG came to play.
It's this play. We've kept on putting so much pressure on Stixa, and he wanted to, again, 100% to zero Palafox, but the exhaust on him, and then Palafox says, not this time, buddy. Flashes forward with the Yuumi on him to get the 1-for-1, and that forces River to overextend to answer the kill. River was hoping for, okay, I can R reset and get back out, but he gets nailed against the wall by that Poppy, and Big Dokes really... Actually, the biggest player here from CLG gets the extra pick under tower, and then
maybe more soon. Tackle into the wall. Here comes LeBlanc. Is it going to be a kill? It is. It is. It's a Blaze Olive dropping down yet again, and CLG walk away like, thank you for the 450 gold. Mid tower's next.
All right, with that Baron buff, Dokla's already got top lane minion wave pushing in here. Luger just assassinating the minions down mid lane as well. They immediately disappear, and here comes the tower dive.
Looking a bit more. Licorice gonna hop away to safety. There's a bit more going on here. Yeah, 1K. Oh, the ult would be the kill. No, the Zhonya's. The stopwatch required, otherwise Licorice would have died. Nice attempt there by Dokla, getting away from the chain. CLG, 7.7K, 8,000 now, the FTX gold advantage.
Yeah, he's playing with confidence, Freak. Wants to do it himself, going for the tower dive, uses the ultimate, heals back up off the minion wave with the Yuumi.
Yep, this might be a kill. No, okay. Yeah, that was a very important bubble, I think. Otherwise, Licorice could have been chased down and killed. Squishy on the Gnar, waiting for the revive. Blaze Olive is back now, level 15 on the Seraphine.
He really did just change the entire way the CLG team plays once he joined. Dokla here, such an aggressive player. He's maxed out, level 18 now, and CLG still with Baron buff to work with. A whole minute means 2 more minion waves.
More damage on the Olive, down to 1K health here. Dokla would like a bit more, but no ulti means no way to go for the kill. 11 CS a minute on a Yone. 3-0-2, 700 gold bounty. Would barely walk back a 10th of the lead CLG have overall. Quick little stun. Ulti looks all right, but Contracts on the other side, the rest of the team getting away. They don't find their fight. Just for safety, Contracts channels the R. Goes on a very short cooldown when stopped, so pretty safe one to always hold on to. And next fight, we'll always have it back.
And pretty soon, Freak, Luger is also going to be a scary champion. Big magnifying glass has been on Dokla the majority of this game for CLG. Him and Contracts running around with all the ganks. But the Sivir has been a scaling, and even with all the early shenanigans coming out of Lucian Nami, now he's really ascended. Infinity Edge has been done. See what they can do next.
Grab a bit more gold. Wait, 4,500. The Red Bull Baron power play pretty nice. Went to 6K off killing the Baron. I went up to 9K after getting more done. So CLG, I think, doing a really good job of knocking down all the freestanding gold out there. A bottom inhibitor is open, mid and top, ready to be attacked soon. Yeah. This, however, is Dragon's Soul coming up.
Honestly, too, Dokla can just keep Eing into this team. there's no threat that's going to stop him. They're fairly short range, so he can E at them even as they're grouped as 5, look for these little chunks on people, snap back to the Yuumi heals. He's got a Guardian Angel on top of it as well.
Do you try a CLG? Like, do you just give up Drake and wait 10 minutes and hope you catch up in some way?
They're just looking for some pick here.
Yeah, they might find it. Going back is the LeBlanc at W4. Says, I don't like it. No chains. Attempted stun by River. Here comes Dokla in for one. Cleanse a stopwatch for Blaze Olive. Will he survive at the end, though, is the question. The snap back. Luger Gale forces in and finds one. Finally, a bit of vengeance. Gonna try for a bit more. Palafox burns his own Zonia. Sivir still able to shoot. River, no kills coming through. Going back in now. Contracts nearly finds his done, but Licorice is pretty tanky. But will they win a 4v5? Honestly, if it's a good Mega Gnar, there is a chance River wants in. The ulti would be really big damage, but too much health coming back from the Yuumi. Luger at 1k health will not die to a Viego, and this means CLG will claim Dragon number 5 of the game.
Yeah, you could tell on the side there was an off chance River, the Predator, looking around for one of these low health resets, hoping for a pop-off montage, but CLG, nobody getting below 50%, so there's no opening there. They do deny the Dragon Soul for now to Golden Guardians, and we'll go for the reset.
Well, we keep waiting and waiting, but obviously CLG looking so good here. They win the fight 1-0.
Yeah, here's another look at it. Again, we're talking about Dokla can just E into this team. He goes fishing once again. This time he catches a Blaze, and the Seraphine ult goes up towards Baron instead of over towards any other CLG members. Then, as you say, with the added damage from Luger, they pick up the initial kill. Palafox can just Zonias. River was maybe hoping for an ult opportunity over the top of the wall there, but nobody quite there. Yeah, and they can't get the opportunity. If Licorice, like you're saying, maybe had Mega Gnar a little bit earlier and could flash in to help him with that, it might have been one of those giant Viego reset plays.
Yeah. If you're looking at heroics, I think theoretically Ole could have landed the bubble on Palafox. He was flashless coming out of Zonias. You can land the bubble such that you will hit mid distortion. It is tough. You're in the middle of a 4-on-5, timing a Zonias on like a long range skill shot. Like, most people won't hit that, but theoretically Ole maybe could have been the man of the match and snipe that kill, land the bubble, trade one back. Yeah, obviously it's a long shot, but theoretically doable, even for a human. Sadly, doesn't get it there, so it is the 1-0. It is the Drake and CLG, once again, weathering the storm of a possible Dragon Soul, which would bring back some of the lead.
Yep. And like we said at the very beginning, they have so much damage scaling on the side of CLG. It's just getting more and more painful to watch from the Golden Guardian side. They do not have a range advantage for the Golden Guardians, so they're constantly at the mercy of these CLG plays. And it's really up to how can Golden Guardians turn one of these CLG plays around on them. This team has been over-aggressive in the past.
Looking at it now, I think they are aware it's being aggroed, but be careful. The rest of this one, River cannot find that stun to LeBlanc. Good snap back, and here we go. Dokla should be easy to walk away. Yeah, he and Contract pretty fast overall. They've got their ways to get away, and they're going to do so. Mid lane under fire, and as long as CLG can't get into mid lane, there's a chance Golden Guardians can take this for a turret bounty. 500 gold for the turret itself, maybe more for the bounty. Let's see. Looking at gold on a Licorice will tell you how much the bounty was. 50 plus whatever. Not going to find the rest of the damage, though, as over the wall comes the wave clear, and CLG will not lose an objective. A single turret. Only thing on the board for Golden Guardians is slow, not bad in the contracts, but he's still tanky, still has a Yuumi. Not gonna find that kill.
And CLG here trying another tactic. Just use the Dokla as a split push. If he can get inside, break that inhibitor turret, it's well worth sacrificing outer turret in mid.
Yep. There you go. Bit of money grabbed up. Thank you for the bounty. Gonna try again for a bit of poke. And yeah, Dokla will be knocking down an inhibitor. Golden Guardians can do what they can as they run back, but be careful as you are running towards your top lane. Guess what? CLG can run towards his Baron. And how do you answer both right now? Because Baron's just being attacked, and Golden Guardians have given vision control to Palafox. He can knock down that one ward, and good luck, you're running through fog. You know they ran there. You saw the 3 run towards Baron. You've got him out of defense.
They left 20 health on that inhibitor. Not even a minion auto to finish it off. Dokla goes in, though!
Big double knock, and he's going to find 2 kills for his team. The follow-through comes in, and River, he's going to be dropping as well. Stun will not quite land. A well-buffered ultimate. But there's no way you live anymore. You're going to try, Stixie, you're going to try, but it's not going to happen. Here comes the attack in the back line, and CLG are going to break Golden Guardians over their knee. 4 for nothing right now, going for a bit more. Mega Gnar tries his hardest, cannot even kill Palafox. He's going to try. There's the chain. There's a sidestep on the stun. Kill comes through. The ace for Yuumi. Bud Light ace for CLG. This time they do it against the enemy team, and they're going to find a bot lane ripe for the pushing. Down goes the Nexus turrets, and the Golden Guardians fought valiantly. CLG are gonna be the better team, 7-5 as they push up the standings. A well-played game, and huge from their top laner Dokla, huge from their jungler Contracts.
That is now a 2-game win streak put together for CLG, stringing them together, Freak. the beginnings of a streak heading into playoffs for this team. They see Golden Guardians raise them a river mid-split change, and they don't care. Contracts runs all over them. Speed ganking this map, every single lane. Nobody is safe, and CLG are able to snowball.
And with that, CLG moves tied for 4th with Cloud9 and FlyQuest. They are a game behind 3rd. They are 2 games behind 1st. With about 6 more to play, CLG definitely a very good team in this split. I think the transformation they got with Dokla has been big. Unkilled in this game. Last I checked, 11 CS a minute. He was popping off.
This game is actually the perfect evidence and proof for that change, because if you think to the past, CLG, everyone is like, okay, fine, Luger can hard carry this team, but that's their only hope. Palfox always has to gank bottom. They always have to focus all their resources to bottom lane. That's the only way to win. Well, guess what? This game, they picked a scaling bottom lane. They did not have any control for the majority of the game from that area, and it doesn't matter. Jungle, mid, top, all step up.
Yeah.
They get the dub in pretty dominating fashion.
And I'm really pleased to see how much more proactive Contracts was. I think back to Dokla's 1v9 game on, I think it was Fiora, where he got no help. He was 1v4 against, I want to say Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, it was 100 Thieves. He was 1v4 in top lane and still almost outplayed it. And we just saw Contracts just farming. And this game, Contracts was everywhere. He was on every counter dive. He had like all of their first 4 kills. A big blow up for him because I know Spring Split was rough for him. Summer's been hit and miss, an improvement, but this was, I think, a huge game for him. I think he put the early game on his back, and then the end of it, Dokla carried.
All right, he said, Poppy, best jungler in the game right now. There's so many creative Hex Flash angles. He got really good use out of that Hex Flash. To me, the most impressive one, though, was the topside play, immediately resetting into the bottom, where then Luger is able to actually bait the tower dive. That's when CLG really took over. They got 4 kills off of that one. Massive, massive swing. Really good communication from the CLG team allows them to pull that bait off.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think they definitely played, I think the entire game really well. It's tough to win that bottom lane, right? They flex picks and a counter picked you. Like, you're not supposed to win that lane, and they didn't, right? But they lost pretty gracefully, and the rest of the map did really well. So beautifully done by CLG. Now, question. Did you come to the LCS studio for Star Guardian Saturday, or have you recently joined at the studio to witness video games in person? Well, if you answered yes to either or both of those questions, check out the web address on your screen, because our friends at Eastcott are hooking up LCS fans with free photos from their time here at the studio. Check them out, download them, get onto it. I took one with Mark Z and Travis Gafford in front of the Star Guardian.
Your biggest fans.
Yeah, you know, they are my biggest fans. I'm their biggest fans. It was a match made in heaven. It was a very good photo.
Yeah, I'm always outside after the show, by the way, after whatever games I cast to.
That's true. I often am as well. It's how going home works. We are going to go in and tag, and yeah, of course, tag everyone in your favorite photos on Twitter. As we are joining the Taggers and Contracts Forever Eyes and post-game interview.
Thank you, Freak. A CLG victory here on the day, and I've got Contracts. In fact, at the start of this game, we got to hear a little bit of your thoughts on Poppy. Can you recap for the audience what you think of the pick and why it worked so well here today?
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's been rising in strength in the past couple of weeks. I think mainly because of her creative pathing that you can do with Hex Flash. So you can like flash over walls, you know, Hex Flash, different angles that aren't really warded. So just being creative is Poppy's strength.
Digging a bit more into that and how things went in this game, because we're all looking at Golden Guardians with the jungle swap coming through, River being very early and proactive in his games. How did that affect your approach to this game to get the victory?
Not much, honestly. Just any other day, really. Just practicing like what I can do and you know what's best for my team, and enemy jungler doesn't really matter too much.
So when it comes to what you can do and what's best for your team, any insight you can offer into that? We've got a few weeks of the regular season, so things are getting a little bit tight.
I think the main thing is just getting my team on the same page, making sure we're like working towards one clear goal, whether that's practice or you know just on stage as well. Just making sure we're coordinated and going for the same thing.
Well, one way to keep everybody focused and going for the same thing is getting a 2-game win streak so far. A big victory last week against Team Liquid. How is that affecting you all? How you're feeling in terms of the team development at this point in time?
The Team Liquid victory was definitely a good morale boost. I think we were looking pretty shaky for a bit. The games prior, I think we were like 2-5 or something before that. So definitely good for the morale boost. And coming into this week, a 2-0 is expected. Anything less is disappointing.
And with that in mind, because when it comes to standings and seeing playoff potential in the future, you really do have to think about those individual wins. You are now in a three-way tie in the middle of the pack, I believe. Do you internalize that all when you're thinking about where you need to end as a team in terms of a motivator for yourself?
Not necessarily. We kind of just take it, at least for me, I take it game by game. I know what I'm working towards, and that's doing well in playoffs and making an attempt for Worlds. I think that's something that we can do. And we're all confident in. So, just focusing on ourselves is the biggest thing.
The CLG faithful, I'm sure, are happy to hear that. Any words for those fans that are getting really amped up about CLG and the run that you can make?
Yeah, I mean, always thanks to the fans. I mean, you guys are the reason why we're here doing this, right? So, appreciate you guys.
Well, congratulations on the victory. Great play today from you and the team. We do have one more game to go on the day. Immortals and Evil Geniuses taking off on the stage against one another. For now, it's time for a break. We'll see you on the other side.
Walking up, yo, fighting, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking. Let's go. Yeah, I try to kill Nami. Yeah, black.
Nice. Golden Guardians, they got a chunk in mid. Palafox almost dead. Oh, but he's gonna trade back. But it will get him mid for bot. But the tack on the side lane. They knock down one more as well. That is gonna be Viego dropping his life. A dive under the tower. A double kill through for Dokla. Huge by the CLG top lane.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork.
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock.
No king!
The people shall have the right to vote.
Even the stupid ones? Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Nobody's gone to the moon, ever! Why not? It's far, it's too far, it's far!
の未来はトータブルミュージックです。
バカか!
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
What you playing?
A very serious game.
But these in-game purchases are adding up.
Oh, State Farm has rates to fit your budget? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのし何を見て何を探して
but we want to play a game, and like I'm wondering if this is the thing that you and I bet on.
Oh, I like this.
Right?
Okay, yeah, all right. Let's go through it.
Who will beat Evil Geniuses?
Okay, I'm ready.
But we need to define the bet, because it's like if you circle, like let's theoretically, I'm going to clear this later. If I were to circle TL, if they lose to any team before that, this would be wrong. If I pick something, you can't pick it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I'll go
playing
last.
the percentages. It's this one.
Damn it.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
Because there's a decent chance it happens. So even if I think it's more likely that it leads to another team, that's
So
right
can I
off the
go
bat.
next? Because now Jat and I have a bet. So Jat's going 100 Thieves 6-3. There's a lot of great reasons. Since we're now betting, and that bet is entirely based on who's going to beat EG first.
Yeah.
I have no choice.
You have to go before that.
to go ahead of him. I mean, strategically, it just feels like the best option. Here's my other thought, off the top of my head.
Okay.
Whoever loses, right, has to do the entirety of the game 1 pregame standing in an ice bath.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
10 minutes, like 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like a reasonably long ice bath.
Yeah.
We just fill up a trash can with water and ice. You just stand in
Yeah,
it
that sounds great.
and just be freezing.
No, that's great.
Basically, if CLG wins, then Jad will have to do it. If 100 Thieves wins, I'll have to do it. Simple as that.
Oh my God.
Well, hello and welcome back, everybody, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. You just saw a few weeks ago, Jat and I made a bet before Evil Geniuses would dive into the second round robin, kind of talking about the incredible run they've been on, which teams would take them down. In rewatching it, I think I'm realizing how cursed a bet that actually was. Like, this was so
circled
stacked
the winning
against
team
me.
right away. You had no chance.
Is it? It was CLG or bust.
And
CLG
you said
or
the
bust.
terms of the bet, or at least the payoff.
I know, Jat just being like, yes, I love the ice bath idea.
All right,
because
hop in.
100%.
Get in there.
All right,
Let's
here we
go.
go. I'm going to
All right.
hand the mic over to my...
Secure in
Make
the
sure
bin.
it doesn't fall.
Oh,
So
They got me
take the
these
steps.
wonderful... Oh, let me take...
Do you want to take?
socks off.
There's a little
But
ladder
also,
there.
hey, wiki feet people, don't you dare.
There's a little ladder
Get
there.
in there.
No, I'm going to go.
Good content.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Excellent.
Okay. It's at
Okay, what is my
53.
rubber
That's cold
ducky?
enough.
What does my
53.
rubber ducky tell me? Woo! 53 degrees. 53
Yeah.
degrees
All
is
right.
what we're dealing with
Yeah.
here. Okay.
So, like, as the host, though, you need to make sure we can get in and out of tosses. So we
do we
have
need to
we
make
still
for a
have to
bet,
do
though?
it. It's not just about you in the bath. It's about the game intro.
My decade of experience is not enough for
Yeah,
you?
I helped
No.
spice these up a little bit just to make sure that they'd be good reads. So send us to the first thing.
Okay.
You're doing great at this.
Everything is already completely
Yeah, I
changed.
mean,
All
come
right.
on.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's
Despite
fine.
the significant snapping of their dominant win streak, Evil Geniuses have maintained their marvelous morale, and more than that, their unbreakable confidence in the power of their, what does that say?
Bodacious.
Bot lane duo. Take a look.
Yeah. To be honest, I think the bot lane that's impressed us the most is probably us. I think it's kind of cool to see how far that me and Vulcan have gone from since the day that we played together at first, and yeah, I think we've improved so much.
Yeah, I also think we are the bot lane to impress ourselves the most. I think Danny has been putting like crazy numbers every game, doing so much damage and flexing and outplaying everyone all the time, so definitely giving it to ourselves.
Oh, shut up, Vulcan. Okay, what's next? What's next? What are we talking about
we
next?
should discuss.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
I didn't even listen. I have no idea what he just said.
The bot lane that impressed them the most was themselves.
That's great for them.
Exactly.
That's good. They're good.
Yeah,
at lane.
this
They're
is
strong.
this
I'm
is
proud of
revenge
them.
popping off, obviously.
You know what I hate
in
about
the
this?
TSM game.
Is a decade ago I used to do this like every day, and it was
You
a
played
glorious
Aatrox
thing.
every day against TSM?
Yeah, that's what I used to do. Oh my
The
god.
thing I love the most about this is they got him the
This is
fatty,
really
the shy
cold.
angle.
Yes.
It's 50, right?
This is
Okay, good. Let's double check.
How wet, useless. Yeah, it's 50. It actually says it's only 53 degrees. It's
Okay,
not
great.
even
That's
cold.
safe.
And honestly, TSM, when they went up against IMT, were in ice water as well. they were dealing with Aatrox. So
What is this, the Aatrox game from Revenge? He
Yes.
played
Yeah.
really well this game.
He did.
No doubt. Although Kobe and I talked about this on This or That this week, and I think I actually said that I was more impressed with Takui's performance. Like, we had to compare the two.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's
Guys,
fair.
I'm just talking
Yeah.
because I was
Was it
told to
the-
talk. I
the
don't really know what I'm
Talia-
talking
Talia
about.
I mean,
performance?
That's
Also, I
fair.
think I'm losing circulation in my arms.
Yeah, we have a
I could take some of that
we
off.
have a video that you need to toss to.
Okay, yeah. While Immortals Progressive have had a tremendously turbulent summer, their explosive top laner, Revenge, has kept his eyes trained on the stars, as well as his personal idol, the winningest top laner in LCS history, Impact. Check it out.
Nice job.
Yeah, Impact is someone who really loves the game, and I'm really fascinated by how he sees top lane and how he knows so much, right? I think I've learned so much from him in just talking with him and these last 2 years, and I think he's in a way like my mentor for top lane. Like, he's taught me so many different things about laning, and I think that my laning would not be what it is today without his help. So when versing him, I'm always really excited to show my best self, because, beating him to me is I think showing that I can be at the top of the league, because I think that he's a very consistent laner and he very rarely is a liability for his team. So being able to show that you can take down someone like that is a really high accolade to have as a player.
I feel like they asked these questions knowing that I'd be doing this, and then they said your answer is not long enough. Can you just talk more?
We have
one more toss.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, one more. All right, here we go. Evil Geniuses. You son of a... Evil Geniuses have suffered only 2 losses so far in their prodigious, what a word, summer. And while they have insufficient belief in themselves, they are dauntless in their dedication to face the mistakes of their past to build a better future. Roll that clip.
Yeah, I think us struggling last split was mostly because of Denny and I's weakness in lane, and also Jojo just kind of being an inter and learning how to play better with the team and not playing so aggro that he dies to a lot of ganks. And I feel like Jojo has improved a crazy amount in the short amount of time he's been playing in the LCS, and that's super impressive and cool to see. And I think, as we've been saying, Denny and I have also improved so much. So we've just gotten overall much cleaner, and we've always had pretty smart players that kind of know how to win games, and it's just so much easier now.
Oh, it's actually better if I,
dip in.
We're almost done.
We're almost done. Aren't we done? You
said
last toss.
Toss it to the casters. Yes, toss it to the casters.
Okay, as we head out to the arena and I free myself from the frigid hell that I find myself in with flex on what sustains his soul during the tumultuous ups and downs of the season. Check it out.
No!
Every week we have new objectives that we target, right? Things that we think that we're lacking, that we kind of just attack more and focus on more. And I think every single week we find that thing that we think is an issue and we actually do fix it. So that's what gives me a lot of hope that we're actually improving. For me, I think just keeping my confidence up has been really key. I think having wins and having really good wins just helps me feel like my work has been paying off and that I've been achieving something. Losing that feeling always hurts me a lot, so I think that I can ride that momentum into the future weeks. I'm feeling pretty optimistic now about the split. I would say we have hope, and I think that we have a chance to contest any team. So that's going to be the most important thing, is just keep riding that momentum that we have right now and doing something with it.
And improve they have. They were 1-6 heading into the break week. They have gone 2-2 since then, including beating Cloud9. Immortals really have strived and improved and gotten better, and it's awesome to see.
And you know what would really make people take notice of the improvements would be beating Evil Geniuses, the #1 team in the LCS. I have to say, I was a little sad Dash didn't dunk down all the way.
Yeah, it was mid-5
into the cold
that even
water.
Count Dash?
I mean, people actually pay and do cold exposure on purpose.
Yeah,
because the adrenaline spike's good for triggers your immune system, and you get sustained dopamine release afterwards. He's gonna be so happy after now that it's done.
Yeah, he was flashing. He was having a great time already. Haven't gotten out. Yeah, we are under the rift though. Immortals 3-8, but on the road up again since break week 2-2. EG 3-1 since that stint. So still obviously a very, very strong team. In their own words, they're the best team in the league. And I think many agree with them here as the picks and bans come through. Zeri still the premier bot laner until next patch hits next week. No Gangplank allowed for Impact. No Azir allowed for Power of Evil.
Yeah, big one to me right now, too, is Taliyah. Taliyah is, to me, super premier mid lane champion right now. Very, very good for their style as well. Because when you're playing against Power of Evil, roaming around is so effective. And Taliyah obviously does that some of the best in the entire game. With the recent extra buffs to the champion, of course, it's majority played mid lane, but it's also flexible for jungle as well. So I really actually do like this takeaway because I think it would be a huge weapon in the arsenal of Evil Geniuses if they got it. And Immortals are like, you know what? No way. We're going to first pick it. Don't let you have it. Even if Kenby ends up playing it, it'll be better than EG having it.
He had played it in his split opener. Game 1, day 1 on Immortals did not look good. But yeah, we'll see what it looks like here. Of course, we know he'll play it. We know PoE can do it as well. Ari is in. Worth noting, of course, her dashes are interrupted and stunned by the rocks coming out, but of course you can also use your dash to get away from Seismic Show, so some gameplay kind of on both sides. This is going to come through for Jojo Pyun. A Tahm Kench comes through as well, leaving open the Senna option down here. Will be the second of the split for Danny and Vulcan.
Yeah, interesting. Grabbing it really early on here. Let's see about the Immortals' response and trying to take them down, because if you start out with a Taliyah pick, my next thought is always, all right, where is my setup so that I can easily guarantee some seismic shoves? Poppy, as we said, very, very effective gank champion. If you're near a wall, can definitely combine with Taliyah for 100% to zeros, and then Taliyah can also make a wall, and Poppy can ram people into said wall. So some synergy already between the two.
I believe the tackle should interact favorably with the pebbles on the ground as well.
Yeah,
Shove does it, enemy dashes do it. So
a force dash is just as good.
yeah. So pebbles come down, she shoves like, that's a stun, yoink, right? So that could be pretty exciting as well. If Felios could come through, as if you're expecting Senna TK, it's not the bulliest lane. They certainly kind of want to scale a bit here on Aphelios. He's not going to be under too much pressure, especially if you give him a healer. You give him like a Nami or like a Sona or something, and he's chilling, ready to kind of move up and be a late game carry. So Lost has late game damage in his hands.
Yeah. And with the Aphelios being taken away, you're thinking team fight for Evil Geniuses. What kind of hyper carry can we get? Guess what? It's a Danny's Jinx, the classic for them. Going right back to what made them win the entire spring split. It is funneling as much money as you can into this Jinx so you can team fight with it later, ensuring that you have Tahm Kench early for Vulcan so that there is safety.
I have a behind-the-scenes tidbit of knowledge about this one. So as I was leaving from the cast last week, Danny was interviewed. What is your favorite Star Guardian skin? His answer, I think you can guess what it was. Jinx, in fact. Rationale being, it was one of his favorite champions. And he's good at it. So hopefully we get Star Guardian Jinx for Danny. Otherwise, how dare you?
Someone check the tapes. Was he wearing the Star Guardian skin when he got the Baron Steel pentakill? Somebody check those tapes.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
I'm going to look for a tweet in about 1 minute and see if anybody's been able to go back.
Yeah, just pull up highlight clips, MVP plays, and you know, maybe it'll be some Star Guardian rockets.
All right, with the Viego banned out, I'm expecting something like maybe Wukong is another high priority jungler here for Inspired, unless they actually are fine with him being on one of the premier team fight setup jungle champions. If you're gonna ban out his Viego and not follow it up with the Wukong, I feel like that should be the EG move. As far as response there, and then you can save your final counter pick for impact in the top lane so that the mentor can have an extra advantage over revenge.
LXZS, not quite a real word. Gwen gonna be locked in, and that's gonna be the blind pick top laner option. Of course, Dash can't be interrupted by Poppy.
It could be flex to a jungle Gwen, but yeah, it looks like they're saving 5th pick for final counter jungle.
But they already know the jungle matchup, but maybe they want to know what the lanes look like to know how ganky you want to be.
It's very curious to me because Wukong seems like the no-brainer, but let's see how Immortals respond to this Gwen right out in the open, just throwing it down. Do we get a Jax, response? Once again, we get the Yone, okay.
Yep, of course, you got Poppy almost certainly in the jungle, Taliyah almost certainly in the mid lane. I've seen Poppy support, I've seen Taliyah jungle. There's a chance he flex at the very end. As he hovers
you've seen those things, but do you want to see them again?
Not so much. No, I don't think the synergy is really there. Poppy support will have absolutely no landing phase against this.
The only time I want to see a Poppy support is if it's into Callista Rakan.
Ooh.
I saw that last night, and it was a hard counter.
And we got ourselves a Mumu on the board here as well. So Yone in the top lane, Talia in mid. And they say, okay, we now know your jungle indeed. We know it's support Amumu. And Inspired waits all this time to play the incredibly hyped counter pick, mechanical mastermind of Trundle.
Yeah, Trundle, baited again, freak. That's what you get for talking about the hovers.
Oh no, the surprising jungle pick of Wukong.
Aha. I always think
something for that one too.
If they're not going for what I think is the obvious pick immediately, then there's going to be some crazy twist at the end. It doesn't happen this time around. There is a reason behind the hover for Trundle, though. Trundle into Poppy is similar how the old Trundle picks people used to pick into like Olaf and stuff. It's literally just for this stand and fight hand-to-hand combat with the one-on-one. If you duel and meet up with the enemy jungler, you can put your ultimate on Poppy when Poppy charges in on somebody and focus fire down the front line. But I really do think, yeah, Wukong, much better pick here. Gives you so much more structure for your team fight. Also has a lot of good angles early on in the game.
Well, gonna be a fun one here. I always do like Revenge a lot on carries in the top lane. Much like Doke's coming in, revitalizing CLG. I actually like this team a lot when they try to play around him. Always holding out hope for that Riven to come back once in a while. It has looked good before, but on the Yone here, this is gonna be his first of the split.
Yeah, going against his mentor, as he said, self-proclaimed, the understudy. We shall see. Will Revenge be able to get revenge on Impact?
I'm curious to see. It has been a big glow up for Immortals. They are in play position right now at 3 wins. They stand above a couple other squads here, and will they keep that rise going? They beat C9 not too long ago. They're looking to get an EG notch on the belt as well. Is it going to happen here? Blue side Immortals, red side Evil Geniuses. Talia and Yone going to be definitely explosive here as Ignar brings out his Amumu.
All right, well, I do expect...
He's for sure never watched Immortals play.
I do expect Immortals to try and play off of an Amumu support. Any jungler is always looking at super aggressive support picks like that. Amumu is definitely one of these supports that plays right into Ignar's aggressive style, because if you can gank for bottom lane, where Amumu has, not 1, but 2 Qs now to set up these ganks, then you can unlock Ignar to roam around the rest of the map. So a lot of the times, even if you're looking at a support that likes to roam around, you want to first gank bottom and get him that priority and that time to do it.
So here's a question. It's going off topic, but there's no action right now. I don't know who else remembers when QQ was a term for like you're crying. This is, I don't know, maybe this is like early 90s internet, and so no one else knows the reference. But I think it's kind of amazing that the champion whose ability is literally cry on command has a QQ ability now. It's just, it's nicely paired together.
Wow,
it's very intelligent.
It's come full circle. It took quite a few balance changes.
Yeah,
long time for that one to actually come to fruition, but
it was so obvious for people born in the 80s.
The payoff is there.
Yeah.
All right, so it is going to be red buff start or red side start, red quadrant start for both of these junglers.
Ooh, there's the first stun. Decent damage to Vulcan. However, keep in mind, Tahm Kench, relatively durable. Next Q is going to be up in a second, and it would be a stun and some decent healing. He's going to tag Lost. Lost ignited. He could die. Danny does not find the way to follow in and land the last shot. Would have been 2 autos anyway. Lost would have lived.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to squeeze out a little bit of extra damage, but 2 summoners burn there from both sides. Can be on the level 2 Poppy gank.
With a chance to shove, they land it. They're going to get a bit more here. Red buff stun, a pullback as well. A flash for Joe. Do they have the damage? The question. Not enough. Flash for flash.
In the end, getting the flash for flash is so huge for Immortals because they also already delivered the whole damage of the combo. If JoJo had immediately flashed just the shove and not taken any of the damage, would have been pretty decent, but huge hit on the health bar. You see he has no more potion charges in his corrupting potion there, and there's already still an extra biscuit as well as a charge here for PoE. So PoE just trying to put some extra pressure now as he has the wave in front of his tower, doesn't want to let it crash, really wants to get the most out of this health advantage, and vulnerable Ahri here with no flash. Any repeat gank is going to be very dangerous for JoJo. He's constantly guessing.
Yep.
That means you want to call your jungler a lot of these cases. Evil Genius is going to look for Inspired, maybe come hover towards mid, give him a ward or something, at least give him a side of the lane to hover.
And the big thing as well is make sure you know where Ignar is. He's on the wave right now, but anytime he jumps into fog, like, hey, you know, be careful. Is he roaming mid? Because there is a ward put down in front of the Raptor pit, but there's nothing on the highway, right? If not for that ward on Tri, which is now sweeping, like, you no longer have a tracker on a movement until you get bottom scuttle.
And here it is. JoJo doing the only thing he can in this lane. Hover bottom because he knows Poppy has crossed, so he's staying as far away as he can. He's still just going to take a beating, though, and the minions are just going to keep dropping. So this is all just a knock-on effect of that early gank.
It's well done. It's a good job by Kenby, showing up pretty early on. He's only down a single camp, and he's got his mid laner just so much pressure out of this one. He's going to force an awkward recall again. You always love as a mid laner to get your TP with Lost Chapter. It's going to take 6 minutes to get to that money with good farm, but you're always hoping you can get to that point.
Meanwhile, it was just a full clear there from Inspired, including the Scuttle Crab at the bottom. So Wukong going to reset back up to top side since it was a red quadrant start for both junglers, as we mentioned. And he'll, again, re-clear towards the bottom side of the map. Revenge, really nice ward here. I love when top laners go for this ward. Super deep on Krug, second respawn here. So much information. You know, gained and just kind of secured there. Now they know for sure it was the top side start for Wukong, and he's back at second clear.
Mana bar low. Charm going to be attempted if PoE juke left would have landed, but doesn't happen. Focus going to be right back out. Spotted by the Trinket Ward on the way out. They know, hey, by the way, that man was indeed there, and the recall's going to come through. PoE's not going to be able to get a full Lost Chapter buy, but at least components. Goes boots in just the pieces.
And so far, Revenge, you know, as much as he respects Impact, playing the Yone part of this matchup really well early on, pushing him off of CS, slowly increasing the gold lead.
Oh, nice try. That shove lands. That could have been a kill. Now JoJo sidesteps, does not get the bandage toss, but a second one's going to be up soon. Able to get back away in time. About a 3-second window between those casts, and plays it well enough, gets the wave shoved out.
Yep. And that's what you're talking about, this little gank routes from bottom lane. Ignar coming up. Again, you want to keep this pathway clear as much as you can and give as many ganks to the Amumu to allow the Amumu to then pay forward those ganks, basically.
Indeed. Danny and Vulcan still down on the bottom side. No wards to their name. They played up too much. This is going to be almost enough for Ignar to try and bring Kenvi in, but not quite the play they want to go for. Maybe the mini wave's too big. Maybe they don't have the track on the Wukong.
Yeah, they're going to back off after that one.
Now fighting for the ward, though. I mean, Kenvi, I don't believe he got seen yet, but Wukong is on the screen, and he is closest, but not going to go for the fight. Ultimately, Summoners up everywhere, and EG are safe to play for this highway. They will knock down the rest of that vision, and they're the ones who won the river.
Exactly. That's a W for Evil Geniuses. Getting the vision win over these early wards means a lot in the early stages of the game because you don't get that many, and it's going to set up Dragon number 1 super early here from Inspired, from EG. This is why EG always have so much confidence in Danny's Jinx. Look at this early lane phase, nice CS lead for him, pushing up. They come over for the dragon as well. Fun little thing too for the AD carries. Junglers, you can always tell your AD carries, hey, come hit this dragon, you'll get a nice legend stack. Don't you want your legend stack? Please come help me with the DPS. Yeah, Danny will get it.
It's like 3 or 4 waves worth or a killer assist worth. It's definitely a big amount of stacking here. Impact level 6 here. Kenvi on the way over. Gonna find himself a bit of a knockback, but not a ton. His Impact just, safe to walk back. Even PoE is here. Ult's coming in for round 2, and now with the wall in the way. When does he have it again? Does he have enough time? Into the wall he goes on the side. He's gonna try to lifesteal up, and first blood comes through. Immortals send 3, and they kill 1.
Student over the master, Freak. Revenge gets the money too. This is gonna help this Yone snowball. Beautiful stuff from Immortals. And PoE making use of what is one of his greatest weaknesses. You know, the roaming champions played into him. Always devastating throughout the history of his career, and yet picks up on this Talia, roams up to the top side. Nice wall there, beautiful placement, keeps Impact corralled on their side. And as we saw there in the end of the camera movement, it was a cannon wave at his tower, so didn't even lose the minions down to it. Kenvi here starts it all out. It's Impact moving forward. That hubris is what costs him. He walks back up to try and fight off the Poppy, as well as the Yone, and Revenge starts it out with his ultimate, gives him the space, so PoE is like, all right, great, my time roaming up top was not, fruitless here. Impact a little bit too bold there.
One of the big changes in the last set of buffs and nerfs to Gwen was a huge nerf to the early cooldown of E, where it's like 7 seconds longer at rank 1, like something really absurd after getting the auto attack reset. Locked in place now. Good flash for Danny. Does also have enough. He's got Chakram. It's going to make it tough to do anything with though. Just, yeah, chain slowed, walks away, gets rid of the turret. Lost has to sidestep that. Zap does so. We try again now. Kenvi onto the mid lane. Jojipyun has flash, has ult, and he has a Tom Kench. Gets the charm. That's going to be a lot of damage. A cleanse force out of PoE. Ignore on the way over. Gets rid of a minion. And now we might find a fight here. No ulti up for revenge. Poppy going to get rid of the support, but Jojipyun still to the front line. Can beat level 6. Smiteable. They grab the Herald. Is it going to be enough now, though? Revenge still waiting for his next play. Misses his second Q. He's got to walk away. Flash to safety. And it's going to be an attempted re-engage. A good double shove by Power of Evil, and Inspired actually goes in for it. Will he kill Revenge or will he lose his life? A 1-for-0 and a solo kill for Danny on the bottom side now as well. Trying back in for Impact, and Impact will burn. He will fall. A 1-for-1 on the mid side, but a knockup coming through for Vulcan. He can't get the damage. Jojo gets the auto. A charm and a Poppy as well. Gets with a knockback. Flash into the tower to stay alive, but I believe that is a 3-1 in favor of
Danny from downtown. Whew. Nice dodge from Kenvi on the Poppy. We're getting action-packed games, Freak. I love it.
Yeah.
This is even before the 12-14 changes the devs wanted to implement to increase early kills in professional play. Already getting some nice scrapping going on. Rift Herald in the end also was picked up by Inspired, by the way, so they did also accomplish the objective goal that they started it out on. That Poppy ejection initially on Tom Kench wasn't too long. Let's take a look at the bottom side here, though, and the 1v1 from the POV of Danny goes in on Jinx, starting out with the rockets with the extra range here. As soon as the chakrams are stacked up, yeah.
Out of a minion. Wouldn't have killed him without a crit.
But you don't like that look anyway.
No.
All right, anyways, here it is. This is the part where Vulcan is walking back towards the team fight, so it's a bit of a pincer here for EG set up on Immortals, and we already saw that one. Back on live, they're going for a fresh kill.
And it's going to be Impact in a pretty dangerous situation. No ulti, no ghost, no nothing. It should be a 2v1 kill. Nice juking around, though. How much time do they have? That's one more hit will kill him. One more will get the kill with a snapback. He needs the auto, gets the Q, that'll kill. And he does it to make sure lands a bit more. And nicely done as Jojipyun's only here to watch his teammate die.
Great stuff here from Revenge. Jojo does make the roam up. At least he'll be able to catch the minion wave because Impact doesn't have his teleport ready. So they'll just be able to make the swap to have him go mid afterwards. Cannon is nailed here by Jojo. Nice CSing under tower. Still picks them all up. The minions do enough work for Revenge to get the turret plate as well.
Did he actually get gold? I didn't see. I saw it crumbled. He got gold. Cool. All right. Trying again for a little bit here. Good charm. Shield blocks a lot of it. Snap back pretty soon. All right, but good trade, right? Jojipyun lands all the skill shots. Revenge down about 400 health.
All right, 25 seconds left on this dragon, and you can see a tiny bit of setup work here already done with the red ward on the back right over that dragon pit. Thank you, observers. Inspired gonna take this blast cone into the control ward.
That's a knockout. That's gonna be a dangerous spot for Lost. Rocket's gonna land. Red snipe doesn't do enough. Health bar gone. Nice attempt at the knockup there into Jojipyun. Sidestep. No, actually still takes Q2 with it, I believe. Jojo on half HP, drops the wave out of the tower. Had a chance to go for the kill. Keep in mind, Jojo had ult and flash, so never really in danger.
Look how efficient this last couple minutes for Inspired were. Dropping the Rift Herald for the tower kill solo. Now local gold for Danny. He just whips over, gets the dragon as well. The timing on his blast cone into control ward gank on Lost, knowing that Lost had just flashed on screen in the 1v1 that he lost with Danny, was a huge vulnerability. And in the last single minute, Evil Geniuses just pry open that advantage. Huge leverage. It all stems from that 1v1.
And charge even lands, so bot lane turret at 1/3 HP. Round 2 on that's always going to be 800 gold picked up. So EG poised to grow that lead even more. FTX field advantage 1,300. 2 Drakes to name as well. Herald already cashed in, I should say. And then you've got a CS and kill lead on your Yone, and Immortals could try to win through the top lane. How much is going to bleed out before that happens? Because you've got a CS lead and a kill lead in the bottom lane. Danny is gigantic.
Plus, this is actually so many targets for the Wukong to dive on, and with Inspired getting a lot of this early money and power clearing through the jungle, keeping up his farm on Wukong, Inspired is extremely fed as far as jungle Wukongs at only 13 minutes into the game. So many good targets. There's not great peel unless a Moo combo with Talia is able to like shove him back. Lost is gonna have to definitely keep his eyes open for the Wukong flanks. A lot of burst damage to come out.
Down goes the cannon. One wave pushing the mid turret. One plater to gone. Red buff steal coming in here as well as EG continue to have control over the map. A while to go till the next dragon comes up. They've already gotten their second anyway. Quick smite to guarantee no steals. We move towards the Everfrost onto Ahri. Ludens, I believe, the build path here for PoE. Based on the Blasting Wand, here's the only one people build with that one anymore. As mid lane, again, just always shoved in first by the Ahri, the ability to move. Build it a 4v2 the top lane right now is Revenge. I mean, does look good here against Impact, right? Full level lead, again, has the 20 CS. But never enough to get the kills, or at least not right now. Was before, to be fair. Mid under attack, here comes the possible 4v2.
Control Ward sees the first movement, but Ignar just replaces it again, so EG call off the play. Impact knows he's in a losing position right now, and one of his greatest strengths over his career has been kind of loss mitigation. So we'll actually put that to the test now and see how far Revenge can actually push this 1v1 advantage, because that is basically the leverage that Immortals have. Evil Geniuses, everything's going according to plan for them. It's Immortals just trying to play off of their split push advantage. If you isolate Revenge versus Impact and see what they can get for the team. Some tower damage down, maybe they can get an entire one there to try and get some gold for the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I think he's well built for it, because, yeah, the 1v1 is loss mitigation. In a team fight, it's going to be lost mitigation. You just put the W on and no damage taken. I think Impact would have been a good spot here.
How many jokes for IMT Lost are there out there?
It's really only about 2.
Evil Genius is gonna look for them though. Easy again, swap the 80 carry, just match them up on top side. Danny power farming away always. Their pocket win con here for the mid game. It's just been farming seamlessly, and Vulcan is ready with the extra summoner spell, the Tom Kench ultimate, to keep him safe. So interesting stuff here from Kenvi, trying to trail their winning lane a lot of the times for jungles, especially solo queue. You try and cut the losing lanes and just go try and play around your Fed member. See if you can fish for any sort of plays.
Yep, very standard play. Shove the wave in, then recall, go get a buy. Make sure you're not getting tracked. And you can see Impact's like, seen this play before. I could push the wave early, but I could also just wait.
Yeah, he's a veteran. He's, as we said, he's been in loss mitigation mode many times before. Not going to overextend for any mini waves.
Yeah, you're not fighting for this wave? I'll just go for wards. Like, I'll see him, man. The upside is...
Get that vision score up, baby.
Right. And the thing is, like, I love this. Like, I've been this top laner. Everyone's seen this top laner for, like, of course push the wave in. Like, what are you getting if you push that wave? He collects the wave by his red buff and, like, nothing changes about the game state. Or I look for wards. I make sure he can go for Herald control. And then, I was going to be ganked. Cool. Like, just a very smart play by Impact. Heads up. It's the most mundane thing ever to not push a lane, but many, many people would have died right there. Going to look now at another attempt for revenge, but careful because Jojo Pion is on the way. How's the 2 going to play out?
Yeah.
Not.
Don't want to chase him. That's the only way they could get into a bad situation, because look at this map. That's the one fault right now for EG. They've got no vision across this line. So good defense so far for Immortals as far as the vision coverage goes. Nicely cleared out for them, and they're going to try and set up for this next dragon. Again, every neutral objective has been picked up by Inspired. Both early dragons, both Rift Heralds so far. He's been farming at an extreme pace as well as getting very efficient ganks onto the map. So really great Wukong play so far from him. And now the final test, because Dragon number 3, this early in the game, would put so much pressure on Immortals. Evil Geniuses, though, pop the Rift Herald for a hard push towards mid, while Immortals...
Wow. And Immortals say, yeah, we're going to have to flinch. We have to actually answer this mid lane tower. Tower still goes down. They will prevent tier 2 from getting hit, but will they even get river control? They're going to try to.
Yeah.
Jinx on the far side away, but Ahri's on a flank path.
It was really interesting moment there, because you have a choice. Never mind.
There's the engage, pretty good damage, but it is Inspired's clone, but here comes Yone! And chomped up by Vulcan. A flash to safety, a second knockup comes through. They don't get the hit in the wall, no they do! And Impact will die, a 1-for-0, huge! As Revenge jumps away, stays alive, health bar is low, gotta be careful. JJ still cutting around on the side.
Revenge taking matters into his own hands, freak. Big chunk there onto the backline, and he follows it up with the Yone ultimate. They get the kill. They sustain a lot of damage, though. Nobody really poking around this dragon quite yet. 13 seconds left on Impact, so he died quite a while ago, and he'll be back up pretty soon. If he runs straight from base, maybe EG can delay for him.
How good's the 45 gonna look? Health bar's a bit low, but here comes the wall to make the escape that much more difficult. It's harder to navigate around. Revenge is back in with his TP, and that means they've got map control. One Drake on the board. Immortals take a team fight. They take an objective. and to get the game that much closer.
Beautiful stuff there from Immortals to get themselves back into this one. Playing on these control wards here in the brush, immediately jumping out with the Amumu combo. Get a huge follow-up from Revenge for the kill, and they get on the board with the objectives. One dragon for themselves just does a tremendous amount in delaying Evil Geniuses for that stacking, for the soul.
And it gives you time to have a big Yone. We've seen it look good before. We'll try it again here with Revenge. Watch that fight.
Play off these wards. Really good coverage here. This kind of pocket for Immortals playing off it. Ignar, he's no stranger, goes right in. The shove doesn't follow up though. So then Revenge has to take it into his own hands. They weren't able to combo the Amumu Q plus the Talia shove, doesn't matter. Revenge then turns over to the other side of the fight as they're retreating back. He ease over, they get the kill onto Impact instead, and then escapes.
Yeah, I think that was, Amumu QR. I don't believe it was a Poppy stun. I'm not certain which one was the stun, but I think it was just Amumu ult. Was able to lock him down, able to get that dragon, so really good stuff. Oh, yep, seizes a Yone, thanks to the sweeper and Revenge. That is a 1v2. Be careful, bud. He's going to get his shield back up. He's going to try for the ulti. Lands a bit of damage. He's going to buy enough time. Probably not. He's in a 1v3, and there's not enough damage to find the kill. Snaps back. Not going to matter. Jojo Pyun, his teammates have his back. Maybe not in interviews. Vote and call it an enter. But in game, they're there.
It's all in good fun. It's a term of endearment. Meanwhile,
stun, job done. Kenvi and Ignar both land the shots needed. Danny, Lost, you're not going to set me. He didn't do it last time, and mid lane turret going to be under fire.
Yeah, careful as that turret gets low. Jinx can use that turret kill to get excited and get some extra rocket shots on you from outside of Felios range. Blue-red, pretty short range guns there for him, and Danny's going to take the turret in his face while the rest of Immortals finish up on the outer on the top side of the map. Their first turret for Immortals.
Careful PoE. I think they know that he tracked into there. He'll see his ward, kills it. Yeah, no gank to be had. 1800 FTA field advantage has actually remained relatively flat. And I mean, since we checked in 6 minutes ago, it's Immortals going up a Drake. So really impressed to see how much they have stepped up in the mid game. I mean, bot lane was getting absolutely slammed, still is, but they're playing around it pretty well.
Yeah, I would refocus you on how EG want to win and their funnel of Danny. That seems to be going really well for them because they got these last two mid turrets into Danny's hands. He got solo gold on the secondary one, and the farm has only increased for this Jinx. Evil Geniuses Jinx coming at you once again. Danny cruising here towards the mid stages in this team fight.
Yeah, almost 12 CS a minute. Even if you are mechanically incredible, that's usually still your team funneling you. Technically enough minion spawn that if you're never dead and never in team fights, you can hit that, but he has been giving all the gold.
And they're actually even doing it right now. He just soaked up mid lane without the Tahm Kench buy him. So you get solo experience too. He's got a 2-level lead now over Lost. In addition to the extra gold, Danny getting the levels here also means a lot. Almost to the Infinity Edge. He's got the components. If you get that 3-item Infinity Edge Jinx spike, EG are just going to dominate the team fight.
I mean, he's got a level over Revenge. The enemy top laner who's been splitting all game.
Actually,
he's at level. His own top laner was 11 a second ago. Impact caught this wave and hit 12. But yeah, Danny is and has been for a while such a huge part of their mid and late game. Obviously, after the races here, he'll keep team fighting well. Hasn't yet been part of the winning fights. It's been mostly laning stuff, but soon.
It's a really interesting topic that's been around since the very beginning of League of Legends. The creation of this game, one of the discussion points was the difference with other MOBAs like Dota was you can't deny and you can't funnel as well experience and resources like gold. And it really does just emphasize how powerful that is when you can accomplish it, even in kind of small ways. And EG have really embraced that. Focused power on especially a carry that is going to be building full offensive stats really does have an exponential effect.
Yeah, the ability to actually 1v5 a game, like people say it in sort of boisterous ways. Where it's like, yeah, I 1v5, but it's like, yeah, because you ganked every lane perfectly and you know, they never got into the game and so you set people up, but you don't actually walk into a fight 1 versus 5 and kill all of them yourself. that doesn't really happen. Rare in Dota 2 to be fair, but here we go. Exhaust is onto Impact, then PoE has locked them up for a bit. TV's coming in for defense. Will there be a fight? Because here come the bottom lanes as well. Looking at Jojo Pyun, huge stun coming across. Ignar getting low, rooted in place. They don't quite find the kill. Neither on Jojo Pyun, but attack comes through on the Vulcan. Flash into safety, has thick skin available, finds himself a quick heal. And here comes Impact on the bottom side. Lost mitigation. Maybe have been handing over kills. He walked in for the flank and he dies for it.
Impact was trapped in jail inside the alcove for so long. Danny now, though, actually 1v4 with the Rockets. chunking out the opponent team. Ignar's back in base, walking right out now, though. Immortals, they want to keep collecting these dragons. Infernal number 1 was easy for them to take. Let's see about number 2. Impact is dead for this one as well. 15 seconds on him, and his teleport is ready if EG could delay.
Smite and Flash are up. Danny plays frontline. Vulcan's ulti is up, so everyone knows they can play pretty safely. Inspired looks for it, not going to have it just yet. Rocks come down, ulti sweeper spots him, knows what's going on. They say, no, we cannot get in. Ari was still too far away, no TP. Ignar gonna have to be careful. He gets knocked up, hit a couple of times, loses his life. Too aggressive here. A huge charm. He's got a Jojo gun putting on a Revenge. Here comes Impact as well. Will it be enough? Is the question. Revenge getting lower and lower, and he will die. 2-0 EG on the backside of this fight, looking for a third. Kenvi running, but where are you even going to? A slow is not gonna matter. They're gonna find the charm again. Now the backside of a good fight for Immortals, and the Drake picked up as well. EG get a 3-0.
And Baron is actually on the table, Freak. Those are 30-second death timers on enemy jungle and enemy top laner. Doesn't look like they're... oh, the pings actually come out. Nice. They are transitioning over to it now. 20 seconds still left on Kenvi. Revenge has teleport. Looks like it's off cooldown.
Yeah, it is. Ulti, teleport, several kills. He could be a difference maker here. Is it going to be enough, though?
Play.
EG looking at an opposing hero play in the Baron pit with a gold lead. Will it happen? Control Ward sees they don't know what's going on just yet. Judge went over the wall, goes in, looks for the little bit of a play, gets some damage. 1k health in the Baron, sniped, grabbed by Danny in the Baron pit. It keeps happening. But it's gonna be a safe recall. EG get away.
Stole it away from Inspired.
Saying, man.
Nice little yoink. Honestly, this whole game for EG, as long as you don't look at top lane, it's all good. Impact saw Team Liquid's game and said, I know, our win con.
0-6 top laners.
It's just a sacrifice top lane angle, Freak. Okay, so this is actually what I was, never mind. This is the pick onto Revenge. How it starts out, the long chase here. So notice that Impact did use his Ghost and his ult charges in that. And now, just keep your eyes on Impact and watch this. He gets trapped down here in the alcove for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. The rest of the team up there, he's got a blast cone just playing down in there in the dirt. Oh shoot, I'm still in jail, I can't get out. Revenge comes down to trap him, and then eventually the rest of Immortals come to claim the trapped Impact.
That's a rough one, yeah. He's like, okay, well, I just like the part where he's like, blast fights, goes, never mind, that's not the one.
Yeah, I can't get out.
But just kidding.
I'm actually stuck in jail over here.
And then Ignar, that is just a misplay, right? We're already leaving. He didn't get the note in time, I don't know what, but Inspired tracks it right away. He's like, this guy's inting, and he finds it.
I mean, it's a break in communication. The rest of the team trying to go out towards the right, and him trying to loop around. Immortals knew the escape was going to be a little bit risky there after taking the dragon, but being split, you see multiple members here picked off, and Evil Geniuses, you cannot have a breakdown in communication versus this team.
Okay, we're going to cut off one, though. Going to have a hard time getting in, and in fact, even the retreat's going to be a little tough, but they don't really have everything they want. Inspired, in fact, jumps over the wall, no problem there. Attempt by Power Revo, who's been actually relatively productive this game. I've actually liked his roaming. I think he's done pretty good job finding stuff to do.
Can be blind, Hex flashes over, get a little Wukong stick in the face, and he's out.
Revenge had mid pressure, I can see it. Like you get a chance at a random stun and a play happening, doesn't go through, but a pretty low risk play, a chance at a reward. Nice shove, gonna land good damage, and it forces ult to get a Vulcan. Is that the play now? Ignar half HP, looking again. Oh, good sidestep by Impact. Snap back to 100 health.
Yeah, that's gonna put a halt on the aggressive push. They still do have 45 seconds left on Baron buff, but you have to be very careful of your positioning now. No Tom Kench ulti available, no insta-safe. Yeah, it's actually gonna mean they don't even want to step up to the tower.
Yeah, he could rely on his own flash, but he decides it's not worth the big risk here. 2,800 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yep.
Looking pretty good. As they, most of the time out, they just take some camps away. Revenge won't get much done.
Theme of the day, Freak. Sacrifice top lane for the win. Ooh. That's what I've learned.
Yeah. I mean, if you're bot
Sorry to my future top laners in solo queue tonight. That's my new plan.
I will say, though, the exact opposite happened in the CLG game. We have had two of top die equals who cares. CLG was the opposite. They actually took down Golden Guardians through top lane.
True.
But yeah, odds are definitely in the play for bot. Like, I agree on average.
All right, level 15 Danny. He has held his 2-level lead over Lost. AD carry, huge advantage.
Oh, that's going to be pain. PoE is going to zone use, but he doesn't block much damage. Second knockup's going to be there every single time. Shove won't matter. kind of gave time for Ari to show up. I think he had to run in a straight line.
And Inspired, while yes, it was kind of by the book early game, was a little quiet, wasn't super flashy. Controlled first 4 neutral objectives, got 2 very efficient ganks off, and significantly outfarmed his opponent. This guy is actually very, very high in the front running for MVP already of the split here. Really great stuff from him all split long.
I definitely agree. He's been huge. 5-0-1. Black Cleaver again in for the Wukong. Here's some armor shred. Here, take more kills, Danny. I've softened them up for you extra.
Yeah. Shred them down, and the objective bounties are on the map, but guess what? Immortal's not even close to grabbing any of them. Not this dragon. This one will be all in the hands of evil geniuses.
Pretty good. Dragon number 3 is in. EG, another scaling Drake. Infernal and Mountain both scale with the amount of stats you get just scales with your character level. You know, how many more items you have. Scales off any AD and AP stackers. We're good on that one. But EG looking very good. Gonna try again. A good charm comes through, and Revenge just takes the losing end of that trade. It's 2 out of Yone, but with a charm lasting that long, Joji Gun's like, we're good.
Yep. Mortals had some moments there around the couple of dragon fights. Some pretty good picks for themselves. A little bit of aggression early on as well, but now they don't have a lot of area to work with for this big like Amumu Dream combo where you can get maybe even Revenge grouping them up first as the Yone and trying to get a big AoE. If you don't get Danny and Vulcan in the same snare, same stun, then it's going to be very hard to pick this team apart.
Sweepers come in. I like the coordination, you know? You can realize the positive interference, I think, where the waveforms add to one another instead of detract. You get a louder sweeper. It's kind of nice. There's the charm. There's the root. Revenge ults to safety. Didn't think he'd get away from impact. Not sure he needed it, but burns the cooldown. Mid under fire. Lost is slowed. Lost is down to 1/4 HP, and his team will body block into Jinx rockets from here, but mid turret still under fire. Danny feels safe. He has flash. He has heal, and he has Vulcan. Able to siege with impunity. No one's gonna stop.
Nope, nobody in this game gonna stop him. They've just pushed in another mid wave. Looks like evil geniuses are going to play the odds here. Since they've got them trapped inside their own base for Immortals, they're gonna try and draw them out at the next Baron. A little bit of chunk damage to soften them up now, but should be a draw to Baron angle. The setup has been done. Great wards here from evil geniuses already, so the setup, if they just draw them over to the neutral area of the map, oh, they're already exposed.
Here comes the knock. Got a nice shot with the pop. He doesn't block too much. Oh, the instant shove. That was beautiful. They get a 1-for-nothing tackle. Will not quite land on the wall. Talia will block them off. Do they have the kills? Oh, it's too much. Pia, we needed to evict. Oh, and the Hurricane Rocket splashes. He flashes. He goes for broke a triple. Gets kicked out, but Danny's excited, and Danny's on the way back. The Rocket will not find one just yet, but a shutdown does come through. Good job, Yone. The Vulcan staying alive here as he grabs impact, pushes him right back out. Still enough damage done. Danny with a triple kill onto the inhibitor now.
Yes, sir. The Rockets keep on flying. The pentakill denied there by Kenvi, but Danny's going to take the game instead.
We are going to go next. Looks like it. Here come the attacks yet again. Flash and Tom Kench are down, but heal is up, and a turret will fall. Without minutes, they can't go for much more. Revive's coming in pretty soon, 15 seconds. And Immortals would love to find a play if they have any kind of a good TP ward. Maybe there's a chance they bring in 2 because Joji Fun can't TP himself, so it would be an ability. Try to force some kind of 4v4, 5v4, use ulti, do something.
Yeah.
If they don't have it, and their retreat comes through to the top side.
If EG gets a reset right now, they just have so much money. Danny could just buy a Guardian Angel at this point, Bloodthirster even.
They're going to try. Knock up, not going to land. Here comes Inspired. Here comes the teleport. Will it be enough? Is a question. Can be dropped low. Revenge goes in. Finds the ult. He needs to kill Danny. And he does it. The one-man army. Revenge finds him himself. Inspired, stunned up, in for more. A double kill for the Yone, 5-3-3. Will they get anything else after this one? The Hex Flash in for Kenvi. A flash forced away from Vulcan. And just like that, a dead jungler means Immortals will not die, true to their name. Looking for the Baron.
They stop that reset, and Revenge, again, let's see what he can do inside the Baron pit. If he jumps over, take out Impact here, they could dissuade EG.
Project defend Kenvi. They'll get the early smite. He claims it.
Ignar's on him again.
Vulcan will jump away, and they stay alive. A huge swing. The gold advantage drops. It plummets to only 3,000. And Laska just farmed an inhibitor for a while. However, Dragon Soul in 1 minute.
These Yones, man, never give up. Revenge. huge star for Immortals that they rebuilt their whole team around, and he's paying them back for it now. Let's take a look. They know we can't let him reset Freak because Danny's gonna have a whole item in inventory. So Revenge cuts him down, sends him back to base. There, you can spend your money now. Ignar constantly looking to set up these kills for him, hits him with the Q. Revenge picks up the double, picks up the comeback. By the way, the objective bounty shutdown on that Baron, in addition to getting all the gold for killing it, and with the Baron buff here, new life breathed into Immortals.
Well, the stats on Baron itself roughly closes the gold gap in this game, and honestly, 2 Infernals is about as many stats as the 3 that EG have, so this feels like a relatively equal power level fight available. I feel like EG, they can let it go and say, screw it, get your 3rd Drake.
But Danny did just what I said. He bought a whole Guardian Angel, so you can't do that again. He's gonna have the revive this time. Or if you do it again, you're gonna have to kill him twice.
Rocket wants to try to find the steal, won't happen. 4K health, easy snipe, there's the claim. Bounty in there, gold lead dropping, and the empowered recall kind of required for this one to get back to mid lane in time. Without Baron, there was a real chance playing for mid, but they'll stay alive.
It's just really good stuff here on the line for Immortals. Backs up against the walls. They deny another possible Dragon Soul with the objective bounty shutdown on Baron. They're actually wiped off the map, so they have made up sufficient ground that the game has decided, all right, fine, you don't need any more help.
Yeah.
You don't need any more help. Revenge is all the help you need.
2-level lead, I'm looking at the characters right now, right? 2-level lead in top lane, equal in the jungle, mid lane equal. Bot lane actually caught up, lost his level 16 as well. So it's actually a level lead overall for Immortals. Gold deficit, sure, but better Drakes, and currently still wearing Royal Purple. 3,800 on the Red Bull Baron power play. Getting closer and closer, and they may let this all time out at this point. 40 seconds left, and the waves aren't anywhere near the turrets. Impact shoves in the top side, gets out on his way to 2.5 items. Stopwatch for safety, but I believe that'll be Death Cap 3rd. 1 slot to go for Revenge. Stopwatch now for Lost as well.
So tense right now, actually, because Immortals have successfully defended all of the critical points to buy themselves this breathing room. Fully caught up. As you're saying, it's Revenge level 18, but it's not like any other regular top laner. You know, Yone does have the capability of these huge combos on enemy backline to win team fights himself as well. You know, what's it going to be? Is it actually going to be a serious type in all chat top diff, or is it an ironic top diff coming from the side of Impact if they're able to get the team fight? Danny is well protected. I mean, he's got his Guardian Angel, he's got his Vulcan, Tom Kench ultimate ready, but Revenge has an eye for plays.
Inspired is pushed out. Mid lane knocked away. Lost going to be the recipient of the gold. 3 minutes till Dragon. Either team would get soul. As we get closer and closer, mid inhibitor is respawning. As soon as you hear the lady say. 36 minutes in.
Really speaks to the huge arc we've been on with Immortals recently too. Just the fact that they're here versus Evil Geniuses, the rank 1 team. How far they've come. Down to the end game though. This is where poise really matters. Under pressure, making the right call in this final team fight. Not getting picked off in the setup here. Dragon Soul just over 2 minutes incoming.
And it seems like Immortals, if they're the driver's seat, their game plan is wait for a bit. So Revenge has QSS, pretty important here for, honestly, the charm. Yeah, exactly. The R charm is like the big thing he's worried about here. The upgrade's actually not too bad. Silvermere Dawn's actually a pretty reasonable item. You can go for the crit one as well, but Silvermere has some really good HP on it, and I kind of prefer it at this point. Regardless, you know, can go for a safe wave clear. He's got Ignar sitting in the bottom river, so that's going to feel pretty good. 20-second difference between Baron and Dragon Soul is actually pretty tight. If you get delayed at all, if there's anything, like, let's say Immortals is the one who plays bottom river, Talia Wall plus burn it, you will claim Soul and get away before they stop you after Baron. So, like, that's an option, potentially. Just
also, the thing with Dragon Soul 2 is if people are delaying around Baron, Dragon Soul is easily soloable. That's just an Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
That thing melts to any late game build, any of these carries from either team can easily solo it. So it really is this balancing act. Because you can win the game if you win the team fight off a 4v5 at Baron, but if you're able to delay and somebody solos the soul.
And on the EG side, of course, we're looking at
Ooh, it goes in.
Ignar gonna land, and they want a bit more. Here comes the wall. Ignar bit low, burns his stopwatch. Jojo Pun's gonna be safe. Rocket is down. And they're gonna wait for the first stun. Here we go. Big damage. They just chain combo him, and Impact just dies.
Impact down again, the 7th time this game, and Immortals are making a beeline over towards the Baron. They shove mid, curving over. Jojo looking for a pick.
Saves the QSS. He knows he's charmed. Revenge gonna be okay. Still 1200 HP. Needs something to lifesteal off of him. Baron, not the best target for it. Tries for the stun as Ignar. 300 health on him. His stopwatch is down. JoJo's still playing the flank. They know they can cut down the mid lane wave. Oh, they're on the chase. Flash stun. Another pick. Gonna get the combo. Frickin' beautiful. Kenvi makes the second game-winning play.
All right, now they've got the choice, Freak. They can just go over to the safer objective. Don't even mess around with Baron. Secure yourselves the soul. Congrats. Oh,
12 seconds difference? I don't know. They're going back and forth.
I vote soul. It's safer. It's way safer. Just secure that. You have guaranteed power. That's like 3,000 gold worth of stats able to secure for the rest of the game.
Cross your T's, dot your I's, right? Get rid of the mid wave just in case. Make sure that, look, they can go for the mid inhibitor they want, but there's no way you go for next turrets here.
You can easily solo this thing.
Block it. They're good. There's Dragon Soul. Value right around 4,000 gold. On the scoreboard, you might say it's Immortals favored right now. The way they've been playing, it's Immortals favored right now. The respawns come through. Jojo Pyun up in 10. TP takes 4.
All right, let's put it to use now. Newly acquired House of the Dragon Soul. 10,000 health on Baron, though. EG starting to burn it down. Jojo's not even here yet.
Oh, my word. The student becomes the master of revenge. Says hello to Impact. He rarely feeds, but maybe against me you will. Push them away. Tom Kench ulti down.
All right, Jojo back up. Teleported in immediately. They're fishing around here. Immortals now the upper hand. They already pushed out mid, got the priority. Impact making the recall complete.
What? Inspired just flashed kind of in place. Want to get over the wall, maybe. They find a stun. Jojo nearly dead. Huge damage. Wants a solo kill. It's a 1-for-1. Both mid laners down. They try again. Inspired's in the pit. Inspired's in the pit. Inspired wants the Baron. And it goes to Kenvi. 4v4. Stun's going to land. Be careful, Revenge. Shields are popped. EG walking away.
Great job there from Immortals to actually focus fire Inspired as soon as he got in the back. You can't smite once you are in the stopwatch stasis, and Kenvi's able to pick it up. Great stuff from Immortals. Under pressure, another one, Freak.
900th career kill, PoE. Takes a solo against Jojo Pyun. On the way towards possibly a win for Immortals. The gold lead has shrunk. FTX total gold, 400 gold difference, Immortals looking good. Lost solidly on about 4 items. Stopwatch plus Zeal, counted as 1 basically. He's feeling all right. Danny has stopped scaling for a while. He's dropped boots. Rapid fire cannon is in, 100% crit chance. But these have not been fair team fights. This has been Revenge just finding somebody to one-shot.
This is such a huge redemption arc. Immortals clawing their way up from the last place spot in the LCS. 3 wins now, looking to make it 4, heading towards playoff. They have not given up on their playoff spot. It is still within reach. It is actually still doable for this team.
Currently sitting 3-8. Half a game ahead of TSM. They currently own 8th. Looking for 7th now with a 4th. As mid lane cleared yet again. Lost really the only guy earning gold right now as he keeps moving on up towards that Hurricane. I think that one's actually already done anyway. With a stopwatch in inventory. Baron still a minute and a half. Just that 1,500 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play. Haven't gotten much more out of it. Looking for turrets to kill soon. Top, mid, and bot tier 2 all still up. Jojo looking for a charm on a control ward. Will someone go greedily? No. Inspired now falling his way through. Ships in the night. They spot each other again, and Revenge again feels safe to go hit Impact a little bit, but be careful. Here comes the re-attack. They've got reinforcements. Good sidestep by Ignar. Gets away from all the skill shots. Takes some damage. But Jojo Pyun is ulti down for the pick and doesn't get it.
Oh my God.
I love this wall. I love this wall. This is going to be mid lane tier 2 dropping.
Yep, Jojo gonna jump over. Nobody else can, though. That thing is toast. Meanwhile, secondary turret on the outer now will go down. Revenge moving that wave up. Getting DPS on the secondary turret of the side lane here. 2 turrets picked up for Immortals.
Solid 1,400 gold, roughly, from those objectives. Feels pretty good. 1,600 gold lead now. Baron, 30 seconds left. They can still keep the siege going. Achilles is only so safe. His only natural escape is his flash. And you know there can be some huge damage out of his Wukong. He's trying to play over the wall. He is in fog. We're starting the Immortals chance now. I mean, what a huge game. They were 1-6 They almost got perfect games twice. Break week, they learned a ton. They're poised to go 3-2 since that, with a potential win over Evil Geniuses as part of that run.
Most impressive thing, this Immortals team was not broken by the horrendous start that they had the beginning of this split. As you said, the week off, the LCS break week, this team used it the best. Massive improvements. Now all that's left is to close the game versus rank 1 EG. They've got Dragon Soul, Elder Dragon in 1 minute 40 seconds. Push out here on top side of the map first. They've got full build Revenge, approaching full build for Lost as well. Aphelios has been behind Jinx this whole game, but Danny capped out way earlier. Fed so much money, and it's just been comeback after comeback after comeback fight here for Immortals. One more
on the Vulcan. Is it the one shot? Not quite. He saves thick skin. How about the eviction? Who's it going to be on? Jojo? Not even anything. He's going to save it for the next one because they just want it for the next team fight. Still a minute to go for Elder Dragon. 2 minutes for the Baron. Fully desynced.
So much priority here for Immortals too. In advance of this Elder Dragon, take over the full jungle. They're clearing out every little bit of vision here from EG. Completely opposite swap. There's one super deep ward down here for EG in the alcove, marking Impact's little adventure. And that's about it.
Theoretically, right? He can keep Lost incredibly busy, make PUE's life tough. Always a chance that one works out for you. That ward could be a hero. Oh, it's a blue ward. It's a blue ward. You can't TP to it. They get vision, but yeah, that's just the trinket ward.
The
so
Sparkles means it's lived a long time as well. I forget the exact breakpoint of the time.
I think it's 3 minutes, something like that. I don't know exactly, but yeah, it's been a while. They get to watch the mini wave come up, but it's not a TP. Thank you, observers, for that one. I did not know. And that's actually pretty important because there is no flank play. All this vision that's controlled. Like 7 seconds till Elder Dragon comes up. This is all fog of war. No wave. They're spawning now. They could still go for the mid-wave cut. They spot what's going on. 13k health. Here comes the wall. They're going to cut most of it off. Will you find your way in? Is Jojo over the wall? Impact diving in as well. Smite gonna be happening. It's Inspired who claims it. Is it going to happen now? They've already shut down Amumu. Looking for more as Impact. The flash to safety. Can't be it burns down. But Lost kills him. Danny trades it back. The charm lands. Jojo Kyun finds the third.
Holy! Inspired is freaking insane! He steals the Elder, and then did you see he jukes Revenge over the wall? The most fed Immortals member, he heals back up off the Divine Thunder proc on him. He lives. It's actually EG. They want scraping this game back.
Hoping for a pick, a little bit of damage. Not enough to kill Vulcan. Anyone else is not a real target because they have the ulti. PoE burned low. He's got to be safe. But Inspired's on the track. Inspired's going to kill him. This man is dead. Down he goes.
My God.
It is revenge against the world. He fought as hard as he could. He came so close. But there's no way you live now. The choppers are on. This man will always die. And he will watch the rest of Immortals fall to the wayside. The Bud Light Ace, EG. A comeback victory. Their 10th win in the LCS.
Wow.
Longest game of the split.
Wow.
I'd say easily the closest game of the split. Absolutely huge by Inspired. It felt like the whole tempo, the whole look of this game had gone towards Immortals, and he steals the dragon that wins the entire game.
This Evil Geniuses team is so clutch. Late game objective fights. My goodness. They rush in with no vision, just at the right time, bullying over the Talia wall. Inspired finds his way into the back of the pit, steals it, escapes over the wall, draws away Revenge. Insane stuff there from EG to pull this game back. All honors to Revenge, a heroic performance.
Yep.
Herculean task he was faced with, and he almost pulled it off.
And though it might feel bad to lose, honestly, they are still currently in flat position, right? They are tied for 8th through Immortals, and eye test-wise, they do look like an actually good team. Okay, 2-3, sure, but you just about beat EG. 2 teams total have done that before you. You really were about to be the third. you know this is a team that really can be scary. Immortals probably feels bad today, but it's like, if that is your level of play, if you can maintain that, at least the good parts of that one, this is a scary team. The question is, will that maintain? They have improved, but I'm still an Immortals believer off that game.
And we get the ironic impact typing top diff at the end of the game. All right, here's how Inspired walks around the back of the Baron pit, W's over the back, into the Dragon pit. Perfect timing, goes in with the EQ smite, steals it away. Coolest part here, as EG are chasing the rest of the team, he flashes over the wall. Revenge wants to go kill him. He has vision on him right now. Inspired has maybe 100 health. Revenge goes over, he gets the knock up into the Q for the Divine Sunder heal, flashes back over, lives, and then Fed members now with the rest of the team, the rest of EG, with the power of the Elder Dragon buff, chasing them all down. Freak, I wasn't even watching the right side of the team fight.
Yeah. Joe just dives in. I think it was like a flash charm. Just like, yep, you're dying for that one.
Guess what? We got the Elder Dragon.
Yep.
That wins team fights. Whew.
It's better. I mean, it was a close game, right? Back and forth, obviously. Dragon Souls obviously are useful, sure, but they don't keep you from getting one shot. And obviously, really, really clutch there. You can point out individual mistakes, right? There are a bunch. Anytime you get an objective steal, stuff could have been different. PoE could have hung back in the jungle, tried to spot the Wukong, right? Like Poppy could have hugged the left side wall with W up, would have prevented him from getting in without flashing. Like, there's a million things that could always happen.
If it wasn't Infernal Rift, there wouldn't be holes of the by the red buff for Wukong to walk through. If he would have had to go all the way around. Or actually, he had flash also, so he would have had to use his flash. So he would have had to at least commit his flash as well. Regardless, amazing steal there. What an exciting end.
A very exciting end. Well done to EG, who stay in first place. Now Inspired is going pro-to-pro with High, and we're joining them right now.
Hello everyone, I have Inspired with me after that banger of a game. I'm gonna have to say sorry really quick though, because I started building this out about 24 minutes into the game. I built it, came over, and then, you know, some kind of things went haywire. So we'll start with this though. First off, I have a thing right here. I noticed that in every game, all right, this is a pretty terrible circle, but you're always chewing gum. I'm curious, what kind of gum do you chew? Why does this not play?
I have a special brand of the gum with the caffeine, because I think having first chewing a gum is very, very relaxing, I would say. And if I have caffeine in it, I don't have to drink coffee or anything before the game.
Wait, so what brand was it?
I don't even know, honestly. Okay. It's some brand that I found out about, or like my coach on Rogue found out about it, and he recommended it to me, and I tried it back on Rogue, and now I use it.
What about flavor? Do you switch it up? Is it always the same?
No, it's always the same flavor. I don't know. It's not really specific flavor. It doesn't really have a name, but it's very tasty.
All right, cool. That's good to know. So I have a first set of clips here. They're all going to be, well, they're not the same, but it's going to be the 3 ganks that he does pre 10 minutes. And my question to you is, as a jungler, when you're playing the game, obviously you got like the Dragon, the Herald, but you're not ganking. How does that make you feel when you see the enemy jungler ganking your lane?
I mean, honestly, in this matchup, Poppy is very strong in the early game because she can be very creative. And Wukong, I think this champ becomes online only when he has his first item completed. So before the Sunderer, you just try to make sure that not too much action happens. You cover the dive that Poppy can maybe look for. This game, I think they didn't really have many opportunities to dive. So this was okay. And Jojo was just doing a good job and not dying to the ganks. I think when his wave was pushing out, we were looking into covering it. Then he said he fixed it so that it became good again. And from the previous point, I was just farming under Sunderer, and then you just want to group up with Ari and start the fights.
Gotcha. I asked that because when I play jungler and I see like the enemy jungler ganking all the time, I start feeling really bad. I'm like, oh crap, is my team getting mad at me? Should I start ganking? So that's cool to know that you guys can stay calm under pressure. I have another small point here. Red buff spawns, you guys are both there. Is there any specific reason why you choose to take red over Danny? I don't think it's a big deal. I'm just curious. Did he give it to you, or?
Yeah, then he said, get this red, I'm gonna start pushing it. So I was like, sure.
That's a dub in your book, right? Yeah. I'll take that red, right?
Sure.
All right, cool. And then the last clip we have here is going to be this really long dragon fight. So before I play it, dragon's about to spawn in about 30 seconds from now. I want to ask you first about your general setup. If you take a look at the minimap right now, there are no wards on the map, so you guys made a conscious decision to do this gank. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm not on this clip. I'm not sure. I think we knew that enemy bot lane can't be close, and we have Vari TP all the time. And we know that how they want to win the game right now is mostly from pressuring Yon into Gwen, because he's in a very good position. So I knew that he will try to play aggressive here before the Drake to get the bot push out. So we tried to attack him there. And here we were not really calling Jojo TP too early, because we thought we will just get out and there will be like no fight. They will just waste the Talia ult, the Yon ult, and we will just get out and get the position through mid again. But yeah, they got the engage off. We pull out the TP and the fight break out. We didn't really plan to have a fight here, so it was a bit of a freestyle. So yeah, we were planning on disengaging here, but it ended up being a fight.
Gotcha, cool. So, like, generally speaking, here you just wanted to try and punish the enemy top laner because they thought they were going to make a play through that.
Yep.
You want to punish that. Okay, so now that the fight has gone a little bit sour, you're in this position where you can't really start the dragon. Can you tell me about what's going on during comms here? Are you making a decision to go for a fight or a steal? Or just tell me about what's going on here?
I mean, honestly, here there's like not much decision, because I think if enemy team plays well, you can't really do much. So we are just posturing and hoping that they will make mistakes and someone will like go too early. For example, Amumu here, if he takes this Q, it's like not very good for him, I think. So because his team is like too far to follow, but I think if we walk up further like to the Drake and then he lands the Q, then it will be a good fight for them. So we are just hoping that enemy will make a mistake, and they did. So we got a good fight off.
Gotcha. So you're just kind of sitting around Dragon hoping that they either A, make a mistake, or you can try and get something out of it?
Exactly.
All right, cool. So I did want to talk about the rest of the game, but I wasn't able to clip that due to the things that have happened, you know. I thought you guys were going to end because you go here, get Baron. I thought you were going to end in 5 or 6 minutes.
I thought so too.
Right. So do you want to tell me a little bit about that? Obviously, there's like 20 more minutes in the game. They got Dragon Soul, you know, so like... and then you stole the Elder Dragon as well. How are comms going after that point?
I mean, honestly, we probably thought that the game is already over, and we are like pushing for the end. Then we thought that maybe we can already finish the game. I remember at one point we didn't manage to. We went back to Nash, and they were like face checking randomly, and we didn't manage to kill them. I gave up 1k donation to Yon, and then the game became very hard. I would even say that it was very losable. But I guess I stole the Drake. They didn't expect me to come from this angle, so it was pure 50-50, and I won it here, I guess.
Right. This was an amazing steal. If you lost that steal, I think you guys actually just lose here.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, at that Baron, I also wrote down in my notes, is it GG at this point in game? But then, you know, so it didn't go the way I thought it would.
Yeah.
So that's what we have for today. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win, by the way. That's it for us. We're going to wrap our day up at the Bud Light and Breakdown.
Thank you so much, Hi. Thank you so much, Inspire. Congrats on the win there. An absolutely clutch steal on the Elder Dragon to complete the victory in our longest game of the split. It almost went the other way.
It was getting really dicey. The multiple pickoffs that Revenge was having with his ulti, I was like, wait a second. Oh, and they have 3 Infernos. Oh, and they're going to get 4. I was starting to think that Immortals, you know, for sure would win that one until Elder, of course, was the main issue.
And by all accounts, incredible tenacity out of that Immortals squad. Again, we've talked a lot about how much more impressive they've looked since that break week.
Yeah.
Obviously, they still have a lot of work to do, particularly when it just comes to climbing those standings and putting themselves in solid playoff positioning. But to push EG, the top team, to that degree, pretty spectacular. All of that said, when it comes to determining what would be our Grubhub dub, the person who delivered the win today, it wasn't a very hard one for us to land on. It had to go to Berserker, picking up the Penta on the Zeri, delivering the Grubhub dub for the squad.
Another Zeri pentakill. This one did start with a failed dive, but once you're on the run from specifically even Berserker Zeri, it's pretty rough. He plays this fight actually just ridiculously well, biding his time, even spacing back when he needs to, and then good target selection right at the end here. When Sivir tries to walk up, he immediately switches targets, cleans up the pentakill.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. And I mean, I just didn't expect it. A lot of his own teammates that were tanking the initial damage, I was like, I don't know. But he cleans it up, gets the penta. Congrats to him, and they end up getting the win.
It was a beautiful penta, to say the least. Now, the trade deadline has come and gone, and it's up to your favorite team to level up as much as they can as we head into the last stretch of the regular season. Just like your favorite team making a trade when they need a boost, Grubhub is making sure you get your favorite meals so you can scale up to your own peak performance. Get $6 off your order of $15 or more during week 6 of the LCS with code LCS6 off through July 31st. That's tomorrow, July 31st.
I like that trade deal.
It's a pretty good deal.
I'll take that.
Right? You take
Yeah,
that?
I'm taking that trade. I'm taking that.
Use it tomorrow. You always do a morning coffee order.
Yes,
you said
I
you should
do.
be using it tomorrow.
Yes,
I hope you've been
should.
putting all these codes to use, my friend.
Now I will.
You're throwing money away, dude.
I guess
All
I
right.
am.
Today's Pogs. Let's see who picked up the individual honors for each of our 5 games. It was Bladman game number 1. What an Olaf performance that was. Someday, of course, you had to have a couple top laners in this bunch, as it was a
there's no
story
trend
of
here.
top lane in a lot of ways. Hans Sama, Dokla, and Inspired to close it out.
Raz, the trend is they're all the players of their respective games.
That's the trend.
Flappers Olaf completely popped off. We hadn't seen it for a while. It is back. People are going to be respecting that nonstop.
Or the trend is you have junglers as the bread in the sandwich. The AD carry in the
my
middle,
God.
and of course on the side top laners. There's that trend too.
man.
I'm hungry, everybody.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Grub up. Use that code.
I will.
All right, here's the overall rankings, though. Takui still occupying that top slot before JoJo, PM, Bjergsen, Sunday, Pal Fox all slot in behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Obviously, we saw Someday earlier, but he's creeping up in the Pog standings.
Hit
I
his
think-
900th career kill
Yep.
today, which
Yeah,
is very
as did
cool.
PoE,
PoE.
even though it was a loss. So yeah, I think 100 Thieves are once again ramping up after.
100 Thieves are dead to me.
As we said to Closer, yeah. Well,
Oh yeah.
as we
For
said
reasons.
to Closer,
Wonder why.
Whenever we criticize them, they suddenly do better.
It's actually so true.
Yeah.
He told us never to compliment 100 Thieves again, so I won't.
Continues to track, and we never will. All right, standings. EG still in first. Go figure. After that, nail biter here to close out the day. You got 100 Thieves in second before we land in Team Liquid Honda at third. Now we've got a pretty packed tie for fourth, though, between CLG, Cloud9, and FlyQuest. Golden Guardians in sole possession of 7th. We got that tie for 8th between Immortals, Progressive, and TSM, and then Dignitas bringing up the rear in 10th.
Seeing CLG, Cloud9, and FlyQuest exactly in like the center of the pack is really interesting because all 3 of these teams have like phenomenal standout moments.
Yeah.
And then they're all neck and neck because they also make mistakes and sometimes struggle with consistency.
I mean, Emily, what do you expect? All of those teams are Evan.
Oh yeah, they're
all
the
of them.
Evan line.
That is the Evan line.
It's actually
It
the
is
Evan line.
4th place, and it is CLG. Now we're gonna have to add CLG to that graphic. Now they're all on the Evan line. Scheduled for tomorrow. Let's see what we have ahead of us. A quick reminder: C9 Jack and TL Steve are going to be joining us on the desk for game number 3. So that'll be a ton of fun. We've also, of course, got the Bud Light League lamps to close out the day. But the matchups that we have in front of us: TSM versus Golden Guardians, Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid Honda. Third match of the day, where those 2 will join us, and then 100 Thieves up against Immortals Progressive, and CLG closing it out with a game against Dignitas.
Yeah, Cloud9 playing the second half of their incredibly stacked, important week. They did pass the first test by beating FlyQuest today,
Yes.
which was a big win for them, especially since they lost to them the first time around. And Team Liquid's the 2 days in a row, I think Cloud9's the most exciting match.
And also just the game before that, being able to see FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses, like those 2 games are incredibly good. Love hearing the perspective of Fudge and the respect that he gave to Philip as in the top lane.
Absolutely.
It's great to see the development that he has, and also just the rest of the team just on point. Didn't happen today, but tomorrow thinks new day, and it's also versus an EG that has a lot to learn after today's win.
I love that call out. Well, that's going to wrap up today's LCS show. Right off the top here, though, I'm going to thank Fudge for joining us all throughout the day. Once again, another player who crushed it across the board. And on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
I wish my handwriting was that good.
Shout out to all Evan.
And the Evan line. There it is. I'm going to go on a run now.
C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Blabber stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally going to drop FlyQuest in 2! FlyQuest
here comes Berserker!
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Penta angle!
Berserker is
Penta!
killing everyone!
There it is!
Berserker gets the penta! But he's still down to 200 HP. Someday, he sidesteps the wallop. He dashes away. Who takes a little bit of damage there, slammed back into the wall. That's the AP ratio you are talking about, and that is a 3rd solo kill. Abadaga having a flash away. He throws out the soldiers. Who's going to be jumped on now? 100 Thieves collapsing. They've split Dignitas, and they've split him in half.
Fudge himself on the casting desk. Huge. The Fudge factor.
Fudge, I love you.
Fudge factor.
TL still looking to see if they can make it go a little bit further. Instinct! He lived! But for how long? With both coming in, the barrels are
really
coming
nice
out, the
barrel.
barrels are coming through, and Instinct's in the dirt again. Maple's gonna join them. 3 dead for CL takes the fight.
Golden Guardians, they got a chunk in mid. Palafox almost dead. Oh, but he's gonna trade back. But they will get him mid for bot. But the tack on the side lane, they knock down one more as well. That is gonna be Viego dropping his life. A dive out of the tower, a double kill through for Dokla. Dokla goes in though. Big double knock, and he's gonna find 2 kills for his team. The follow through comes in, and River, he's gonna be dropping as well. CLG are gonna be the better team, 7-5 as they push up the standings. A well-played game, and huge from their top laner Dokla, huge from their jungler contracts.
As we head out to the arena and I free myself from the frigid hell that I find myself in, revenge flex on what sustains his soul during the tumultuous ups and downs of the season. Check it out.
No! No! Stop!
Freak is casting. I hope he doesn't call me an idiot. What does that mean? They called Fudge an idiot on cast the other week. Oh.
Gage, a good double shove by Power of Evil, and Inspired actually goes in for it with a kill revenge, or will he lose his life? Talia will block them off. Do they have the kills? Oh, it's too much. PoE needed to evict. Oh, and the Hurricane Rocket splashes. He flashes. He goes for broke a triple.
Hey, Jinx. Jinx is 1 HP.
I got
He's
her.
dead.
Help me.
Watch him.
Come.
Yeah, watch him.
Go.
We go now.
I hit him.
Dash off her. Go now.
Nice.
But Inspired's on the track. Inspired's gonna kill him. This man is dead. Down he goes.
My
It
God.
is revenge against the world. He fought as hard as he could. He came so close. But there's no way you live now. The choppers are on. This man will always die, and he will watch the rest memorials fall to the wayside.
Thank you.
All right, head out that way.
Just speed up on.
You run off that way.
gear and everything.
Somebody will come grab you. Thank you very much.